All right, we're going to begin the meeting.
And all those assembled here with good health, guide their deliberations, that they may govern this great city with insight, understanding, compassion, civility, and fellowship. May they constantly realize that in laboring for the enactment of just laws and policies and the betterment of our city, they are bringing honor to your name and blessing to mankind. Grant them the wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is good and fitting, and the ability to work together in harmony, even when there is honest disagreement. May they come to their work with a vision of a stronger and better Boynton Beach. May they always have the strength to lead our community toward that vision by their words, decisions, and actions. And may they have the strength to rightly and justly lead. To be leaders is a task for which you are all called, and we pray that you have the wisdom, courage, and strength to do that. And let us say, Amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Informational items by members of the City Commission. Commissioner Romulus, would you like to begin?
Sure. Good afternoon to everyone. A happy Lunar New Year to everyone as well. Celebrate. The only disclosure that I have is that I did speak with Bradley Miller, not in regards to anything on the agenda tonight, but for something coming up before us in the future. I also wanted to share a little bit of an update from my trip that I took to Chandler, Arizona with the National Haitian American Elected Officials Network, better known as NEON. This year we celebrated our 13th year of existence. And in our retreat, we focused on issues that were prevalent to our constituency, especially those that affect our Haitian American community. So we discussed COVID naturally, and we also discussed the issues that happened earlier this year at the border. Also, the fact that there are still individuals that are still dealing with that at this moment. So these were very interesting conversations. We elected a new board of directors. I opted not to participate as I am no longer going to be elected in a few weeks. But this has been an organization that has been very near and dear to my heart, that I've learned a lot from. I've been able to collaborate with several colleagues that serve nationwide, and it has helped me grow as a leader as well. So I did bring back the pamphlet. If any of you would like to see it, I'm happy to pass it around and share. But again, with the request of the mayor, I wanted to just bring back a short little recap of what my trip was about.
Yep. Thank you so much, Commissioner Romulus.
My pleasure.
Commissioner Pensurga.
Yes, no new disclosures, but out of abundance of caution, I want to reiterate that I've had previous meetings with the Human Rights Council, Alan Hendricks, and for this agenda, I believe that is it. Yes, it is. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
I don't have any real disclosures, but I would like to say a word, a brief word about Black History Month. Black History Month for 2022 is recognized in the United States from Tuesday, February the 1st, which is today, to Tuesday, March 1st. The national theme for Black History Month 2022 is Black Health and Wellness. Black History Month is an opportunity for the Black community to celebrate its many achievements. The first official Black History Month dates back to 1976 when President Gerald Ford asked the public to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. Black History Month is considered one of the nation's oldest organized history celebration. It has been recognized by U.S. presidents for decades through proclamations and celebration. To commemorate and celebrate the contributions of our nation made by people of African descent, American historian Carter G. Woodson established Black History Week nearly a century ago. That event was first celebrated during the second week of February 1926. This timing was selected because it coincided with the birthdays of both Abraham Lincoln, February the 12th, and the abolitionist writer Frederick Douglass, February 14th. That week would continue to be set aside for the event until 1976, when, as part of the nation's bicentennial, it was expanded to a month. Since then, American presidents have proclaimed February as National African American Black History Month. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As for myself, on January 19th, I attended the grand opening of the new 7-Eleven on Seacrest and Woolbright, also the moving of CARE ATC to Woolbright Road. On the 20th, I attended the Boynton Beach Veterans Task Force, and I'm very excited about the upcoming Veterans event this Sunday. On the 22nd, I attended the Human Trafficking Awareness Walk from St. Paul AME to Sarah Sims, and I want to thank the Boynton Beach Police Department to making sure that everyone was safe throughout the walk for awareness. Later that morning, I spoke with Mr. Stanley Davis and Pernell Davis. On the 23rd to the 26th, I attended a conference as the chair of the General Employees Public Pension to the Florida Public Pension Trustees Association. And I had productive conversations with some Delray Beach police officers. On January 27th, I attended a meeting with the League of Women Voters and also the Palm Trans Service Board, which now has a new building just south of us on Congress in Delray Beach. And the big concern is the paratransit costs, because currently Palm Tran is driving 100,000 miles more a month for paratransit service than they are for fixed routes, which is an unsustainable cost for the future. On the 29th, I attended an event with the American Academy, the Real Mentors. On the 30th, I attended the South Florida Fairgrounds Mayor's Parade. Had a fun time there to see all the rides, see all the people, and our agricultural history here in Palm Beach County. And as for February 1st, I'd also like to work with Crystal so that we have a proclamation for African American History Month, Black History Month. And I also want to wish everyone a happy Lunar New Year, which is the water tiger, and which means that this year will bring about new changes and encourage people to overcome all challenges and difficulties. As for myself, I'm looking forward to the election upcoming, and if there is any of the candidates here in the audience or virtually, I'll request that they speak in public comments so that we get to hear about their platform for the upcoming election on March 8th. As for myself, I have spoke with Latasha Clemens and the Palm Beach County Human Rights Council. And if there's no further informational items, move on to announcements. Seeing none, Our first announcement is a presentation of fiscal year 2021 grant report by grants manager Tess LaCroix. And I want to thank you for waiting all of last meeting, but we felt that the community needs to hear this.
You can take your mat. Okay, as I said, that might be more comfortable for you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and members of the public. My name is Tess LaCroix, here to present the annual grant summary report for fiscal year 2020-2021. Next slide, please. Our grants team mission is to enhance the achievement of the city's overall goals by providing research, planning, support, feedback, and other assistance to its departments in the development of alternative funding sources for citywide projects. My role as the grant manager is to provide development support services to city departments and through identification and monitoring of the federal, state, regional, and local grant opportunities. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides will have a summary of each department grant requested, the project requested, that they requested the grant for, the amount, and whether the project was awarded. In fiscal year 2020-2021, the City of Boynton Beach has submitted 19 grant requests for a total of $18,842,032.28. Next slide, please. It is important to note that grant application review and approval at the state and federal levels can take up to 1 year from the date of the application submission. Additionally, while the city receives some entitlement and formula funding, the majority of grants applied for are competitive. And this next slide will provide you a highlight of the grants awarded in fiscal year 2021. The city received and managed 29 grants totaling $9,206,175.06 with a city match of $4,245,566.60. But what does that mean for the community? How has this grant process enhanced the quality of life of Boynton Beach, benefited the service providers, and supported the safety of our team? The next slides will highlight the grant activities for each department. And we already have up here the community improvement. Through the sub-grantee relationships with community organizations, the city responded to the needs of its residents. And the funded institutions had the following impact. They provided eviction and housing discrimination assistance to tenants and homeowners while giving them the educational resources to understand and exercise their right to fair housing, educated students and youth on domestic violence prevention and healthy relationships, counseled and facilitated workshops for first-time home buyers, empowered and equipped residents with tools to build or expand their businesses, or seek vocational and educational programs. The Feeding South Florida, in the height of the global pandemic, distributed 3,055,664 pounds of food to 7,164 households. Next slide, please.
Pause 1 second. Lori, can you provide a report on, during the pandemic, how many weeks we partnered with Feeding South Florida to provide food on a weekly basis? I know these numbers are coming from this, but I'd like to just get a report on that as well.
Yep, sorry, they do a fantastic job of keeping that data.
Thank you.
I'll reach out to her and get it.
Thank you. The Boynton Beach Fire Rescue Department received COVID-19 supplemental assistance, which allowed the firefighters and EMS personnel to operate safely due to the rapid depletion of existing equipment amid the global pandemic. The department also received funds to purchase EMS equipment, EPCR tablets, which are needed resources to effectively respond to community incidents. Next slide, please. The library services has now a new makerspace studio through the funding of the Library Services and Technology Act grant. Due to this resource, we now have a new makerspace studio in the library with new creative technology to promote creative entrepreneurship and grassroots small business startups. As a result of this space, over 8,341 people now have access to this technology and a dedicated digital maker services librarian to assist with their needs.
1 second, Tess, sorry I keep interrupting you, but when is the next time Craig will be doing a presentation for us from the library?
We can have him be ready probably next meeting if you'd like. I don't have anything on the horizon, but they'd love the opportunity to.
Okay,
Sure.
I'd love to get a little bit more in depth on what this is and what it does, and like what's a sublimation printer. I don't know what that is. And
Okay.
I'm pretty sure maybe some of the members of the public don't either. But it would be good to, if we're paid for this and we invested in it, that members of the public know how to use it.
He would love that opportunity.
Awesome, thank you.
Next slide, please. In fiscal year 2021, officers supported the food drives, vaccination sites, and resource distribution to areas most impacted by COVID-19. They also obtained new eligible vests to keep officers safe. During the manatee season, Marine officers patrolled the waterways and educated individuals speeding through the wake zone to protect the manatees. A new engagement software to boost community partnership between citizens and law enforcement was also purchased, and a new interview room at the new headquarters was installed. Promotion of traffic safety initiatives helped reduce overall traffic crashes by 42% compared to previous years. And through outreach and education via social media, message board, officers also conducted over 38 high visibility enforcement operations and issued over 400 seatbelt and speeding citations. The Victim of Crime Act supported the victim advocate, who assisted 390 victims with services and 223 victims with community referrals based on their individual needs. Next slide, please. In the Public Works Department, the Palm Beach Transportation Planning Agency awarded the city a transportation alternative grant to complete street improvement on the Southeast 1st Street between Wilbright Road and Southeast 2nd Avenue. The project should be completed in year 2023. The Waterways Assistance Program will also help the city improve the boat ramp at Oyer Park. Currently, the boating community have reported how difficult it is to use the 4 boat ramps due to the current surface situations. And so all of the design and permitting has already been completed, and the project's rebid is currently under review. The TPA also awarded the city with some funds to complete street improvements on Boynton Beach Boulevard between Northwest 3rd Street and US 1 Federal Highway, and the project is currently under design with a completion date of 2024. Next slide, please.
1 second, Tess. While we're on the topic of public works, I do want to thank staff, even though I know it wasn't our work, but it was the county's work that redid Seacrest and repaved it. I do want to thank staff for pushing that through and getting that done finally. It's been 6 years since I've been in office, and that was one of the main reasons why I ran for office 6 years ago, to fix Seacrest. And naturally, we can see that government moves very slow. It took 6 years to finally get Seacrest redone. But that's one thing I'm very proud that finally got done, and it looks beautiful now, night and day. So I do want to thank staff who was involved in getting that done.
Over the next 4 years, the city will replace the 8 existing roll-up doors with hurricane-rated 4-fold doors. They'll replace the strapping of the current HVAC equipment to conform with wind load requirements, do some cleaning and protection of the generator housing, and it will also replace the existing parking lot of the fire station number 2. They replace their parking lot lighting to meet the wind load requirements for a fire station. And these are the existing photos of fire station number 2. Next slide, please. In recreation and parks, the city ranked number 1 on the Florida Recreational Trails Program current funding cycle priority list for the Eco Park project. The project will consist of constructing new accessible trails and amenities so that the public can walk, bike, kayak, and enjoy the natural resources of the area. The city's also hired an artist to work on the eco-friendly art to align with the goal of preserving those natural resources. This site is currently undeveloped with 32.2 acres of upland sandpine, 3.8 acres of wetland, and a lake of 11.78 acres.
I have a question on this. The eco park is protected by ordinance, correct? This isn't for Tess, this is for staff or attorney.
Don't-
Meaning that there's restrictions for potentially developing or doing anything to it, or there isn't?
No, I don't think so. I know the McGillicuddy Park, I mean, that whole area is a scrub, but I don't know that it's protected by ordinance.
No, I think it was, when it was part of the Quantum Park Overlay Development District, there was certain preserves for that the development district had. And so when they gave us the land, they don't, we are currently the owners, and I don't believe there's any restrictions for the city doing anything.
I think it was under the Development of Regional Impact, the DRI, which has subsequently expired, there were protections, and I might have to ask Mike Rump, or I can get the information and send that out to you tomorrow. There were a certain amount of acres that had to be maintained as the preserve areas.
Yes.
However, that has expired. But I don't believe there's any state protections, but let me get with Mike on the whole industrial park design, what restrictions may have been put in place then.
Well, my reason for asking is if we're doing all this work to enhance this park and build it out and really make it something that's an attractive piece, I'd want to make sure that it's protected for that purpose for some time to come, and that some other commission hopefully doesn't come here and say, oh, let's build apartments or whatever on it. So if that's a conversation that my colleagues up here are willing to have, and perhaps put in some protections in place to preserve that park and allow for it to be a green space for a while, I would be happy to have that conversation.
Andrew, do you know if there's deed restrictions?
I don't believe there's any deed restrictions. The McGillicuddy, there's two parks here. There's the city-owned park that was previously owned, which was the Eco Park, and then you had McGillicuddy Park. I believe there are some overlay conservation districts in the comp plan that are part of that as well. I can get that information for you to give you an exact answer for sure. But one course of action would be to record a deed restriction or something like that. But as you know, any action is subject to a overturned vote here at the commission. So.
Understood.
But that would
I
definitely
would
be
like
the
for
best
us,
course of action to put some type of restriction that would have to be lifted in order to develop.
agreed. I would like, even if it could be overturned in future, by future commissions, if that's their will, that we at least set a precedent that we want to protect this land.
And that design has started, and we're actually getting ready to schedule a meeting for the Parks and Rec Board. So when that comes before you, that's something that we could look at and maybe tackle when we bring that plan to you as a final approval.
Thank you. Sorry, Tess. Keep hijacking your
For
presentation.
great questions. Next slide, please. Thank you. In the Utilities Department, the department completed the first phase of the Lakeside Gardens neighborhood drainage improvement, and it was consisting of preliminary engineering, design and calculation, surveying, and permitting. And all of that has already been completed, and the city's received the grant agreement for phase 2 to begin. Boynton Beach also received funding from the Florida legislature to replace existing wastewater treatment plant in Oceanfront Park with new efficient advanced treatment sewer plant. And that project completion date is due June of 2022. Next slide, please. The city is undertaking the project of developing an urban forestry program. Over the next 3 years, we'll hire an urban forestry firm to inventory the trees. And the goal is to augment the green space, particularly in low-income neighborhoods and communities of color who often have lower tree canopy. And doing so will help our city to achieve community equity and environmental sustainability. The department also received funds to update the Coastal Resilience Partnership Vulnerability Assessment, which was completed in July of last year. And this update will make the original assessment compliant for future project funding. And it will also include the expanded sea level projections and updates to the tidal flooding and surge analyses. Next slide, please. Currently, we use an electronic means to manage the grant funded projects. so we can effectively maintain decentralized operations while enjoying the benefits of a centralized grant management system. The departments will identify needs and research appropriate grants during the city budget process, which is very integral to the budget process. On occasion, emergency funding will become available, such as hurricane or even global pandemic as an example. And when this occurs, I will work with the department to identify appropriate projects and coordinate efforts to develop a competitive grant application. During fiscal year 21-22, the city anticipates to submit 18 grant applications with awards totaling $6,485,403.37, with a total city match of $397,769.50. We've also identified potential funding from the new Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. In addition to the proposed cash match, in-kind staff support from the general fund totals $14,693. Next slide, please. In terms of what next, we have used the city's ongoing annual strategic plan to conduct funding analysis to support identified goals and priorities. And in this fiscal year and upcoming fiscal year as well, we will continue to research funding opportunities to further the city's strategic initiatives to build wealth, to create a culturally distinct community, improve transportation, mobility, safety, maintain our high-performing organization, ensure the health and safety of our public and our team, and to also support environmental sustainability. Next slide, please. I want to say thank you to our dedicated grants team, to the city manager, to the commission, for your tremendous support of the city's grants effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tess. And no, it's very exciting to partnership. I'm sure there is lots of opportunities with all the different federal and state bills that have recently passed to make sure. And so, for me, it's the two major ones would be the subsidized housing. How can we help our developers build affordable units? And then the environmental aspect, our water quality,
Yes.
to see what we can do to help get the septic tanks onto sewers.
Absolutely. The city manager and our leadership team has compiled a preliminary list of funding opportunities that may be coming very soon to our local government and state pass-through grants. And we're working with the grant team as well to identify shovel-ready projects and priority areas for the cities as well.
Very good, Tess. I just want to say, welcome aboard.
Right.
You're doing an outstanding job. Debbie Majors had this task before you, and you have some big shoes to fill, but I'm sure I can see right now we have nothing to worry about. So
Thank
you just
you.
keep doing the good job you're doing.
Thank you so much.
18 million plus and all those other millions. I love to hear those types of numbers. So thank you very much.
Happy
Keep
to
doing what
hear
you're
it,
doing.
Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Our next announcement is a presentation from Gerda Klein about the Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee's initiative.
Thank you, Mayor Grant, Vice Mayor Woodrow Hay, Commissioner Katz, Commissioner Romulus, Commissioner Panserga, and City Manager Lori Verrier. I'm Gerda Klein and founder of the Boynton Beach Mental Health Initiative in 2009. That was in memory of my 41-year-old son who died of suicide. This grassroots group was reinvented as the Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee on July 1, 2014, when the City Commission supported the leadership of then Mayor Jerry Taylor and former Mayor Woodrow Hay to break the silence of mental illness in the city of Boynton Beach. I've been asked to say a few words about what we do. Standing next to me is Ricky Petty, the Director of Healthier Boynton Beach. And I'm sure you recognize him. He's certainly around town a lot. I've been the Boynton Beach Family Caregiving Initiative is the whole rest of his title, and one of our many wonderful community partners. We work through a series of community partners to do what we do. 5 members of our mental health committee sit on his steering committee. And I also chair his marketing committee, keeping the mental health focus strong for our caregivers. We work together in many ways, and Ricky's going to take a few minutes to just tell you about how that happens.
Yes, again, good evening. I'm Ricky Petty, Director for Healthy of Boynton Beach, and it has been a pleasure working with Gerda Klein and the Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee. We worked on several projects together. One to name in particular, our Caregivers Luncheon. The month of November is identified as Caregivers National Appreciation Month, and each year we provide a luncheon for caregivers right here in Boynton Beach. And it has been a pleasure working with the Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee with that. And basically what it is a day of a celebration and recognizing our caregivers for their work and efforts, taking care of their loved ones. And we do it in style and fashion at no cost to them. And we have a great luncheon at Benvenuto's. We also have a comedian and a live band, music, fun, dancing, just to kind of take those caregivers away from their caregivers' responsibilities so they can relieve some stress. And it's a fun, exciting experience. In addition to that, we also work closely with our Caregivers Club. And basically the Caregivers Club is a club that's designed to allow caregivers an opportunity to talk and discuss different issues and concerns that's going on, and also to come together and identify fun things that they can do in a relaxing environment. And working with Gerda Klein and the Boynton Beach Mental Health Club, Mental Health Committee has allowed us to be able to do that, in addition to other different things that we're doing in the community as well. So it's been a pleasure working with them, and we will continue our partnership.
Thank you, Ricky.
Welcome.
We work with many community partners in different ways. Before COVID hit, Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee members trained 80 city employees in mental health first aid, generated great interest in interactive events with the Boynton Beach High School psychology students and professionals in the field to motivate students to consider a mental health career. The Vice President of Quality at Bethesda Hospital, who has served on our committee for 7.5 years, helped open doors with mental health first aid to their nursing students, collaborating with their marketing department on our first brochure, and inviting us to participate in community needs assessment review. And I must say that the last one we attended, everybody put mental health #1 on the agenda as one of the greatest needs in the community. We are represented in most health fairs and events. What we do there is talk to residents, helping them find resources and give them assistance. We purchased a buddy bench for Cross Point Elementary School. We organized Zoom presentations on meditation, eating disorders, and a book review through the library for the last Get Your Green On campaign. We're a member of the Heart of Boynton Alliance, represented on the steering committee of the Palm Beach County Action Alliance for Mental Health, and on the Community Solutions team of Be Well, Palm Beach County. Now, however, it is time to address our collective mental health as a community. It's difficult to believe that COVID persists in our community as we approach the 3rd year of working hard to keep ourselves and our families safe, to combat the loneliness, to save business and jobs, to keep food on the table, and struggle with endless losses. So many friends, loved ones, and caregivers of all ages have been taken from our families. With the isolation, the inability to reach out and support each other at times of loss, and not being able to participate in the many burial traditions of the families of our multicultural city that provide comfort and strength, The Boynton Beach Committee, Mental Health Committee understands that for our collective mental health, it is time for friends and neighbors to come together in love and compassion to acknowledge and share our community's pain and trauma and begin the remembering and healing together. We are in the initial planning stage of creating an experience that will nourish our hearts and our mental health with friendship, caring, and support and hope. We look forward to welcoming a strong representation of our citywide multiracial, multicultural community outdoors. I don't know if I can say the location yet, whether it's official. Is it official? Or we don't know. So we're not going to say it yet. It's going to be outdoors. We'll tell you when we get the word. It'll be a Sunday afternoon, May 15th, during Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month. We will be contacting all community clergy to stress the importance of this day and encourage their congregants to attend. I'll share some of the features that this day will include. While we are still very much in the early stages, these are the thoughts that we have that we hope we'll all be able to employ. Ways to privately express love for those you have lost and display photos. Supervised activities for the children to enable them to express their feelings through art and create a reflection they can bring home to remind them of this day of hope and community. There will be a strong there will be a strong focus on the voices and the talents of our youth, our future leaders, and the voice of resilience. More about that as we connect with the schools and the students to learn how they can offer a meaningful contribution to the community on this day. Mental health professionals will speak to us about resilience and the process of healing. T-shirts commemorating, remembering, and healing together. There'll be food and music. And at closing, whatever personal photos or art projects are left behind, they will be boxed and given to Historical Society for preservation. Collaborating organizations will have tables with information to help people find a range of resources they may need to help with the healing. We're thinking about a memorial book, which would be a fundraiser that would appeal to businesses to share compassionate, uplifting messages to the community on the meaning of this day. And it will be a keepsake for everyone to take home. We will keep you informed as plans materialize. I want to thank Mayor Grant, Commissioner Pensurga, and Vice Mayor Woodrow Hay for their general financial support of remembering and healing together. Thank you. I'll entertain any questions you might have at this point.
No, I just have a comment. Thank you for helping, our community to destigmatize the aspect of getting mental health support. It's just sad that we saw that the former Miss America committed, what we believe committed suicide in New York City. So it's something where it's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to seek help. And so I remember the first time that, when I was elected mayor, meeting with you, and the statistic that you always told me was that 1 in 4 people will have a mental health issue in their life. And as we see, there's more than 4 people here. So I want to thank you for speaking about this because we have the opportunity to do something in advance. We can't change the past.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'd just like to make a general statement that this is an opportunity for the city and the citizens to put our arms around those who have gone through this. And if the truth be told, each and every one of us in here know someone, either close or relative or neighbor, that have gone through some phase of mental health. It is attacking our community, and it's up to us to come together to put a stop to it and let them who are going through it know that they're not alone. This is an opportunity for us to put our loving arms around them and say that we're in this together and we will make it through. I was very shocked about so many of the ones who have been identified with some part of mental health conditions. Like the mayor just finished saying, Miss USA, one of the last people that you would think would jump off a 29-story building. I mean, it's affecting everybody. And I think we have the brain power, the financial help, and everything we need to help out in all of those areas. So I want to hats off to Boyntonians. I know that we will be successful in this effort together. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do want to remind the audience that to please silence your cell phones. And if you do have a conversation, we can hear you up here. It may not be picked up in the microphone, but it is disturbing to the people who are speaking. So I would kindly ask you to step aside if you're planning on having a conversation.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to just thank Gerda along with the members of the Mental Health Committee that are doing this work. As some of you may know, my organization that I've founded firsthand deals with mental health and deals with individuals who are in public service who face some of these issues. So I wanted to hear directly from Gerda because I wanted to make sure that this initiative was not just kind of not publicly able to be shared, and those who are in the public can participate if they would like. So I hope that our city staff, especially our marketing team, will help to advertise and promote this event as it takes shape so that members of our community can participate. And I hope this is an opportunity for us to have a public healing in a way where we can all kind of come together and support each other in our different periods of difficulty. So that all being said, I would like to help support the initiative by donating $500 of my community support funds towards the initiative as well. We can add that to our next agenda.
Okay.
And Commissioner, just so you know, the city plans to be a co-sponsor with the Mental Health Committee and CDC and a few others, and all partner together. So we'll be pitching in there.
Sounds good.
And working with them.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next announcement is by Stephanie Soplop of the Joe DiMaggio's Children's Health Specialty Center, Magic Wheels and Special Deals at Barrier-Free 5K events. And is she on virtually?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager. This is Stephanie Soplop, ADA Title II Coordinator, and I am very excited to announce the 6th annual Magic Wheels and Special Deals event. This will be the 3rd year Joe DiMaggio Children's Health Specialty Center has sponsored this event. So the Joe DiMaggio Children's Health Specialty Center Magic Wheels and Special Deals event is an annual event held in Boynton Beach to celebrate diversity, increase awareness, and share in a joyous, meaningful evening. There will be vendors, children's activities, food trucks, music, and more. People will also be able to pick up their race packet if they are registered for the Barrier-Free 5K event, which is taking place the next day at Barrier-Free Park. This year's Joe DiMaggio Children's Health Specialty Center Magic Wheels and Special Deals event is being held at Centennial Park, right by City Hall, 120 East Ocean Avenue from 5 to 8 p.m. on Friday, February 11th. So more about the event, there are 2 main components to this event. It is called the Magic Wheels and Special Deals. So if you are not familiar with the event already, Magic Wheels, there is a Magic Wheels recipient, which is a local child who uses a wheelchair or other mobility device who has been selected to receive the Magic Wheels this year. And he will also be the honorary starter of the barrier-free 5K, which takes place the next day at Barrier Free Park. The Magic Wheels is a special design created for the Magic Wheels recipient, and it is designed to either fit around the child's wheelchair or mobility device, or is designed so the child can safely sit in it. Once the Magic Wheels recipient is chosen, the child and family disclose what the child's interests are so that the theme and design for the Magic Wheels can be determined. In the past, we've had a race car, superhero theme. It could be princess themed. I'm not going to give you the theme right now, though. The family provides the multiple options, and they don't even know which theme has been chosen until the day of the event. So we have a volunteer team of builders who work to create the Magic Wheels based on the child's preferences, and only the team of builders know what the design is for the Magic Wheels. At the Magic Wheels and Special Deals event, the Magic Wheels are transported to the event and kept under a large cover so that nobody can see what is underneath the cover. During the event, there will be a countdown, and everyone will gather around to watch as the cover is removed. And the child and family and public are all seeing this special Magic Wheels for the first time. So the event is from 5 to 8 p.m. and the actual unveiling will take place at 6 p.m. So people will have a chance to get to the event, enjoy it a little bit before, and then everyone will gather around when we do the countdown and unveiling of the Magic Wheels. The child then also gets to try out their new Magic Wheels and ride it as the honorary starter of the Barrier Free 5K event. We are extremely grateful for Chariots of Love, who has volunteered for the 3rd year to build our Magic Wheels, and they also helped to select the child. And we're also grateful for the continued support from Greater Boynton Beach Foundation and the Broward Palm Beaches and St. Lucie Realtors, who always help with this event. And that is the Magic Wheels. Another portion of the event is the special deals. So we will have vendors who support individuals with disabilities or create items and sell them at the event. It will be nonprofit vendors and also selling vendors. And then I also wanted to briefly tell you about the 10th annual Barrier Free 5K event, which is going to be held the next day, Saturday, February 12th. The race starts at 7:30 a.m. and it's at Congress Avenue Barrier Free Park. It's a 5K run, walk, or roll event. So people don't have to run. They can walk, they can run. They will have medals at the event. There's also a virtual option if people are not able to attend. In addition to the 5K, there's a 1 mile and also a kids dash. So the registration is open right now. The website to register for the Barrier Free 5K event is barrierfree5k.pbrace.com. The fees are going to be increasing after February 10th. So anyone wanting to register, I would encourage you to go ahead and do that now. So again, the Magic Wheels and Special Deals event is a free community event. And then the next day, the 10th annual Barrier Free 5K, people would need to register if they want to participate in that. And I hope to see all of you there. I did leave postcards in the commission chambers if anyone's interested in taking them. And if anyone has any questions.
Stephanie, did you speak about some of the vendors that are going to be there for the special deals?
I did not I can give you some of them. We're going to have some nonprofit groups like 211 Palm Beach, Access Perfect Homes, Best Buddies, Chariots of Love, Easter Seals, Florida. We also are going to have some selling ones. We're going to have a group called Special Perks Cafe, which is they're going to be selling coffee at the event and hot cocoa, which I requested. The baristas are adults with intellectual developmental disabilities, and they are learning how to make the coffee and sell it and become entrepreneurs. And we will also have sensibility selling candles are the same thing. They are adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We'll also have face painting. There's going to be a magician there for a little while. And the food trucks we will have is Bobby's Hot Dogs and Finn's Kitchen.
All right, thank you so much. Commission, do you have any other questions or comments?
Stephanie, can you please just send me the information to register for the 5K?
Yes, of course, will do.
Thank you.
Our next announcement is by Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Department Director, regarding the Immortal Four Chaplains Memorial Service being held at Tom Kaiser USN Boynton Beach Veterans Memorial Park on February 6th, starting at 2 p.m.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good
Casey
evening.
Young, Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director. I'm here tonight to announce the city, along with the Boynton Beach Veterans Task Force, is hosting the Immortal Four Chaplains Memorial Service at Tom Kaiser USN Boynton Beach Veterans Memorial Park at 411 North Federal Highway on Sunday, February 6th, starting at 2 p.m. This event is open to the public to attend to honor the extraordinary act of heroism displayed by the four chaplains during World War II and all World War II veterans. For more information, contact the Recreation and Parks Department at 561-742-6650 or visit the city's website at www.boynton-beach.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. And I just want to clarify that bodies.
They are ordered.
And do we have a list of assisted living facilities that we are going to contact to see if they're going to provide rides to any of their residents or veterans?
I know that during the Pearl Harbor ceremony, we did reach out to assisted living facilities, and we will check on, make sure that that gets done again.
Okay, thank you so much. And no further comments. We will go to our next announcement by Gabrielle Favetta, Events Manager, regarding First Friday at 5 at Friday Flicks in February.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager. My name is Gabrielle Favita, Events Manager for the City of Boynton Beach. I'm excited to announce 2 free family-friendly events that will take place this month at Centennial Park and Amphitheater in downtown Boynton. A variety of food trucks will be on site at both events, offering up a delicious range of fare available for purchase. The First Friday at 5 monthly concert is scheduled for Friday, February 4th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. and will feature the Shane Duncan Band, a local 5-piece high-energy Southern rock band. Food trucks including Cousins Maine Lobster, Finn's Kitchen, Just Eats, Mops Pops, and Potions and Motions will be in attendance. The next Friday Flicks outdoor movie will take place on Friday, February 18th, and will feature Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Food trucks including Broadway Bistro, NY Fat Pies, G's Hibachi, TMI, and Giovanni's Ice will be in attendance. This event will run from 5 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. with the movie beginning at approximately 6:30 p.m. Both events will include children's activities. Attendees are encouraged to bring chairs and blankets to the event. Additional information can be found on the city's website, boynton-beach.org.
And do you have information regarding the flick in February?
Yes, that was the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It'll be on Friday, February 18th. And the event runs 5 to 8:30, but the movie will start at 6:30 approximately.
Thank you so much. I did speak with the Gold Coast Band. I wanted to know if we already have an act for our April 1st Friday event, to see if we can get the Gold Coast Band to perform that Friday, see if that's a possibility.
We'll look into it. We're booking for the rest of the season, but we'll see what we have available and reach out to them.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Our next announcement is for early voting for the March 8, 2022 special election for the Office of State Representative, District 88, and the municipal election will begin on Saturday, February 26, 2022, and will continue through Sunday, March 6, 2022. The early voting hours are from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. daily at the Ezel Hester Community Center located at 1901 North Seacrest Boulevard. As of 30 days prior to the election, a listing of early voting locations throughout Palm Beach County will be available at the following website, votepalmbeach.gov/voters/early-voting. And next we have proclaim February 11th to the 17th, 2022 as 211 Awareness Week. Patrice Schroeder, 211's Community Relations Specialist, will be online to accept the proclamation virtually. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas 211 Helpline is entering its 6th decade of quality and caring service to the community. And whereas over the span of time, 211 Helpline has responded to over 3 million requests for help from people of all walks of life, providing the guidance and support they've needed. 211 continues to do so through these trying times. And whereas mental and emotional health addiction, housing utilities, food insecurity, and health concerns are the top needs expressed by people reaching out to us. 211's caring staff continue to be the beacon of hope, providing crisis support and resources when people are overwhelmed and do not know where to turn. 211 is available any time of day or night. And whereas 211 also has specialized advocacy and support programs that include the Caregiver Support Project, the Special Needs Helpline, Help Me Grow, Catching Children's Development Delays Early, Elder Crisis Outreach, and whereas 211's Life-Saving Sunshine daily telephone reassurance call continue to brighten the lives of local isolated seniors and has expanded to include isolated caregivers. And whereas 211's My Florida Veterans provides peer-to-peer support and helps veterans to readjust, providing linkages to services for veterans and their families. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, hereby proclaim February 11th to the 17th, 2022 as 211 Awareness Week in the City of Boynton Beach and urge all citizens to be aware that if they are overwhelmed and in crisis or just need to talk, 211 is available any time of day or night. 211 staff can also provide referrals for mental health counseling, substance abuse, healthcare, employment, food assistance, daycare, support groups, voluntary, VITA, free income, tax preparation, and so much more.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. This is Patrice Schroeder. I am so honored. Thank you, Mayor Grant and the commissioners. 211 is such a vital service, and as we're hearing about these high-profile suicides, you know, whether it's a family member, a friend, a neighbor, a fellow employee, a loved one, or these individuals that have high profile, a single loss is too many losses to suicide. So it's very important that we get the word out to community members that we're here any time of day or night, even if they just want to talk. We know that there are a lot of isolated individuals that, you know, particularly caregivers, that really just need to talk about their day. We know that there are individuals that may not be looking for resources or services, but just need to be heard. So we're here for that piece as well. And suicide prevention is so critical. And kudos to Gerda and Ricky. You know, they're doing great work. You guys have really got a great team there helping to get mental health services into the community. And again, keeping that conversation going, getting that normalization that mental health is just as important as physical health. If you were to break your arm, you'd go to a doctor. If you're feeling as though you're overwhelmed, full of anxiety, fear, panic, and you just don't know how to make your way forward, reach out and call us. There are resources available. You know, these professionals can give you the tools that you need to overcome these challenges, or at least learn how to navigate and work through the trauma. So I think it's just very important. People have commented, you know, this lovely young woman who just ended her life had everything in the world going for her. But we just don't know all of the trauma that may be in her past. We just don't know the things she's had to overcome. We don't know what she was experiencing. So we don't want to put judgment on anybody, but just to understand that people can have a happy face, but trust your gut instinct. There may be some way that you can reach out and help them, intercede for them. Because a lot of times people in a crisis, they can't reach out for help. So it's up to us to trust our instincts, to understand that we can be that person that might be that life-saving line to help them get the care that they need. So without further ado, and just to let you know, we answered over 100,000 calls last year of people in need requesting for help. And again, the top need was that mental health and addictions. We had over 46,000 individuals struggling with mental health concerns and addictions. And of that, we had 3,800 that were of suicidal crisis of different levels. So we also had housing, and housing, the issue with affordable housing right now is driving a lot of our crisis calls. We know that people have reached out to us, a single mother calling and saying, you know, my rent was increased by $800. What am I going to do? I've heard consistently people that have been raised $500. I even knew of a TV reporter that mentioned a coworker's rent increased by $1,000. So we're hearing these stories across the board. We're having families reach out to us who don't know where to take their kids. They're living out of their car now. Where do I go to take my kids to go to the bathroom? Where can I get a shower? So we're helping them to connect to those local resources. But what is the ultimate solution for this, as we're hearing more and more people struggling? So we have to work together as a community. And Boynton Beach is an awesome community. And I want to thank you guys for some of the innovations that you're doing. And I'm going to step off now and just let everybody know that they can reach us by just calling the 211 number. We also answer the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, which is the 1-800-273-TALK, 8255. When that goes to 988 in the summer, we'll be answering that as well. So it'll be going to a 3-digit short number as well. We will pick up that line. Our staff are highly trained, and people can text us. They can text to 898-211, and we'll reach out to them. And we also have an online chat at www.211palmbeach.org. And thank you so much for your support. Thank you for your time, and I really appreciate all of you. And stay well, and self-care is very important right now.
Thank you so much, Patrice. And our last proclamation is for February 7, 2022, as Robert E. Wells Day. Bishop Bernard Wright will accept the proclamation.
City of Boynton Beach proclamation. Whereas Mr. Robert E. Lee Wells, a merchant sailor from Cat Island in the Bahamas, settled in Boynton in 1890, where he and his wife Elizabeth raised one son, Harry. Whereas in 1892, Robert and Elizabeth Wells helped found St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church, officially established in 1900. St. Paul AME is the oldest church in the city. Whereas in 1896, Mr. Wells and other members of St. Paul AME successfully petitioned Dade County School Board to provide a school for Boynton Black African American children, originally called Boynton Colored School. It later became known as Ponciana Elementary. Whereas on April 14, 1920, Mr. Wells was a signatory of the document incorporating Boynton as a town. However, the land owned by him and the rest of the historic heart of Boynton was not recognized in the incorporation and was called Boynton Colored Town. Whereas in 1925, Mr. Wells platted the Robert Wells subdivision. He built the main thoroughfare in the historic heart of Boynton called Wells Avenue, now known as Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and built a home at number 416. In addition to selling the land and building houses, Mr. Wells donated lots to those in need, including St. Paul AME for the building of a church. In time, Wells Avenue became a thriving downtown area for the Black African American community. Now, therefore, I, Woodrow L. Hay, Vice Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, do hereby proclaim the 7th of February 2022, Robert E. Wells Day. In witness whereof, I have here to set my hand and call the seal of the city of Boynton Beach to be afforded the Boynton Beach, Florida, first day of February 2022. Woodrow L. Hay, Vice Mayor. Crystal Gibson, City Clerk.
Good evening to everyone on the dais, everyone in the audience. I want to thank everyone who has come out here today. We know this is a pivotal time in our community here and in the country, in the world, but especially Boynton Beach. And this way the focus is on Boynton Beach. And you know, today began Black History Month. You know, this has been a highlight for the last 8 years, this day, when they declare February the 7th, Robert E. Wells Day, one of the pioneers of the city, my great-grandfather. Let me just say this, he was a leader of the Negro Civic League in 1925 during Jim Crow. History is so very important. Culture, knowing your history and your culture. If you don't know it, you like a tree without roots, you bear no fruit. The day I stand here as your current mayor, CEO of Bernard Wright Ministries, Real Talk Radio with Minister Bernard Wright, also Real Talk Marketing and Consultant, and the Robert E. Wells Foundation. Ex-convicted felon multi-times over, could have called me out, X'd me out, they had me dead a couple of times. But I stand here before you because of the DNA and what we have here is what is called human, and humanity in human movement is the civil rights movement. And so this is what my great-grandfather was about, coming over here, building the city, and all that he has accomplished in his name being one of the signatories on naming the city Boynton, having built the first street, that's building a trail and the first church and school. When I look at the order of God, being a bishop, you know, being well learned in the scriptures, you look at a God of order, what would be the first thing you would blaze if you want to build a city, a village, a community? That would be a trail, wouldn't it? And then what would be the first thing you would do is want to honor God and build a church, wouldn't it? And what would be the third thing you would do is want to build a school to get some education, wouldn't it? So we're talking about this God of order through my great-grandfather, and we coming on down the DNA, and my cousin who became the first Black city commissioner of this city. So it's no wonder why I'm standing where I am. When you look at what God has been doing, it has nothing to do with me, because, man, I couldn't see myself standing here, all I've gone through, the many jails and penitentiaries. But it's history today, and y'all are hearing some history. We're talking about way back in 1890. You know, this history to go, we're talking about Black people. So we've been suffering and crying for justice and equality since then. I've been crying for it even when I was out in the game in 69 and 67, getting my GED at Hofstra University, not knowing where God was taking me. But look what we have here today. History being made, history to be made. In a city where Black folks had to do at the beginning, but Black folks been suffering down in District 2 all these decades. Look of a rich history that we have in Boynton that we can stand up with some pride. And that's why I'm running for your mayor, to make a difference, change for the better for the people. Because I know history and culture. I know when the celebrities came here, from James Brown to Tina Turner. I knew when you couldn't go to that water fountain, it had white on it, and had you go to that one, it had color on it. When they are today, these young ones know nothing about that. They think it's the way it always been, unless you read history. So this is how important history is. And here it is today. Wells Landing, that I brought in here for 4 years, struggling to get them here to build for our family. Wells Landing. They came in with a Spanish name, and this commission right here wouldn't allow them to come in. I've worked for 4 years for them, for history and culture. And guess what? They changed the name by giving me the honor to name it. I wanted to name it Continental Boynton because it was the Continental Club that brought wealth building into this city, along with other restaurants and pool rooms and shoe shine parlors and restaurants and beauty parlors and things of that nature that we don't have today. There was a design for this to happen where we are today because of this waterfront property. But I brought this Centennial Management Corporation because I needed the development. And right at the end of developing, they brought in this thing about credit, when they should have had a program to bring and lift up our credit so a number of us in that neighborhood could be in there. Now they've changed the name from Wales Landing to Boyne Village. I wanted to know why. This is heritage. This is legacy. How can you use my father's grandfather's name to get in here and get approved to reap profits, and you didn't even give me a consultant fee because of ignorance? My Bible say my people perish for the lack of knowledge, baby. But guess what? It don't stop there. This is heritage, legacy. So you want to change the name? Well, who initiated that? I asked my commissioner. He said he didn't know. I asked my mayor. He said the vice mayor, which is my commissioner. But you have committed to these people that you're going to be behind them in this pivotal time where right now blood is on all of y'all hands, but Crystal Gibson, who have made history here in this commission. See, I'm able to speak, and I'm speaking for our community. I'm speaking for my family. Explicitly clear, I'm not speaking for nobody's family particularly, but this community that this family have to live in, that I'm the one that know what's going on. I have accomplishments that I've made as this man here that I could bring up that no one running against me can even say they've done anything for not one child. Don't know 5 children named, nor parents in this community. Not even y'all up there. No 5 children, no 5 parents. No interaction. It's time right now for this movement of God, revival, that you get to know history, you all, so you can get behind. Not voting is important. Yes, it is essential, but who you vote for makes the difference. And I'm telling you, I'm walking in power. The principles of God that we need right there, where it's about a one Boynton. We all are people, but it can't be a one Boynton until we're healed in District 2. It's about SJ right now, because it's about equality. It's about justice. It's about accountability, absolute accountability at that. And you all have blood on your hands. And should you, where all the multi-million dollars are on you, getting there to keep going on what's going on, keeping us oppressed and depressed, disenfranchised in this waterfront property where we are. No, Penn Circle, we will not be comfortable, at peace if you were mayor. The best thing you could do for me, my family, and Jamaica's is a SJ. And anybody's family is step down, devote, vote down, take your name off the ballot. Because if you got there, we would not have no peace. Because you could not convince me. And the lie you just told, who initiated that? On my family's legacy. Y'all heard the legacy? Yes, we did. Y'all heard it? Yes. How many people live in it? Thank God the best they did is gave my right-hand man management over there by the grace of God and an apartment. Yes, Tory Orr. And that's who I passed the baton to. I thank you, Prophet, by the grace of God. I thank you, Master, Bishop Master, for being here with this family. Because we will not have peace in this city till we flip this over. And this is a movement of God. This is a movement of God. You have never seen a rally where we patrol and control the traffic, police and so forth, where we can't see them, with peace and guess what? No accidents, baby. To God be the glory. So I'm saying in the history, you get to know your history. I don't care if you're Chinese, get to know your history. But please get to know the history of Boynton Beach down here in District 2, where we stand and who I am, coming from my DNA as an effective leader. Leadership is one thing, but effective leadership is what makes the difference. God bless everyone who has come, and we will not sit tight until we see justice and equality and equity in Boynton Beach.
To public audience, individual speakers will be limited to a 3-minute presentation. I do believe we have a big crowd tonight, so I don't want to say that if you have more than what to speak after 3 minutes, if the commission would oblige that we have a second public comment audience before the future agenda item. So if anyone from the public wants to see something on the future agenda item, they can be here for that discussion. So.
Mayor, am I understanding you to say that they will have a second time to speak? I thought it was just one, like.
Well, you know, we have the opportunity to let people speak just 3 minutes. We have the opportunity to let people speak more than 3 minutes, or we have the opportunity to let people speak 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting like we normally do. And then if they want to speak anything more, we have that opportunity to speak before the meeting is adjourned at future agenda.
All I'm saying is why not let them say what they want to say initially?
So do you want to allow them to speak more than 3 minutes? Okay. The commission agrees with that?
Mayor, we have a rule of 3 minutes. Let's follow that, please.
Well, it's right now we have 2 of our commission that wants to allow people to speak more than 3 minutes. So I'm going to ask the audience that I will keep a timer for 3 minutes, and then if you need to speak for an additional 3 minutes, I will reset the timer. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay.
The first one to get 1 minute before I go, because it's pressing about the children, because it's about the children. You know, I want to just say this for the minute. My name is Bernard Wright. This audience, public audience right now, ain't it? Well, I'm Bernard Wright. I'm the first one. I live at 713 Northwest 2nd Street. Again, I'm CEO of Bernard Wright Ministry, current candidate for mayor, and my platform is change for the better for the people. So you the one that invited me as a current candidate to have something to speak about my platform.
Yes.
About making it a one Boynton. Yeah, diversity too, baby. We're talking about and equally so. So what I want to say right now is I'm asking honorably and respectfully, Lord, that you resign. I'm asking honorably and respectfully that you take your name off. Officers are still on the force right now. Domestic violence settlements. You know of the settlements with Mark Song. I have a cousin, Cyrus Gill, you know of the settlements. You all know of them. You've been sitting there on some of them. You know of them all. You're all in bed together. So guess what? We ask that you get out.
Well, my family, my grandparents been here for years. Freddie Mae Clemens, Otis Clemens, we've been here for years. I got rooted in this country, this city too. It's been a lot of prejudice going on around here. And the Boynton Police Department, this code enforcement, half of you sitting up there just prejudice. They've been riding by my house for years and years, the police department. It's funny that y'all talk about mental health. What is y'all sitting up there causing the mental health? The police department ride up and down because somebody white want to make accusations, and y'all riding up and down. No, they made up accusations for years. Code enforcement, the police department, the sheriff department. Y'all speak about mental health. What about my mental health? I could have been the one jumping off that bridge as a single parent, tolerate that mess for years and years, and it's still going on. Y'all talking about Black history? I want to honor my grandson. In case a lot of people don't know him, he's a valedictorian ever since he was a preschool student. And when he went to middle school, he was a patrol. From that, he was an honor student. Then y'all cop killed him like he was a dirt. Y'all need to get him out of here. Mark Shaw need to be out of here because he don't care about life, even if it's a child. Get him out of here. And y'all need to stop all this racism. And if it's going on now, y'all ain't doing y'all job because it's still going on. I still got racism going on around my door just because y'all being prejudiced. Listen to somebody just because of the color of their skin. It's still going on. So maybe, just like he said, all y'all need to be up out of here because it's still going on. Racist in Boynton Beach. And we need a change. And justice for SJ.
My name is Renee Morris. My address is 800 block of Federal Highway, where your officer left my nephew dead like a dog. Last week, Mayor, when you thought no one was listening, oh, the chief is not here today, so we don't have time for this stuff. The stuff's name is Stanley Dale Davis Jr. the third. SJ, don't you ever speak ill of my nephew again. Lori, you make $250,000 a year for what? To sit here and let this man continue to slaughter people? This is the third time, 3 illegal chases, and he's still on the board. He's still a police officer. Racism, you're racist because you continue to let this happen. He's racist because he's hunting our Black men like dogs. He knew my nephew was gonna be somebody. What he was afraid of, an educated Black man. That's a white man's worst enemy. And he knew this. That's why he took my nephew and put him to his death. We don't know if he hit the bike or he boxed him off and made him hit the curb. He needs to go. He needs to go. I need a petition started so we can get the 4 votes to get you off the board because you are the common denominator. You act like Black people don't matter, but we pay taxes too. We pay y'all salaries too. This is some horse manure, and I'm sick of it. If I was all of you Black people, I'll move out of Boynton, stop paying taxes. Then y'all will do something. Or when he killed one of y'all kids, because they're white. But no, it's not a Black-white thing, but yes, it is. And for everyone that keeps saying, my family is after a settlement, we're after justice because your officer slaughtered my nephew like a dog. He hunted him like he was prey. and he needs to go. And I don't want to hear, oh, when the investigation's over, we'll do something. That's some horse manure. An investigation can take up to a year. So we're gonna have to continue to pay this man our taxpayer dollars while he sit home for a year. This is some bull crap. He needs to go today. We want to invest an independent investigation because the highway patrol is gonna side with y'all. Y'all gonna sweep it under the rug, but it will not be done. And you can say, oh, we're gonna get tired and we're gonna fizzle out. It's gonna be at least 10 of us here every meeting. His family, the people that loved him. That's, oh, have a nice day.
I may need more than 3 minutes. I am Shannon SJ's mother, Stanley Dale Davis III. Tonight, let me remove this so you can hear me good. I want to go over some things that Lori, the city manager, stated. I'm going to quote you on everything that I say. So it's not an opinion, it's not nothing I made up. We're going to quote what you stated. You stated, end quote, your ability to terminate a police officer is limited by the union contracts and law enforcement officers Bill of Rights, Statute 112, and that the chief of police, Michael Gregory, will make a recommendation of disciplinary action, then you yourself, being the city manager, will make the final decision. You also stated the car was not equipped with dash cam. So my question is, are officers not equipped with body cams then? Or how about you release the call that should have been placed and this unlawful, unauthorized pursuit? Or does the officers not have to call in pursuits anymore? Are officers making traffic stops alone without additional personnel anymore? Next, you stated, and I quote, none of us have the facts surrounding this tragedy in order to make a fully informed decision. Well, who made the decision to release a false narrative, a false claim that my child, Stanley Dale Davis III, was riding reckless December 26, 2021, that warranted an illegal pursuit that was the cause of his death without all the facts? Ironically, your team felt compelled to release a statement without all the facts to place not only the blame, but to justify your serial killer cop, Mark Schoen's conduct and behavior that killed Stanley Davis III. It's funny how now, since you want to vindicate this untamed animal of a police officer, now you state you don't have all the facts. How convenient is that now? Then you went on to state Marshall's Law, what you quoted, the victim is entitled to the following rights beginning at the time of his or her victimization: the right to prevent disclosure of information or records that can be used to locate or harass the victim or the victim's family, or which could disclose confidential privilege information of the victim. Is Stanley Dale Davis III not a 13-year-old victim? His life was tragically ended due to the illegal breach of a policy and regulations by an employed on-duty veteran officer. Stanley is the victim. He should have been protected even more than Mark Schoen. Instead, his identity was released while he was still lying on the scene deceased. Without the facts that surrounded this tragedy in order to make a fully informed decision, as you stated. We, the family of the victim, should be protected under the same martial laws as Mark's family. Are we not receiving harassment, family? Okay. Even from local business owners, one being in particular, Priority Towing, when we had to retrieve my deceased son motor vehicle bike and how they treated us. We, the family, have been getting harassed from strangers with racial threats and slander. Can you answer why Mark Schoen and his family are protected under martial law and not the actual victim and his family? What's your Stanley Dale Davis III? No answers? Okay. Lori, you also had some responses. I don't know if you remember from your FCCMA interview. If you can't recall, I'll inform you of how that interview went and some of the things you said. You were asked, why did you select a career in public service? Your answer, and I quote, I didn't select a career in public service. It selected me. It was then when I fell in love with the satisfaction of knowing you can make a direct positive impact on the lives of so many people in public health. What positive impact have you made by allowing an officer, Mark Schoen, to continue to be employed with 2 previous fatalities while breaking a policy resulting in grievance, suffering, pain, and eternal brokenness to families or his victims? The next question, what is the most memorable experience that you had on a job? Your response, my most memorable experience to date was the day we signed the bond document to kick off our town square redevelopment project. This, in quotations, let me tell you what it is. This project has been the topic of discussion for 20 years, a $250 million development project. It's great to see that a $250 million project was allocated to developing a project, yet your police officers have no money allocated into installing dash cams in their vehicles, as you stated. So with the multi-dollar million development project that will be drawn out for tons of citizens, not only local, but from people from all over, how do you suppose the public and officers will be safe and protected since there's no additional recording devices that will help to keep them safe from crimes? Or is that not a great concern because you want to be able to boast about your accomplishment of a project that no one actually cared to complete in over 20 years? But I guess that's a memorable moment for you. You was next asked, what's your hobbies and your interests? You stated you enjoy your fur babies, which we know are animals. You then said that we are now empty nesters. I bet that must be a wonderful feeling that you and your husband are empty nesters. Instead, here's a glimpse of how I have to spend remembering my son. When I feel like I want to hug my son, you know what I have to do? An air hug. This is how I have to hug my son. When I feel like I want to talk to my son, I have to go to a grave site to talk to him. When I want to hear him laugh and joke and kiki, I have to now go retrieve videos in my archive that I stole, so that I stored just to hear his voice. But I'm glad you're an empty nester. Stanley, are you going to be an empty nester? Didn't think so. Must be a great feeling. Then you were asked if you could give one piece of advice to people that's interested in the public health service, what would it be? And it's funny that you said, stay true to yourself, always be honest, and act with the highest integrity. Don't let your job define you, but you must be fully committed to achieve your highest capability. Now, I'm curious exactly to what is being true to yourself. What does that mean to you? Is it concealing the truth, lacking empathy to suffering families, or is it displaying no morals or ethics? Or maybe this is your way of acting, as you stated, with honesty and highest integrity. And let's recall some of the things, as we know she's been in this chair for a while. In 2014, there was more than 50 police officers that protested outside the same city hall demanding you to resign. How about Rocky Salvatore? The chief, Michael Gregory, recommended that Rocky's employment be terminated after an internal affairs investigated and determined he violated the department's drug testing policy. Lori finalized that and made the final decision of termination. Rocky's failed drug test warranted him to get fired for breaking a policy, yet Mark Schoen has repeatedly broke policy countless of times. That even resulted in 3 fatalities, and yet Lori seems not to be able to make a final decision in terminating him. How convenient. How about September 2017? You guys may not know this, but let me inform you if you don't. With the incident involving Major Michael Johnson and Officer Mark Schoen, where Mark was pulled over for a speeding violation where he was traveling at a high speed of 97 miles per hour in a 65-mile zone. Funny enough, Mark's vehicle at that time had working dash cam that captured the entire incident, followed by body footage. So there was 2 things he had. How funny was that? Johnson even was heard admitting that he had violated and broke the law by speeding after realizing Mark was capturing the entire incident on footage. Internal Affairs indicated that speed is specifically listed as an example of behavior that would violate the city's unbecoming conduct rule. Yet Lori made the final decision to reject disciplinary recommendations and then began to insinuate the department was leaking information once the city was pressured to investigate that incident, because we all know they was going to hide that. Or how about Officer Ventre Finney, who was also fired by Lori for conduct unbecoming of a police officer, as Finner was involved in soliciting oral sex in a prostitution. Are Mark behaviors not unbecoming conduct of a police officer, Lori? Or are you still afraid if you discipline him, it may result in another attempt of him disclosing things you guys have been trying to cover up and hide for years? And I'm glad they spoke about today's the first day for Black History Month. So let's not forget Latasha Clemens. Do y'all know who she is? Let me tell you, in case you don't. She was to be honored and remembered for being the first Black female firefighter, but also holding the position as the first Black female deputy chief. She was to be honored with a mural that was set to reveal her image in honor. Yet Lori had her whitewashed and had her represented with a white female's image. You stole her most memorable moment as she was employed as a firefighter in Boynton Beach over 26 years. Yet you can recall your most memorable moment in approving a multi-million-dollar development just to say that you did what others talked about. But again, I'm gonna close with what Lori said. Let's be reminded. Always be honest and act with the highest integrity. Don't let your job define you, but you must be fully committed to achieve your highest capabilities. Some leadership.
My name is Esther, and I reside at 800 North Federal Highway, where y'all killed Stanley Davis. I just want to know, where is Chief Michael Gregory? No, that was a couple weeks ago. And I also understood that he was working from home. Lori, where's the chief of police? This is our third meeting, and he had the audacity not to show up. So that lets us know
behind you.
I'm sorry?
He is behind.
I was asking, where is he? Okay. We have some questions that you need to address. When are you going to be able to address the public questions?
So, excuse me. If you'd like to have a conversation with Mr. Gregory, you can do it outside. But we can't, this is public comments, this is the ability for you.
So we're just here to
excuse me, I'd like,
vent?
correct. We are able to hear what you have to say. This is not necessarily a question and answer phase of the city commission meeting. If you'd like to have a conversation about this for the city commission to discuss, we can have something on future agenda.
Okay, we've been asking for 3 weeks now, and nobody gave us a date when we can have questions. We can ask our questions and have answers.
So that would be up to the city commission to put something on the future agenda to have that item discussed as part of our ability of here as the governing board. So if that's what you're asking for, that is something that I'll ask the commission to do so we can speak at the next city commission meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes, Lori.
Mayor, the chief has hosted one meeting last week, and he plans to do additional, and perhaps if we can get your contact, we can
Lori,
reach
yes.
out to schedule something to sit down and do
So
that again.
the request is
Many times needed.
So we'll ask the community at the next city commission meeting discuss the workshop with the police chief. Does that make sense?
Yeah, he's available. If I don't know if he doesn't need to speak now, but yes, we were happy to
Okay.
do that and plan to do so.
Okay, so
Thank you.
that is what we will do, is that we will have at the next city commission meeting a planned workshop for a question and answering of what is going on in the Boynton Beach Police Department.
The family of SJ, out to y'all. I'm not going to pretend like I know how y'all feel, so I'm going to leave it at that. My name is Thomas Turkin, 132 Southwest 2nd Avenue. You know, ever since I decided to start, and you guys can start the timer, I want to play by the rules.
Thank you.
You know, when I decided to start to make the attempt to serve my community, I've been let down and discouraged. I wish Commissioner Katz was here so I could read him the email that he told me that it would be a tough road and that there's strong front runners ahead. Who emails that to a candidate asking? And to Commissioner Romulus, thank you for emailing me back and answering my phone calls on how to get started. I didn't hear anything back from you. To Ty Pensurga, at the Boynton Beach Christmas lighting, I walked up to you and I was happy to see a familiar face. I went to introduce myself and you snubbed me. And instead, you just continue to talk to the crossing guard, which I hope was a beneficial conversation for all the speeding that we see on Seacrest. And then I had to bug you to get a few moments of your time. Because at that point, I think I did believe in you. But I lost that. And I understand that there's been rumors and things that my signs have been illegal as well. We've proven that wrong. Everything is cordial. However, I've been hearing rumors from the citizens and residents of Chapel Hill and Forest Park that city employees were campaigning for you, Ty, and Merritt Hadeen. And I don't know if that's true. And I'm just letting you know what my neighbors told me. And, you know, those are just the things, you know, that I've noticed since I started this road. And I've got to say, you know, with respect to Commissioner Hay and, you know, Mayor Grant, I have not come in contact with you, so I'm not going to share any negative or positive feedback. However, I will say this, from the moment I started, there has only been one woman that I've trusted, that is solely trusted, that is equal and accountable for all, and she's sitting to my left, and her name is Crystal Gibson. And so, you know, I come from a background of organizational leadership, and when leadership fails, it's time to make a change, you know, and I don't want to, you know, I don't have much time left, but I do want to know, is there an answer on the shots fired in front of my house Friday night, early Saturday morning? I've sent multiple videos to the Boynton Beach Police Department, and we haven't heard anything. I'm not even sure if you guys know about that or not. I don't think it was intentional because I have faith in my community, but I'd like to hear a follow-up. I walked here. That's how close we are. And there's 6 children that live across the street. So if the police department isn't working, we need to look at leadership. If the city government isn't working, we need to look at leadership.
A request from Sharon Hobbs, who's on virtually, to speak next.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Hobbs. I'm the pastor of Greater St. Paul AME Church on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. I just want to thank you for your assistance and help and honoring the ones who can't speak for themselves on the Human Trafficking Awareness Walk in January. Thank you so much to the city, and we plan and hope to do it again on next year because it was greatly received, and we are getting more people aware, and we'll have more collaboration on next time. So if we could do this annually, we would be greatly appreciative of that. Thank you so much for allowing us to have it. To all of you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. I'm new at this, so I'm a little nervous. But I went to school with Tina Hunter. Let me introduce myself. I'm sorry. My name is Reverend Patricia Burgess Glinton. I'm a resident here. I think I've been here like 15 years. I followed my husband here to live here in Boynton. I live at 2206 Northeast 4th Court, Boynton Beach, Florida. I went to school with Tina Hunter. I hadn't seen her in years, but I saw the incident on TV. But my question is, I sat here, I was here like 5:35, and I hear you talk about the Friday night freaking frack or whatever it was, mental health. How could we sit here as citizens and residents and overlook a young boy getting killed after Christmas Day? And I saw some of the videos. You mean to tell me a grown cop that been on the force for so many years in an alley waiting on a child when he could have stepped to the gas pump and asked why didn't he call his mother? When I grew up, we knew I even know Deacon Hay. I went to church with Vice Mayor Deacon Hay. In my day, we knew cops, black and white. I'm 57 years old. We knew the cops. We grew up in a time, me and Tina, where if we got pregnant early in high school, we had cops come being mothers to us. Why couldn't the cop pull over? He was right at the pump. Everybody saw it. Okay? A kid on a motorbike, son, put the bike in the car. Get the kid and put him in the back of the seat of the car. Call his family. But we sitting here judging, should we let this cop stay on force? This is a no-brainer. 3 people been murdered by this cop. 3. How can you go to bed at night? How could you? I know some of y'all ain't worrying about that, but it could be any of our kids. It could be any of our kids. It can be your kid. How could you sit over meetings and not feel something? Talking about a Friday night movie theater when a young boy is in the mall, in the cemetery, and you know what's going on. I don't know all the history of Boynton, but I'm a community. I'm in the community, and it concerns me. And I even had problems with some of the Boynton cops. Gave me a ticket for nothing, but that's not why I'm here. How could you sleep at night knowing that a child, a 13-year-old that had potential, he could have been the next mayor? And we sit up here talking about freaking frack and eating on Friday. To me, that's crazy to me. That's all I have to say. That's crazy. A train cop. And then when it's something, I sat and watch in the back. I'm done. When it's seriousness to talk about someone's child dying, no one has answers. But I sat there and hear people talking about, oh, we're gonna do this on Friday. We got money for that. We're gonna donate this here. That cop needs to go. It's nothing else. We don't even have to talk about that anymore. Fire him. Fire him. Get rid of him.
I stand with Shannon Thompson family. I stand with Shannon Davis family, everybody, Davis family, everybody family. And, LJ is my family too. I want to talk about what Lori said as well. When she said, I just read her martial law, and I'm reading what she called an officer Mark Schoen a victim. Like, how is this piece of shit a victim? Since when did he become a victim? Like, if we, I know city officials in this city official is on to what's going on in Boynton page. And I know y'all see the rhetoric that they're getting on that page from these people that live in this city saying it was one Boynton. And it just, Lori been city manager since 2011. She's been in office 27 years. You've been city manager 12 years almost. Sara Deal got killed 2012. She was city manager, 1 year under her belt. Nothing happened to him. Jaden got killed. 5-year-old Jaden in Boynton Beach. Nothing happened. Now LJ.
Him, right there, him.
And now y'all telling us about
him.
His due process, 180 days.
Hi.
Ask for another extension for this guy. And then we started paying this guy our money in our community. We paying him to be home and looking at TV and watching us. Cause all he doing is sitting at home watching TV. He nervous. And then I'm seeing in the memo where Lori said about the victim, Mark Schoen, as she called him, a victim. She said we don't want to release his name because they'll find his address and all this crap. Lori, people know, I already know where he stayed.
They know.
Like I do. I know where he stayed. And that's not my main concern. I need for him his new address to be Department of Correction. And then he's saying this, and then Lori said again, you know, we have to worry about the God's family. But what about SJ mom?
I'm the grandma.
The threats that they're getting on what's going on in Boynton page. And the city officials that's on that page. And they say it's not black and white, you know, you see what you see. You only read what you see. Like, it's only white people saying these things. It's not black people saying these things. They coming up defending, trying to defend. I won't go in there and say nothing because I don't have good intentions. And the mayor, I got something for the mayor too. You know, everybody know in Boynton, me and the mayor have done a lot of things together. The last 4 years, me and this man have accomplished a lot of things. We have been to restaurants. We have done a lot of things. But boy, I tell you, that mask, it'll come off, it'll show itself sometimes.
Yes.
That mask, you see it there? It'll come off every now and then, and it slipped off because he was a human to the crash site. He was a resident from Boynton, and he thought about just for that second, that could have been my little Eleanor up there. That could have been my baby. But being now he come here, and Lori tell him, and then the PBA threatened him. The police department threatened him. God damn it, you said all that, Mayor. We get you out of here. We know you running for senator. We know you running for senator next year. You know you could just go ahead and be your lawyer. Go ahead and go back to your lawyer because we're going to make sure you're not the senator of this county of nothing because we know this here. If the mayor see anything, he's gonna be human at that site. But when he come back here in front of Lori,
Yeah.
and he come back in front of Ty, and he come back into the Christina Romulus, we have all the alligator tears. She does a lot of crying up there too, and it's nothing happened, nothing. You know, don't come for me, Tori. I'm coming for you today too. And Mr. Woodrow, hey, I got a lot of respect for him because I remember.
Did you touch it? Is the green light on?
Oh, it ain't. Oh shit. That's okay. Well, I remember one time I went.
Yeah. Make sure. Yeah.
Okay. I remember I went to Woodrow Hayes' house one time, and the police was out there. They were finna jump on us. He was active mayor, and they had all these black gloves out to the park. Do you remember this day? And he came out there. And he made all of them take the gloves off. Now I seen that with my own 2 eyes, so I know that this man here stand with us.
Really?
But we got to see it. Because now, that was just now. That was 10 years ago that happened. What happened to SJ just happened December 26, 2021, between the hours between 12:50 and 1 o'clock or whatever, you know. Like I said, that day I was up there with SJ at that barbecue stand. He got off that bike and he said, I said, damn, SJ, that's a nice bike. He said, yeah, man, I was good all year. I said, boy, that's nice. And Earl said to him, you want your chicken wings now? He said, nah, I'm gonna go get my gas and I'm gonna come right back. Trey was on the 4-wheeler. Trey said, well, I'm gonna eat mine right now, man. When you get back, you have to eat yours and then we're gonna go ride. And at the same, and then it was 2 polices. These kids off the bikes. It's one police at the church and one police at the Dollar General. These police from the neighborhood. They don't see the kids at threats. Day after Christmas, they could have easily came over there and just, they didn't move. Because they know Christmas, this is a culture in Boynton. This ain't something that just happened 3 years ago. This ain't something that happened 4 years ago. We've been riding dirt bikes since the 80s. Since I was a small type. Before that too, you know? And just to see the mayor and Lori sit up here and constantly put shade over our eyes, you know, keep telling us to keep coming back, due process, and knowing they could act right now and fire this officer. Why haven't you seen not one recommendation from the mayor to fire this officer yet? Why haven't you seen not one recommendation from not one person up there on that diocese to say, I recommend this officer be fired? That don't mean it's gonna be law, but you could recommend it in the public, because people can see that. And this PBA, this FHP, we need the feds in Boynton. We need the federal government in the city. We do not need these local jokers. They've been jogging us for years. Since they were little, since she was little. When I was little, and I'm older. I'm 44 going on 45. He's 70. She's 50. How much longer are we gonna keep seeing these bullies? Because they putting these bullies in, our vote don't matter. You putting these bullies in him. I'm just so, okay, I'm gonna end in a minute. I'm gonna say one more thing with what Shannon said. Shannon said that Lori said, you got to always have integrity at the end of the day. You got to always do the right thing when nobody else around or around. Always do the right thing. With the city of Boynton, the District 2, the people of District 2, and some of all over Boynton, is asking y'all to do the right thing. And because I'm just saying this in the I'm just asking, I'm just saying this in the purest way because I don't want to say nothing out the way. We is fighting for this baby, and we're gonna make sure this baby gonna have a park in his name. All this development y'all thinking about building up, think about putting this somewhere for this baby to have something for his name to be left out in this city for everybody to know. Because man, the things that happen in this city, we cannot stand another one of this to happen again. Whoever thought this stuff would touch our front door?
My front door.
Her front door. Her front door. That girl said she ain't got nothing to hug. I got one son. Lose his hand to the life of a pig. Man. Then like the lady said, you up here hollering about these movie night. Then you closed movie night when we were coming. But we not gonna make no more, but we just gonna pop up from now on. Every time y'all have something, we will be here. And it wasn't no excuse for you to close the movie last Friday because I came over here and checked the weather. It wasn't no wind blowing. It wasn't nothing blowing. I came over here and saw it for 30 minutes. Damn, I don't feel no wind. And my cousin, we had a big bag of popcorn. We don't want none of your snacks. We got our own pickets, our own signs, and we're gonna push this justice for this baby and accountability for the baby to every event that you have in this city.
Carmen Morris, Virgil. I stay at 333 Northwest 12th Avenue. I can recall the day that my grandson had this fatality. I was so distraught. I was hurting, I was crying. I said, this cracker done killed my baby. And I turned around and I said to you, excuse me, Mr. Grant, my bad. I'm not prejudiced at all. But the way that man ran my baby down, I ain't got no understanding. You see that? I ain't got no understanding. You say we were gonna get justice. Bro, all I hear is you ain't getting us nothing. You flipped the script on what you said that day. Now you got a whole nother demeanor. I don't even understand that. You came and you hugged me. You told me everything's gonna be all right. And I can't motherfucking tell it. Cause all this, I don't know none of y'all. I don't know nothing about politics. None of that. But bro, you told me. Then the next day, it's something else. None of that what you told me at the grave site. You don't remember hugging me? S.J. grandmama. You don't remember Mr. Grant? When you told me everything gonna be all right. When I said a cracker, but I said, excuse me, I ain't mean that like that. No. You remember? You told me everything was gonna be all right, but I don't see nothing. Everything y'all disclaiming, I'm talking about, y'all talking bad about my grandson. He was just 13 years old. He was a big dude, but he still was a kid. You understand me? I don't get this. I don't get it at all.
And I'm mad. Y'all sitting up here, Mark's on home with his family on paid and managed credit leave. My motherfucking money. I don't get it. While my son in the grave over there on Hapaloso, my grandson. I don't get that. I don't get no understanding out of that. You told me everything was gonna be all right. What happened? You done flipped the whole script. You done did, what it is. What you just said that to get some votes, bro? I'm talking about for real though. I'm hurt, dog. I'm hurt. My grandson on 13 years old, 21 days shy of his 13th birthday. You hear me? Just had turned 13. His Christmas gift. Y'all wrecked him out on that. No dash cam, no, none of that. But I got a DUI. Y'all got everything I said on that DUI. I'm doing a year probation. I got $1,000-something to pay. But y'all had the dash cam and the body cam. Hi. Y'all done did a murder, but ain't none of that. That's crazy. And I'm upset about my grandson. I'm really upset about my grandson. I need some, you see that? Justice for S.A. This is what we need. This is what I'm living for now today. My son and his baby mama, they mourning. Shannon, only child. Stanley, oldest child. We need some justice, dog. Really. 3 people that man done killed. And now he home sitting now, he watching me right now talk about his ass. And he getting paid. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I ain't got no understanding. We're gonna be here. Everything y'all have, we're gonna interrupt. Justice for SJ.
Durkin, I'll just
Sir,
need 8
no,
seconds.
sir, you already
It's not how
spoke.
that works.
Thank you.
If you'd like. So I have someone online that would like to speak. Dr. Stephanie Hayden Adiemo. You're currently unmuted. If you'd like to unmute your microphone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I'll put this in so you can hear me. Can you hear me better?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, I'm gonna make this very simple and short because my primary duty is standing in way of a citizen. My name is Dr. Stephanie Hayden Adiemo. I reside at 2181 Southwest 15th Avenue, condo N102, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33426. Again, I'm standing in the capacity as a resident, a longtime resident since 1994, and a returning resident as of 2000 after the World Trade Center. I have a son that was born within the city. I have nieces and nephew that was born in the city. I also have in-laws. And the way I'm connected to this sudden tragedy and murder is because my sister is related to SJ's uncle. Unfortunately, sometimes we say and speak things and we just say them in jest and generalization, but this is next to my home, right? I ran for mayor of this city. I gave a feudal race against you and 2 other individuals. And what I do realize is that in our city, there is nothing that does not have a checks and balance, right? That's the way government is set up, right? Ms. Laver, she put a great press release out and she wanted to pre-check so that she can be left blameless like she's done in the past with some of her sketchy judgment, whether she's releasing someone from their duty post because allegedly, oh, they made an error, oversight, but everything goes through her checks and balance. And what I can say tonight, like I said, a month ago, right? I believe that was 24 days. The clock is ticking. All the commissioners, the seats are going to change over. So you all will not be here. There will be new people sitting there, and you'll extend the time because you'll say, oh, this is new to us, we don't know. Then you have the IA department, they're going out a year plus, and you think that this is going to go away, but it's not. Because one thing I do know that I am persistent. I waited 7 years to run for mayor because I sat and watched and I attended meetings from 2016 until now. And what I do know is I asked for the then attorney who is still there and the chief of police who is no longer there. I asked them to resign. And at that point, y'all were looking for another attorney. And I said, it's not the attorney that should resign, it's the chief of police. I'm requesting again that Ms. Lavery submit her letter of recommendation, resignation, and that the commissioner, since you all already have voted on her contract, the new commission vote on a no confidence for the city manager and also the police chief. That is my request at this time. And I also want to go on record that I heard you state that you are having, or you can put on the agenda for a public audience meeting where they're asking you answers and question you, or they're asking Ms. Lavera. Which one? Can you clarify that, please? Or is it the police chief, or all three of you?
Dr. Hayden Adeyemo, first I want to thank your service to our city through the advisory boards. I don't know if
Can you give me a second, because I only have a certain time. Hold on one second. I'm just asking you for clarity. You don't need to congratulate me for my years of service. I know my years of service because I am the one that's living it. Can you just answer the question? It's not a discussion. You put on record that you wanted, that you were going to have an event. So can you tell me the steps and detail it so that in case we forget, it's on the record, how the steps they are supposed to request a public meeting with either the police chief, you, or Ms. Lavery, or the city attorney for questions. So can you detail that for us? You don't have to congratulate me for speaking because you gave me the issuance of the 3 minutes.
So what I would say is that on future agenda, it's on the agenda today, we can put an item for the city commission to direct the city manager to have a public workshop with herself, with the chief. And if the city commission wants to have a public workshop with the community, they are able to do that at a separate time. But that is how we would do it, is we would have a discussion at our future agenda item later tonight.
All right, thank you. I recuse my time to the next speaker.
Mr. Davis.
How you doing? My name is Pernell Davis. First off, I remember last time I was up here and I spoke to City Mayor Lori, and the conversation I had, and she kept putting her hand to her ear like I'm just a phone call away. Well, I called your office 3 times and didn't get a meeting yet. Yes, I did. I talked to Keisha. Whoever Keisha is that's answering the phones, that's who I talked to. And also to the chief, I called you too 3 times. I ain't get no feedback or anything from you either. Maybe you was on vacation still. And from what I'm seeing, I hear you said last time that we had to wait for the investigation to conclude. But while we waiting, we have a pattern that's already established. We have a pattern established of a person that don't follow policy. And stated before, when the officer didn't follow policy and IA got involved, that's when you decided to say, you know what, we should terminate him. So IA is involved again. You ready to terminate? Oh, okay. Also, I've been having a lot of time on my hands, so I've been going back and I've been watching a lot of these meetings. A lot of them. Because I ain't really got much to do. Y'all my priority. So I went back and I seen where you had a vote about some land by the Boynton Beach Mall. Yeah, I was going to use the land for development, and the people here was mad about trees. Y'all voted for every vote to push it along for development, and then those 20-some people came in here and screamed and cried at y'all, and y'all changed the vote. Y'all remember that? Absolutely, we remember that. So we cared about trees then, but we got a whole person that we care nothing about right now. We remember that? Oh, you don't remember, Laura? You probably, I don't know. And then I also, when I was looking in there, Commissioner Romulus, you stated, and I quote, "What is a kid's life worth?" You ever got the answer to that question? What is a kid's life worth? Oh. Then I also seen where y'all had to deal with Kim Kelly down the street at the wing spot, and this new development was coming that y'all wouldn't push her out, and she had her people come in here and speak about it. And then y'all changed your mind in to make sure that she stayed over there. So all this new development going on, we leave the old stuff, right? And then we worrying about money. We talked about your accomplishment over the 20 years that you love, that you got City Hall made, and everything was redone. Okay, good. I like City Hall. It looks pretty nice, but it don't look that good with these empty lots next to it. Can you and the city attorney tell us really what happened? That's a problem. The City Hall is here, it's nice, it's looking good, and we got vacant lots right next to it. That's a problem. So we're still fighting for our money. So city attorney, you get money on the front end of the deal because you do the contracts and everything. Then city attorney, you get money on the back end of the deal while we suing because you just steady going to court charging. All right? So you making money in the front and the back. Why would you care to get it handled? It looks good to us. Every other city got a downtown but us. There's no vacant lots in Delray downtown. If it is, they ready to put something there. I feel that's a problem. Also, the situation about Latasha Clemens, which I think is tragic. So that situation was happening in 2019. 2019, well, I feel like that was a problem. That was a real black eye for the city. Now, you mean to tell me in early 2020 that the city manager get a 17% raise? $34,000 raise. In 2019, the average income for the city of Boynton was $29,000. So your raise was more than average people made here. How is that fair to the community that you serve to take that money from the city? City that you don't even live in. So it's easy to call shots. And then you don't have to be policed by these police because they don't live where you live. Gated community, Winston Trail, it's pretty nice over there. They probably got y'all own police. A security guard riding around Rover every night, making sure everything is all right in the country club over there. Probably got dash cam in the security guard car. While we're here paying our taxes and doing what we got to do for a force that's unequipped. We spoke about body cams. We don't even see a body cam. That's under Marcy's law too, that we can't see the body cam? Or did he not have that on? These questions we want answers to. But you wrote in your memorandum all the stuff that you can't do. Well, what can you do? Don't give me the, oh, my mic off. Well, don't give me the one call away thing because I called 3 calls. she's going to be a part of the Q&A? Because you said we can have one, because I want some answers, because I can't get you privately to come speak with me. Every person up here that I spoke with them privately, they was grateful enough to take my phone call, whatever concerns and questions I had, they did answer the questions. But the two people that are pretty pivotal to this investigation, this whole process, never returned a call. The chief and the city manager. Is she gonna be a part? Please, because she
So
could.
I did receive a note from our city manager that there's a police town hall scheduled for February 22nd, 2022.
That's too long.
And so you want it sooner?
That's too long. We've been waiting all this time. Why we got to keep waiting?
So then what the city manager said is that they'll work with the chief to do something next week.
Oh, she gonna work with the chief. He don't work with nobody else.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, we'll be ready for that meeting next week.
Okay.
And also, Mr. Hay, I got heat for you too. This is your district. This is whatever happened here happened in your district. So technically that's on your watch. You should be at the forefront of everything. You should be the main person demanding justice. But due process do take too long. And like Dr. Hayden stated, it's gonna be new people in these seats that they ain't gonna have a care in the world. So we need this stuff done now. We definitely need it done now. I propose tonight that we amend the meeting and we try to vote Ms. Lori out. We need 4 votes. We have 1 commissioner that's not here, but if we get the 4, his vote don't matter. Are we allowed to vote her out tonight, Mayor?
That would have to be something that the commission decides.
Well, y'all can decide. We would love to take a recess.
I'm not hearing anything from the commission.
So the commission don't want to vote tonight.
No, I as the chair of the meeting, I can't create the motion.
So Commissioner Hay, would you like to amend the meeting?
I want to wait to see what the results of this investigation is, okay?
All right.
And like I told you before, I am going to follow what policies and procedures are. And what we have to do is change what's on the books.
Change what?
You cannot do it that way, okay?
But it's a part of the law for the city. That's in the bylaws that we could ask you guys to vote out the city manager. That's why it's the super majority. That's a part of policy, right or wrong? That's not right?
My focus is on SG, whether you believe that or not, okay? And
all right,
we want to see the facts. We want to see the facts on what really happened. And that's what I talked to you about. And
okay, I got you. So Mayor Grant, you don't want to?
Yeah. For myself, the fact is that the aspect of the next commission, are they going to have the same city manager, the same city attorney? And so on the future agenda, I was going to say that is that we can ask for the qualifications of the city manager along with other city managers. We can ask for the qualifications of the city attorney and for the other city attorney. But no, I don't feel that we need to change the captain of the ship right now. We have to have more information. And that's where we are at right now,
All right, sounds good.
or where I'm at. I'm sorry.
All right. So I just like to know where we stand. So now I know where we stand. I know where we stand, Mr. Hay. I understand.
So can we vote her out next city commissioner meeting?
It's good. We just want to know where we stand, and I know where we stand.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have a few hands raised, so I'm going to go do some for the virtual. Cameron Simmons. You're currently self-muted. I'm going to go to the virtual attendees who have their hands raised who have not spoken before. Cameron Simmons, you have to unmute your microphone before you're able to speak. All right. Okay, I'm going to go to the next person. We have Kimberly Stevens. You're currently self-muted. Kimberly. Next, I have Jada Morris. Or Cameron Simmons. Please unmute your microphone if you'd like to speak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all doing today?
We're doing well. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Cameron Simmons, 239 Northeast 13th Avenue, Boynton Beach, Florida, born and raised. I'm calling in support of SJ. The things that's going on with you all prolonging this investigation, it's uncalled for. And you all say you all want to see what the investigation details, but you got the Florida Highway Patrol investigating this situation. So when, like Tori stated, when are we gonna get the feds in here to make sure we have a proper investigation? That is a question. I know you all aren't gonna answer it, but thank you and have a great night.
Thank you. All right, I have Gregory, District 1 Hartman, if you'd like to speak. You're currently self-muted. Mr. Hartman, you have to unmute your microphone. It seems to not be working for you. I'll try and come back later. Kimberly Stevens, your microphone is self-muted. You have to unmute your microphone in order to speak.
Yeah, that was me. All right, cool. Let me try this one more time, Tom.
I'm hearing somebody. State your name and address for the record.
It's Gregory Hartman. How you doing? Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
All right, great. So I have my daughter here at the computer. It's not quite the best IT help with me. My name's Gregory Hartman. I live in Gulfview Harbor, 1083 Southwest 25th Place. Wanted to just make a comment about the Toys R Us on Congress Ave. It's kind of just become semi-truck parking right now. It doesn't really seem that that's the intention for that parking lot. It's kind of become an eyesore along Congress. I'm not familiar with the ordinances off the top of my head, but I'm not sure if that's quite allowed for the city, and it's certainly become an eyesore in the area. I don't think it makes people feel better going to Panera Bread. I don't know if we can send someone out from code for that, or if that's just something we kind of have to deal with the property owner. But I was just wondering if there's anything we could do at the city level to maybe turn that parking lot just back into a parking lot, not semi-truck parking. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have someone named Justice for SJ, if you'd like to speak. You have to unmute your microphone. Justice for SJ. All right. Okay, I'll try get back to you later. All right, so I'm going to allow the audience to speak and come back to the people who are online.
Bryce Graham, Second Vice President for the National Network Central Florida Chapter. We told you, we are not going away. Now let's dispose of the lies that have been coming from this city. I've checked from Tallahassee to Miami-Dade about K9 unit cars having dash cam. And all of them have told me that their cars are equipped with dash cam. So what is the problem here in Boynton Beach that your K9 unit cars are not equipped with dash cam? Is that not allotted in your budget to make sure that every car is serviced with a dash cam? Since when are your vehicles not equipped? I've checked with West Palm Beach. They're equipped. Riviera Beach, they're equipped. Tallahassee, they're equipped. Miami-Dade, they're equipped. But when I hear about Boynton Beach, they're not equipped. Something is not just wrong in Boynton Beach, but it is rotten in Boynton Beach. And we have come to make a disposal of it every time we come to these city meetings. And let's talk about it. You are denying this family meetings, private meetings, as public officials. Shame on you. Glory. Absolutely shame on you. And then you want to offer us public meetings. We want meetings in private so that we can know what's going on. So tonight, city manager, I advise that you pick up the phone. I don't care who you get the number from. Call this family, because they said that they have. Schedule a meeting before next week. Chief, I need you to get on your A game, because if not, I'm going to call for your resignation as the chief of this city, because it seems like all of you all are sweeping stuff under the rug. And I came to tell you, as I have told you once before, the searchlight is on, and we ain't come to play. We're going to clean house until house is clean. So I've come to tell you, we have demands. Let's start scheduling meetings. Let's get this dash cam video released. And if not, we're going to the next level. Mr. Mayor, I know you have your name in the senator's race for this great state of Florida, but I don't know if you're going to win like this, because every time you say you're with this community, you have retracted and retracted, and you want us to support you? No way. So our demands tonight, as we have been requesting, release the video and ultimately release the name of this officer who brutally chased down SJ. We want justice, we want accountability, and we want full transparency, because it is lacking in this city.
My name is Lakeria Hickman. I resign at 1990 Northwest First Street. Lori, more of the story. We need you to resign.
Stanley Davis, the father of SJ. You know, we sitting there, like you say, we had meetings with everyone. Like you say, Mr. Hey, this your district. It's been going on far too long, man. We got people that's not even a part of this district that's willing to fight for us. You stood up at my son's funeral and told us we had your vote. Now you're backtracking. I'm a man. Me as a man, if I say something, I'm gonna stand on it. I don't give a damn how nobody else feel about it. Mr. Mayor, you as a man, put yourself in my shoes. If that was your child, you'll want actions. So I can't sympathize for you guys when y'all sit here and tell me, oh, we can't do this, or I don't want to do this, or the investigation is ongoing. Now, if we like you see, we got a following. You got people that's, you know, they feeding off of our fuel. Like far as things been going on in this community. Now this shit can easily go the other way. I'm a patient man, but I'm running out of patience. I have nothing. I have another child, but to my other child, I'm not his dad. I'm nothing right now. So I have nothing to lose. And I want you all to understand where I'm coming from. I'm a patient man, but I can get violent, which means this shit can go a whole nother way. And I don't care for it. I don't care at this point. Y'all can lock me up. Y'all can do whatever it is that y'all feel like y'all have to do, but I'm becoming impatient, meaning I'm not getting no answer. I'm not getting no solution. I'm not getting nothing. People sit here, y'all all go home to y'all family. I have nothing. I have an empty home. I have a child that I never see walk through the door again. And for you to be a man, it's no way I can go back on what I say. Like right now, I don't give a fuck that the police in here. Whatever they're gonna do to me, they're gonna do to me. I'm gonna stand on whatever it is that I feel in my heart. I'm not gonna let nobody make me feel otherwise. And here it is, Mr. Hayes, this your district, man. I haven't seen you. You're supposed to be a front runner. You're supposed to stand on what's going on in this community if you're for this community. And I'm not a bashful person. I don't care to get up here and disrespect you. But I'm gonna speak what I feel, regardless of how you feel about me after this meeting. I respected you as a man prior to this incident. You didn't have to get up to that funeral and say nothing because I didn't need it. So once you said what you said, you were supposed to stand on what you said. That's being a man. I taught my son that, 13 years old. If my son did something, he was accountable for it. Because me as a man, that's what I instilled in my child. Now you as a man, how did that make you feel to look another man in his face and tell me that you gotta wait for something when you got the opportunity? I'd rather you say, you know what, yeah, we'll take the vote today. And then you just said no, rather than tell me you wanna wait. Because that ain't what you said at the funeral. And we ain't asked you for that. You decided to give us that. Mr. Grant, you got kids roaming around here, but the difference between me and you is the skin color. So your kid won't be police like my kid will be. In my community, kids love the police, but over here they don't. They fear the police. So y'all don't see that that's a problem. I'm not saying he should or shouldn't be fired prior to this incident. Anybody with common sense will know to take him out of that environment and put him in a whole nother area. But the reason why y'all didn't, because y'all know the police that he was. He couldn't go nowhere else and police the way he do. So here it is. You guys have the power to make a change, and nobody's making change. Now, if we go into uproar, then we're gonna see action. But it's gonna be blood being shed. Not saying that's the proper way to go, but it seems when things get to moving, when people get to making people of power uncomfortable. And we shouldn't have to do that. We be in peace. I guarantee, I honestly believe that's what y'all want. So y'all can paint this picture of us being these animals. Y'all can justify what happened to my child. I'm trying to be patient, but how patient do you expect me to be when I'm looking at his mom? His mom's stronger than me. I call her crying. And I'm supposed to be the man. So that shows you how broken I am. And it shows you what I no longer have. I don't have time. You guys want time. It's been over a month. I heard nothing but broken promises. What you can and can't do. And it's not fair to us. It's not even me. It's the community. The community is yearning for change. Y'all fail to do so. Only thing we asked was for a vote. Mr. Hayes, I respect if you said no upon the vote. I respect that. I can accept that. I understand life. Things will always go my way. But as a man, I can't respect you telling me to wait. You lost a child, so you understand how I feel to lose a child. But you didn't lose a child to violence, so you ain't gonna understand my anger, pain, and rage. Like I say, y'all people in position that can make change. If I got up here and did something stupid, I'll be held accountable right then and there. I know that, like I say, I done been in trouble. The state attorney never had to wait before they formally charged me with anything. I was arrested right then and there and had to prove my innocence later. I don't understand what it's taking for you guys to do what y'all supposed to do. Like you're saying, I ain't asking for a whole lot. I'm only asking what's right. Like you say, Lord, we reached out to Lord 3 times, heard nothing. We reached out to the chief of police, I heard nothing. Like he reached out to me prior to the bike ride we had and told me about the martial law. But he's the same person that we asked to change the narrative about my son. He said he couldn't. We wasn't given that opportunity for martial law at the scene of the crime. And my son was a 13-year-old victim. My son's being criticized. My son is being talked about bad. And a lot of this was going on the scene of the crime. And I'm asking you, Commissioner, why wasn't we granted that opportunity for martial law? My son is displayed all over the world. And here it is, an official, an officer that's sworn to serve and protect. He's been portrayed as the victim. And my son, the animal. So here it is, me viewing and seeing all this, you guys still want me to have patience. Like I said, my boy is 13 years old, man. I'm a wreck. My family know, nobody never seen me weak. When you see the definition of solid, strong, that was me. I don't care what the problem is, we're going to fix it. Don't worry about it. Whether I had to make it happen, we made it happen. But, you know, like I say, his mom's stronger than me. I don't know why I would be without her. And me and her wasn't the closest friends prior to this incident. But at times I need her to help me get through mental. I don't eat, don't sleep. I get up 12 o'clock now. That show you my whole day is nothing. Nothing get accomplished, whether it's my business or anything. I had my brother go pay my light bill the other day. My lights was off. I didn't give a damn to go pay him or not. My lights don't go off. Nothing don't go off at my house. Because I no longer care about life anymore. So I'm showing you what I have to lose. So if it's going to take for me to start doing dumb shit to get action, then that's what I do for my child. Tired of being peaceful and patient and getting no results. On the scene that day, things could have got ugly that day, but we choose to keep it peaceful. Oh, how much did y'all expect for us to like just sit back and be disrespected? Lord, you didn't reach out to us. Like you said, Mr. Hayes, everybody else on this right side of this board, we contacted when we got an answer. Chief of police, we ain't get an answer. And that shit is disgusting. And I'm not up here to disrespect and embarrass nobody. What I'm trying to say is, people in position, y'all say y'all for this community, y'all should make the best decisions and choices for this community. It shouldn't take for us to be disrespectful, rude, or violent for y'all to understand where we're coming from. This is just far too long. Like, things gotta change, man, or it's gonna get ugly. And I'm not saying that to be, it's no threat. It ain't just me. Things are patient and things is nonviolent because of me. Only thing I have to say is go, and it's gonna happen. Whether y'all feel like I'm that powerful or not as powerful, that's what it would be. People tired, man. It's time for y'all to vote. Mr. Hayes, man, I can't stomach what you just said, man. When we had that meeting, man, I don't even talk much. But I'm talking now to hurt. Like, I can't stomach this, man. It ain't right. Y'all gotta make a change, man.
Hello, I'm back. So first, we're at our third meeting and we're still begging. I'm Kayla Franklin. We're at our third meeting. We're still begging for something so simple that you guys have the power to do. Like, I really want to know, what will you guys lose if y'all let this cop go? You're not gonna lose your $250,000 a year salary, or it's more now, I'm sorry. You won't lose that. Y'all, like, what would y'all lose? I want to know.
You mean the Florida statute for the Officers' Bill of Rights? Are you familiar with? So what the city manager mentioned in 112 is that the state legislature created a double standard for officers where they have the right for a full investigation before they have the opportunity to make a statement.
Mhm.
Anything that affects the full investigation can allow for that officer to not seek any repercussion
Mhm.
for many of their actions.
Oh.
And so that is where the city is that we're not doing anything that would deny justice for SJ, even though the time, it seems that we are waiting. But this is what the aspect of doing the investigation, that we have to have FHP give us the results. And so that is where the current law is from the Tallahassee, that there is a double standard where if an officer views somebody that they feel like they committed a crime, whether they did or didn't, they have that ability to arrest them. It is not the same thing.
Okay, so Ms. Lori, when the other officer drug test, he failed his drug test, it took this long, y'all had to do all that with Tallahassee and everything for you to fire him? You telling me, yeah? Okay. But, okay, thank you for that. Mayor Grant, because you have a lot to say tonight, and I actually like that. My problem is, it's not like reputable, because, you're known for recanting, right? But outside of that, me and you were on the phone when, outside of you coming to the scene saying that, the city and the officer is responsible. You remember you said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. You said that. And I want to say, was it our first meeting, Shannon? When I asked you, I was a little late, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. I missed the whole recanting thing, but I asked you personally, what's going on about you recanting this, that, and the third? You remember what you told me? Your wife told you to say that, and you went back and said it because your wife told you to say that. Your wife, not the mayor. You just sleep with her. You are the mayor. So you went back on a statement regarding a 13-year-old child's life because your wife, I need more time. Your wife told you to say that. You remember you said that to me. He said that, right? Okay.
And so
Here we go. You about to take it back again. Go ahead.
now I would like to say is that people were making threats, and they currently are still making threats, as we're aware of this.
The Caucasian people was making threats to you because you stood on what was right when it came to SJ life, right?
And,
Right?
and so what I said is that my incomplete statement, that the city and police.
You didn't tell me
are
that. You didn't tell me that. When I asked you, I said, what is it? No, you're not gonna overtalk me. When I asked you, because you came up to me And I asked you, what is this about you recanting? Because prior to you making that statement about the city and the officers responsible, you was on my phone when we asking about having the repass and all of that at Ezel Hester. Oh, yeah, because we're gonna make right of this situation because this is wrong. Whatever you need done, we're gonna get done. You said that to me.
And what ended up happening?
Yeah, that's why we're here.
Are you saying that?
You told me we was gonna make right of the situation. You ain't did nothing to make right.
I was talking about the situation regarding Ezel Hester.
No, you wasn't. No, you were sitting.
You gave me a call that night.
That night. This was in the daytime when we first was trying to figure it out. You were sending me your condolences and we were talking about it. Don't do that. Here you go, recanting again. Like you're not like, you losing like more and more respect. Instead of you standing on your word and saying, I did say this and I did say that, like you just going back on it. And that's not what real men do. That's not what leaders of a city should be doing. Or a future wannabe Senate. Yeah, it's just real troubling. Like, y'all want us to be these law-abiding citizens and this, that, and the third, but y'all supposed to be leading and y'all ain't leading how y'all want us to follow. I don't know what to say.
I have nothing more to say.
All right. Next, Mr. Hayes. Stanley spoke on it about, you coming, when you came to the funeral, right? And you told us that you gonna make right of the situation again, but I specifically remember you saying, all it takes is however many votes, and you got mine. Didn't you say that? Okay, you said that. So for you to, he said that. Yeah, I remember. Okay. So for you to sit here now when we're trying to get through this, because y'all get to go home and sleep and live y'all life, how y'all live y'all life. Like nothing changed about y'all life since December 26th, but all of our lives have been altered, okay? Some of us can't sleep, can't eat, losing weight, gaining weight because we depressed. Like nothing changed about y'all life, so we get it, y'all don't care. The problem is, like Miss City Manager said, when she got the position, she got it to care. But y'all don't care. You don't care, Lori. You care about your $250,000 salary. You really don't care. And that's why we're really asking you to go. You a millionaire now. So it's just like, you just need to go ahead and go. Let somebody else in that actually care. Because I'm just not understanding, what are you losing by letting this officer go? The same way you let that officer go who failed the drug test, a drug test. Y'all probably be doing drugs. So you had to let this man go, or female, whoever, let the officer go from a drug test, but you won't let an officer go that's responsible of 3 lives. You got 3 bodies in a cemetery, 3. And you letting somebody go without question for a failed drug test. But for Mark, it's like, it's so much. You gotta wait for investigations. You gotta wait for this and wait for that and wait for this and wait for that. We didn't have to wait to bury my nephew. Y'all ain't have to wait to send out all them reports. Y'all ain't wait for none of that. My nephew was on that ground when the first article came out about who he was and what he did, before all the facts. When y'all chief of police was out there gonna make sure everything get right again. Like y'all always try to tell us that to our face, but when y'all get in front of y'all colleagues and all these other people, y'all like recant. So, when is the meeting? And how y'all gonna let us know about the meeting? Cause y'all have a meeting and tell us that, oh, y'all had the meeting and they ain't invite nobody. So when is the meeting?
I don't have that answer.
When will we know? Who's the point of contact?
So my original plan was that at the next city commission meeting, we would let everyone know, because.
That's too long. That's gonna be the 4th meeting.
So then when, the aspect of it is that the city manager.
That next week. So next week, we got the 7th, 8th, 9th.
Correct. I don't know when. It's something we would have to be able to not to.
So you see what it looked like to us though? Like y'all keep trying to push it back because y'all not gonna be in the chair.
I tried to explain what I know that I could say is that if we have the meeting after February 15th, we could tell you at February 15th. At this meeting, we can't tell you when it's going to be.
So February 15th, you could tell us that it could be a meeting. Can you assure that it'll be
No,
before?
on February 22nd is when it was already scheduled. So I can tell you that on February 22nd, there's a scheduled meeting, and then on February 15th, all the details for that meeting. Is that correct?
So the 15th is the meeting. Wait, say it again.
So the 15th is the city commission meeting where we have all the details for the meeting on the 22nd.
Are we invited to that on the 15th?
Yes,
That's this.
that's this.
Okay. And that meeting's supposed to be held on the 22nd.
Correct.
So by then we would have been waiting 2 months since my nephew was killed for a meeting. And that was another thing I had for you, Mr. Hayes. You tried to cut us off when we were talking about voting, and you said your focus was on SJ. However, why are we now penciling in him in an agenda? Why he ain't been a part of an agenda when he was killed by y'all officer on the 26th? Why today, when we're asking about voting homegirl out, you talking about your focus is on SJ? How? Like, why now? Why it ain't been about SJ when you decided to come stand up at the funeral on January 8th? Why now? Mr. Hay, I'm asking a question. Mr. Grant got a lot to say tonight, but he recant too much, so I can't even trust what he say.
This is one of those situations where,
Hey, y'all, wait.
and that's part of the reason why I haven't responded, because the interruption. And it's one of those situations where whatever I say is not going to be the right answer. But let me say this. When I was at the church, okay, and I say what I said, I meant that. But also, it was my error not to say within the law. And this is what I have been saying all the time, okay? We have policies and procedures on the books that I, don't necessarily agree with, but we have to operate within the guidelines and the law, okay? So when I say that, if I may talk, when I say that it takes 3 votes to do things, I didn't think I had to say within the law, okay? Because I'm not going to do anything outside what the policies and procedure and the law says.
And we're not asking you to.
I'm not. Here's the thing that will cause us to be subjective to possibly paying fines and going to jail.
Okay. I get that. So when Pernell was up here and he was speaking about the policy, and part of the policy is for majority ruling and voting out. That's the part of policy, correct?
I think you know the answer to that. Yeah.
That is. So why did y'all go around that question when we could have handled that? That's within the law. That's what you said, voting within the law. That's within the law because y'all got it like written down. Just like y'all got a pursuit policy that people don't tend to follow. So
I don't have the final report, okay? And I told you that from the beginning. I told everybody that. I haven't backed away from that, okay? So what you're saying, okay, I'm trying to let you know that I'm going to wait for the final report that we get from FHP, all right? And when I get that, I will decide on what I'm going to do.
in cases like this, how long does it take for a report to come in?
I don't have that information.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, I can. I have a question. The city of Boynton, you can huff puff till you blow the house down. I don't care. The city of Boynton is the only city that has red camera lights. So he ran a red light. So there should be cameras of all his action. Why can't we get that since we don't have no dash cam? Why can't we get that?
Are you talking about Boynton Beach Boulevard and Federal?
Oh, yeah. There's red light cameras. If you run a red light camera, you're gonna get a ticket at your house. Only the city of Boynton still have that.
From my knowledge, there is no red light camera at that intersection.
From my knowledge, you look like you high as hell, but that's besides the point. Let me go, because I'm gonna go to jail.
All right.
Can you please go back to those online?
Yep.
Kimberly Stevens, she said her microphone was unmute and you didn't let her talk.
I will look for her. Kimberly Stevens. I currently unmuted her microphone. Her microphone is unmuted if you. All right. I'm going to let the person, if you don't mind, you can speak. And if Ms. Stevens interrupts, we'll let her know she's next.
All right. For the record, Lolanda Bird Davis. I'm also one of Stanley's aunts. I posed a question at the last meeting via webinar about, did you guys come together to have a meeting regarding my nephew? And in its entirety of what has unfolded, you told me no. Here we are at another meeting and he's not even a part of the agenda. So I'm asking, how do we make this a part of your future agenda, for one? Because it's not going away. Lori, you stated in your memorandum about what's in your power and what you can do as far as hiring and firing, etc. You stated you can't do anything while the investigation is going on, correct? But at the end of your statement, it did not say anything about you can't do anything. You stated that after the investigation is over, that you could take a recommendation from the chief. So then that lets me know that it's still in your power to fire after this investigation is over. So it doesn't release you from your duties. It does not release you from doing what's right. So the problem is we're running out of patience with the whole investigation, but it does not remove you from having the power to fire. So if you are going to uphold integrity, if you're going to uphold your title, we are looking for you to uphold your duties, because every other situation, you have been the common denominator, whether someone stays or someone goes. So we need you to uphold your abilities as well, not to seem as if you cannot do and that you cannot perform, but to actually perform. The other issue is that you guys won't be here as this situation prolongs and is dragged out. So how can we ensure that he is giving his due process, that he is giving his opportunity for justice? Because again, even though you're here, sitting here day in and day out, week after week, how do we know that he will have a fair opportunity for his voice to be heard? I asked the question.
So you're asking, let me see if I get the question correct. Is that how do we continue to make sure that we get justice for SJ?
Yes, when you change over power to whoever comes in as commission, because there's an issue that he won't be heard, that will be swept under the rug. So how can you guys actually, from transitioning out and grooming the next people in about the issue that's ongoing? And how can we make this issue be a part of your agenda? Because this is going into weeks and weeks, we're not leaving. So this needs to be a part of your future agenda.
And that is something that the commission can do when we get to our future agenda item on today's meeting.
So you're gonna get to it today.
Correct.
Thank you. We're gonna be here until you get to it.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do apologize. I'm not for Kimberly Stevens. I'm not able to get her through the GoToWebinar platform. I do have two more people that I'll try again also who have their hands raised. Jada Morris. If you could unmute your microphone, Jada Morris. I have Quentin Davis.
Back again, another week, looking at your damn face, acting like you don't give a damn. It's sad that the family have to continuously ask y'all for something that they shouldn't even have to. But I'm gonna tell everybody the real reason y'all won't get rid of that officer, and that's why you sitting right there with that look on your face, is because that officer is doing y'all dirty work. Everything that y'all want to do and y'all don't have balls to do, y'all sending that officer out there to fuck up our lives, kill our children, and to just fuck us up all the way around. But like I said, God sit high and look low. And every day that you come to work and you have that stupid ass look on your face, he gonna see about you. That's all I can say, sir.
Hi, Ernest McNulty. I live at 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach, about a block from where the incident happened on the 26th of December. I happened to be in and around Federal Highway in that area working on a reckless driving video thing of how police in the city don't protect children and handicapped trying to cross the walk or anything. So I'm videoing police cars not doing their job, and then all of a sudden, what happens, happens. And then, not just as a concerned citizen, but as a press person, and this city all knows that I do press work all over the world, and right now, mostly in New Jersey, New York, and now in Boynton Beach. And what happened was, I was very close to the scene, and when I tried to get near it, and I was talking to, I think, some of the family and some of the actual witnesses, and I'm witnessing it, right? One of the police officers, which I have on photo, told me, you have a press pass? I said, yeah. He says, you Ernest McNulty? I said, yeah. He says, you need to leave. You can't take pictures or video. I said, well, wait a minute. I'm 200 feet behind the yellow line. You have a lot of other people standing much closer, and you're telling me to leave. And you know, when Boynton Beach police are trying to cover something up and they tell you to leave, you better leave. So I walked away. And then I wound up about 600 feet, and I was still able to get what I needed. And then since I lived right there, I kept coming back all day on foot, because every aspect of that incident is important. From Martin Luther King Boulevard to Ocean, including Boynton Beach Boulevard and Federal. Every building, every witness, every mark on the road, every sign, where every police officer was, who was the patrol commander inside, who knows where everybody was, who was taking the calls. What's an officer doing sitting there? I don't want to use the word stalking, but that's basically what it was. And, you know, you're not on a radio, you're not on a body cam, you're not on anything. So let me not get too much, but so then I get involved, very involved with this police department. I mean, you know, they know me, the mayor knows me. My neighbors tell me they all work together, how much they hate me, all the building department and all the inspectors. They're all telling everybody, oh, you better be careful, Mr. McNolly. The mayor, the counselors, they all hate you. Excuse me, you can't hear me? No, oh, this thing, sorry. Sorry. So let me kind of talk about what's important here, okay? The Florida Highway Patrol is very conflicted with the Boynton Beach Police. They hang out at the Goodyear together. They go party together. These people are so conflicted. So I'm a pretty smart person. It's probably my only quality, but I'm smart. So I said after this, you saw in the paper, the Florida police said, if you have any information, call, right? So they said, you know, very difficult. I said, listen, you know, I live right there. I witnessed a lot of this. Okay, come in. We met for 2 hours. The Florida Highway Patrol, on my sworn testimony, in their conference room. Can I tell you something, how conflicted they are? And how much they didn't want to hear. And here's what they didn't want to hear. And everybody should hear this now. And one of the problems I'm having with the news coverage here, that's why you notice I'm taking pictures of the news coverage. Because when you look at the news coverage, that happens to be controlled by who you're looking at up here, by the way, all the stories are watered down. They're all watered down, and it's all a cover-up. And that's why your chief never stops texting during these meetings. Look at him over there. He's over there texting, oh, you know, what can we do to shut this down? What are we going to look, the Boynton Beach Police Department Internal Affairs Unit under Captain Spates is so corrupt for the last 10, 12 years minimum. If you go into the cases like you can, like I do with Oprah's and other things, while this whole group up here denies most of your Oprah's, they give you all these silly reasons. And then this fancy lawyer here says, oh, you can have the information, but it'll be $7,000. You know, let me tell you something. The only way everything is going to work correctly in this whole situation and in this city is if no one to my left is here after March 8th. And I mean no one here. Not the gentleman running for mayor for sure. That's who I mean. That's number one. I mean, if that gentleman somehow manages to get elected mayor, don't expect any justice. Don't expect Boynton Beach to change. This city needs a real change, and that includes everybody I'm looking at. Now, you don't have to worry about the mayor. He's gone. You don't have to worry about Romulus. I think that's how you pronounce her name. She's gone. And who else is gone? Katz is gone, right? Am I right? He's gone. Who you have to worry about is Hay and Mr. Pensac. That's who you have to worry about. But the problem is you need another mayor. Because if that gentleman gets in at mayor, it's going to be the same old thing. And let me tell you, in my research, what I can tell you about everybody up here, including the city lawyer from Fort Lauderdale, for 30 years here, you have no idea what this law firm has done in this city in terms of special deals, deals with developers, deals for cops, deals to cover firemen up, drunks, sex offense, all kinds of stuff going on here. Okay, and a lot of you look like, oh, you know, I don't know. You seem like, you know, you don't like this. I didn't really want to get into this, but can I tell you something? When I saw that kid laying there, I said, you know what? I feel like that's my kid. And I said, I'm going to get involved big time. And I don't care how many of these characters threaten me. They come to my house. The police come to my house and threaten me. You know, they think it's funny. You think it's funny, right, Chief? Wherever you are, hiding out with that fake COVID. This is an excuse for everything, COVID. Yeah. And then you got that Spates, the internal affairs guy, Maurice. You don't want to know his record of covering things up. And his record with this city manager and this city lawyer, forget about it. I'm telling you, the police, the firemen, and city officials that they've gotten off for crimes, corruption, stealing, and everything is amazing. So what does it come down to? And look now, no more camera. What? Oh, but you missed my part. What? You're with the Palm Beach Post, right? You're the one that is close to the mayor, aren't you? Yeah, I know. Watch the way they cover this tonight. The lady sitting here from the press, the guy leaving, and the lady in the dress in the back. Watch how they water down this whole thing.
I mean,
and you know what else is frightening? If you look.
Excuse me, Mr. McNolly?
Oh, I have to talk to you?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll say this to you. If you look at what you all have allowed on your Facebook pages, including the police, and the comments that you're eliciting the public to threaten this family, it's a disgrace. You shouldn't be allowed to run for a Boy Scout chief, no less a senator. And you think it's funny. Half the time you're laughing about everything. You think everything's funny. The only thing you had was an honest moment when you said the cop's wrong and the city's wrong. But then you got afraid. Nobody will cook for me. I'm going to change my story. Okay? You know what? No matter what happens, when you're gone, a lot of us are going to feel less fearful. Me personally, I'm in fear of you. You're a lawyer. You're a sharpster. You know, you engage police, your inspectors to go after people, put people in fear. And then you use this sharpster lawyer of yours for 30 years who's been destroying this city. And look what he's done in Fort Lauderdale. And look at how he denies Oprah's, in other words, public records that we should have. This guy, I don't want to say lie, but every time I ask your city for information about the police, that's public record, they say, we're not giving it to you because you're working on the case on the 20. Listen, I'm interested in all the cases, just like I'm interested in Major Johnson, who got pulled over doing 100 miles an hour. And this city attorney and this city manager recommended that he not get fired. Listen, you people
Ernest, you got to speak to us.
Okay. You people are 100% right when you say this group is a cover-up artist. You see them right there? That lawyer, that city manager, these commissioners and this mayor, they're covering every single thing up with the development, with the police, with the fire department, with everything. And
no, Mr. McNolly, you made a break.
I want to say one more thing. And here's the issue. Here's what the public.
In 12 minutes that you've been speaking, I have been keeping time.
Just give me 13 minutes, okay? 13. Okay, just let me say one more thing for the election. I'm asking.
Mr. McNolly, you're done. You're done. You're done, sir. Thank you.
Out of office.
I am.
Yeah, really?
I am. Thank you.
Why don't you keep stealing our political signs?
Good night, Mr. McNolly.
You know how much money I put in and you're stealing them all.
Next, we have, I'm going to go virtual with Corey Reedon. Corey Reedon?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. To the Davis family, I just wanted to let you guys know that I was here and still with you guys and with myself and what we all going through and stuff like that or whatever. I thought by now something would either came out or something would have been done. But I don't know if somebody playing games or or this thing just have to take its course. But Mayor, I wanted to ask you because we forgot to ask you the last meeting when you had originally made your statement about that it was the city fault and the community fault. I wanted to know, could you answer what did you mean by that? And do you still stand by that?
My comment was we should not blame the police department for the actions of individual officer. However, the city and police are responsible. I'm not the judge and jury to decide who is the end up responsibility. I have the ability to make a decision of what's going on with the city manager and the city attorney and to make sure that everyone speaks. At the next meeting, I said that the city and police are responsible for a thorough and diligent investigation. There needs to be accountability and transparency, and that we need to put safety and education as a priority. So, people have the problem that I had was that the media took my words and stated things that I didn't actually mean. And I am here, listening to what everyone says and, answering my phone whenever somebody speaks. And you're right, you guys got me. It is just a lot of emotions right now. And, we've been here over 4 hours, trying to do what we can for the best of the city. And so I made a promise to get justice for SJ, and that is what I plan to do. And so that is kind of where I'm at, is that I'll be happy to speak with anybody about how I feel and what my thoughts are for the best part of how the city should move forward. I made comments to state that we at the future agenda meeting, if the commission so desires, we can have the ability to have that conversation to make sure that we have regular updates about what is going on with SJ, that we have a conversation about the city manager and the city attorney. And because of the Florida statute for the Officers' Bill of Rights, there's not much else we can say. And so thank you for asking.
Okay. But like I said, I know things take time. You guys got a time frame in mind? Because I don't want to say none of this is going to waste. But it's I know you guys got to be tired of people shouting at you guys, and stuff like that, and we're going to be here, day in, day out, and not going to give up at all, So I want to know, like, do you guys got a time frame in mind, or is that's something else that you can't discuss either?
No, the time frame is out of our hands with the Florida Highway Patrol and the county medical examiners doing the investigation. So I don't have the city manager in her statement made a statement of 180 days, but that is just a guess. We don't have anything. The only thing that that I have in reference to is how long it took to get justice for Corey Jones. And that took over 8 months.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I mean to cut you off, but the 180 days, does that start from the day that the accident happened, or that started the day that Florida Highway Patrol kicked in?
It's just a guess. There's no statute that states that we're going to have an idea of when it's coming forward. And the other thing is that because of the Officers' Bill of Rights, there's really going to be no comments, because I believe that Bill of Rights came after the incident with Corey Jones.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and Stanley and Shannon. I really wanted to be there, but I know for sure I'm gonna get to the next one. Even if I have to drag my kids with me, so I'll be there. And love you guys. Thank you for your time, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. And then the other person who has their hand raised is Justice for SJ, I'm sorry. If you'd like to speak. Otherwise, I do not see anyone else with their hand raised virtually. I'll ask the audience if anyone who hasn't spoken that would like to speak.
Mayor Grant, there is
Yes.
a question from Dr. Aiden Adeyemo relating to time to speak.
But we have someone here from the audience, so.
Understood.
Yuri, what's the question?
The question is if you will allow those that spoke once in virtual to go again, as the mayor stated before we start the public audience.
As I mentioned earlier, is that during future agenda, we'll have a conversation with the city commission that public will again have an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. So that is the answer to that question. Excuse me, but I'm sorry, the audience, if you've already spoken, you haven't had the opportunity to speak. I'm going to let you have the opportunity to speak now.
Hello, I'm Mercedes Morris. I'm 112 Northeast 16th Ave, Boynton Beach. I'm here. I'm going to read something that Shamari sent me regarding SJ. She couldn't be here, so in her absence, I'm going to read it. Hi, my name is Shamari Davis, Stanley Davis' third cousin. I can't be here in person today, but please know I wanted to be here. Writing this is bringing me to tears just because I want to be at everything regarding him. I shouldn't have to write a speech for my younger cousin using past tense words to share memories we've had together. On January 26th, it marked a month since SJ's been gone. It feels like I'm just starting to heal, but that specific day, looking at that time during school, it replayed the exact seconds, minutes, and what was happening during those hours a month ago for me. In second period at 8:23, I remember the phone call me and SJ had about him coming over later when he got off the bike. And lunch at 11:40, I remember eating bagel sandwiches with my mom, with my dad, stepmom, and our dog. At 12:20-ish, I remember my dad getting that call. And throughout the day, I remember every moment that happened on December 26th, at exactly what time it happened. I've never remembered a day so vividly before. Until that day, I want one more day that I can remember vividly for years to come. And I want that day to be the day we get justice for SJ. That was from his cousin, Shamari Davis.
All right, I don't see anyone else who hasn't spoken that would like to speak. And then.
I wanted to speak on a different topic, so I waited to the end because I wanted to let everyone speak their piece. So I hope I'm not interrupting anybody. Okay, thank you. Susan Hoyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. This is an off topic from what you all have been talking about all night. Not that I don't, feel sorry for your loss. The charity I started, the St. George's Society of Palm Beach, has been raising funds to plant trees around the world. We've already donated over $13,500 to plant 1,000 trees in the city of Liverpool in England. We are now raising funds to plant an urban orchard in Boynton Beach. I invite all of you, and I have in the past, and we're not getting any response, which I find surprising, to attend one of our fundraising events so we can raise money to plant trees in Boynton Beach. Funds are also being raised to plant trees in West Palm Beach, and in Tanzania, Africa. I hope you will consider coming and getting involved in one of our events, because we are raising money for this city. And I also wanted to note that a couple months ago I came, I guess it's more than a couple months, and asked where the heck our mayor photos are. And, they're still not up. So find the boxes, take them out and stick them on the wall, please. Thank you very much, Lori.
I would say within a month. We've got them on order. We just got frames to match the decor of the new building.
So new hand was raised. Alicia Reeves.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you please
Thank
state your name
you.
for the record?
My name is Alicia Reeves. I am Stanley's aunt. Shannon is my sister. I will not go through all of the comments. I've stated before, I share the exact same sentiments as all of the speakers before me. I would like to address the citations that were issued at one of the peaceful rallies for SJ. It was the event that started at the gas station, which the officer pursued SJ and led to his demise. As you all know, and Mayor, you know, that event ended up at a park in the city, because I think you assisted with the permit. I could be wrong. There have been many events, but I think it's so disheartening for your agency to sneakily issue citations to riders, and they blocked the event off. And I think it probably was done at the direction of the chief, who was back there so unbothered with that baggy uniform. But I digress. I think that you all need to right that wrong, because it is unfair for motorists to pay for tickets while peacefully assembling. As you all know, that is a First Amendment constitutional right. And earlier you mentioned the Florida Statute Bill of Rights that is for the officers. Can you give me the citation that you keep referring, because you generically refer to it? What is the exact citation for that law, sir?
It is 112.532.
112.5, what else?
532.
Thank you. And Lori, you got to go. Bye.
Okay. Justice for SJ, you're currently self-muted, and we'll give you another opportunity to speak. Dr. Hayden Adiyamo, as I mentioned, if anyone would like to speak, we'll have another opportunity at future agenda items. And with that, I'm going to close public audience. And we will now go to our next item, which is administrative appointment of eligible members of the community to serve in vacant positions on city advisory boards. We have one regular and 2 alternate positions available on the Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals, 2 students on the Education Youth Advisory Board, 1 alternate on the Historic Resources Preservation Board, 1 regular and 2 alternates on the Library Board. And that brings us to consent agenda. Would anyone like the item removed from consent agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Consent bids and purchases over 100,000. Because of the conversation tonight, I'd like to pull item 7C, which is authorize the GSA contract previously approved on September 1st, 2020 for the purchase of services for support and maintenance of citywide camera, access control, real-time crime center technology as needed from broadcast systems in the amount of 110,000. So my question is that this is for additional aspects of our real-time crime center.
Mayor, Commissioners, Mike Gregory, Police Chief. Thanks for inquiring about this. No, it's not for any additional items. As you're aware, with the implementation and construction of the new facilities at City Hall, the police station, the fire station, we've implemented all the new technology with cameras, access control, and emergency call boxes for the safety of the public. This is merely the maintenance for all of our facilities. So annual maintenance reoccurring costs, if something breaks, all the labor is covered with this service agreement with Broadcast.
Okay. And I guess one of the big things is that how is the commercial component of our real-time crime center? I know that the 7-Eleven on Seacrest and Woolbright was part of that. Have they been connected with our real-time crime center?
They are not connected yet. We are in communications with them. I believe Chief Snow has talked has been working on the policy that we'll have in place with how we interact and connect digitally with the commercial businesses. We have had a little delay with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement getting our network connection approved. That was just happened actually yesterday or today. So we were able to move forward with more additional aspects, including that component where the public can actually register privately owned security cameras to assist in identifying suspects and the like in the community, as well as the commercial aspect of being able to connect digitally to allow the police to observe what's going on at a location if they so choose. It's a voluntary program and they can opt in or opt out.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions or comments from the commission? If not, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. May I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda?
Second.
Seeing no further comments, all those in favor? Can you please state your name and address?
Yeah, my name is Sandra Watson. I live at 348 Boynton Beach Circle, Boynton Beach, Florida. I just got a question. He's talking about, and if I'm not confused, help me out here. He was talking about cameras for the city places, but then he mentioned the 7-Eleven, which is not the city, right? And then he was mentioning cameras in private and commercial places to help, I guess, like knowing what's going on in the city of Boynton. And then you got this family here asking about cameras on Federal.
Correct.
Right? So is that going to include cameras on Federal?
It can.
But you can do 7-Eleven.
No, that was part of the condition of approval. That's why I asked. So it is a voluntary program.
So can the businesses on Federal volunteer to be a part of this so that the cameras can all tie in and they can see what's going on?
Once we have the policy in place.
So is there something that we have to do to make sure that you notify the businesses on Federal that they can tie into this program so they can have their cameras registered so the city can better monitor, the police can better monitor the city of Boynton Beach?
And so the chief is hopefully going to answer that question.
Michael Gregory, Police Chief. Yes, we will be heavily advertising and marketing the program once it's up and running, that anyone in the community, residents and or commercial establishments can register their privately owned cameras with us if they would like to. It's totally voluntary. In the event there is an incident on a block in a neighborhood and what would happen is that we know a list of where the potential cameras are after a crime has happened. We can then contact those folks and see if they will be willing to share video. So it's really a registry program that helps us find out where are cameras that ring doorbells, any private security cameras, or commercial cameras. As mentioned, the 7-Elevens voluntarily come forward and asked if they can participate in this program. Other businesses will be asked to do the same thing. Completely voluntary, no one's being forced or required to, and we will not be monitoring them 24/7 a day, 24 hours and 7 days a week either. It will be used for follow-up after a crime has happened to help try to identify who the suspect is and take someone into custody.
Okay, so this $110,000 that you're asking for, that is including this privately owned 7-Eleven. Is that?
No.
No, they're forking in their own money.
Yes,
Okay, so
the item on the agenda this evening here is just for maintenance of what's already purchased in the city for the city buildings.
just for the city buildings, not including the 7-Eleven.
No, that was a separate question that I had.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
If you're under 3 minutes.
Hi, Ernest McNally, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach, Unit 407. So after the last meeting here, you know, it was very emotional, et cetera. And a lot of people were sending me like threatening texts and emails, coming up to me, threatening me, you know, oh, you know, you hate cops, you hate the world, you hate everything. So anyway, I'm riding my new electric bike right here on the corner of First and Ocean. And when I get to that intersection, they covered up all the crosswalks and everything, so nobody knows how to stop there. I don't know how they ever approved that painting of that intersection, but I'm stopped there on my bike, and somebody I think I recognize from the meeting.
Ernest, is
I'm
this
talking to you. I am
about
talking to you. Okay.
the item?
So here's the item. It's about the camera.
Yes.
So I'm on the corner and the pickup truck comes next to me and spins the tail around trying to hit me. So I come over here and I talk to your security because they could see it happen. And they said, oh, you got to call the Boynton Beach police. Okay, good. Mr. Cromney shows up, right? And here's the police report, right? I said, Mr. Cromney, I said, you see the marks and this, and the truck was right down there. You're like, well, you know, I said, you're not going to investigate? I said, let me ask you a question, Mr. Cromney, about the cameras, right? He says, oh, we don't have access to that camera. Are you kidding me? Somebody tried to kill me on a bike. And your guy Cromney told me the camera on the corner of Ocean and First doesn't work or is not available. What kind of scam is this? And you listen to this chief, you realize how old cameras in the city are where people volunteer? That's from 40 years ago. I know, like, you know, man, you're running a city that's plagued with crime, so you're no expert. Believe me, this chief has no idea. You know how easy it would be to help this city with crime? Everybody here wants to give you videos and stuff like that. You refuse everything. And then when we ask for the cameras, you, oh, they don't work. So I don't know what you're giving all this money for. Every camera you ask them for, they say it doesn't work. So here's the report. And why won't Cromney get that film of somebody trying to kill me on a bike? Because I was making statements here about how I think the Boynton Beach police need a lot of cleaning up. So somebody can threaten me after the meeting, and why can't I get it on the camera? And then when I file an Oprah, this fancy lawyer tells me everything. He gives me 800 pages of why I can't have something. So does the city manager. The city manager won't give you anything.
Thank you.
Did you like it? Did I do 3 minutes?
All right. And so we are on a vote. We have a motion, a second for the remainder of the consent agenda.
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
there is a request to speak in the questions section on this item.
Okay. And so Dr. Stephanie Hayden, Adiyamo, Yuri, do you mind unmuting her microphone?
I'm locating right now. Here we go. Dr. Hayden Adeyemo, you are self-muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening again. It is now 12 after the hour. So unfortunately, you know, I deal in the world of grants and federal funding, right? in my current position. And I did see that we had a report on the grants that the city has in its coffer currently at this time, right? And some of them were geared towards traffic safety, right? And then now with the advent of putting in some cameras to monitor common shared spaces within the city, right? It just seems like the agenda items are like merging into just one thing about oversight and accountability, right? So my public comment about this item is, again, the fiduciary duty of a city is to protect its citizens. Its duty is to oversight and do what they are to do to see that the recommendations by the advisory boards are done. Please don't cut me off because you're about to move your mouth to do that. Please allow me to speak. If possible, I believe that we need to have a greater oversight in the management of the federal funds that come in the purview of grants within the city for the police department, because obviously the allowable items that they're being asked to purchase are not being purchased, or they're being outdated, and items that to assist in the policing of our city is not being utilized effectively. And that means that the federal government should be aware of how funds that we're seeking to improve our city's safety is not really being used effectively. Because here we have a current precedent right now sitting there where someone is saying that a vehicle that may have been purchased with federal funds to help traffic safety does not have a camera mounted in it. So if we're going to have cameras where the police chief says that people voluntarily will be a part of the program, then we still are going to be back at square one. You over monitoring the city, and then when we request for things, not being available, even though there are grants that was furnished through federal government funds. And that is my comment at this time regarding the item.
Okay. Yuri, do you have any other people with their hand raised or asking to make comments for consent agenda over 100,000?
Mayor Grant, I see no questions or comments at this time or hands raised.
All right, so I see no further discussion from the commission. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Next, we will move on to the city manager's report, approved City Hall cafe space, RFP scope of work presented by David Scott.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. David Scott, Director of Economic Development and Strategy for the City of Boynton Beach. I'm pleased to be back here before you to discuss the pending proposed RFP for the cafe space right here in City Hall. At our last meeting, the commission gave us consensus to move forward with some recommendations. Those recommendations have been incorporated and are before you this evening. But I always like to take the opportunity to communicate to the public that this RFP is about to come out on the street. And because we had that opportunity and the commission was so engaged and asked us to bring it forward, we've had a lot of interest and calls from the public to participate in this RFP. So we're very excited, and we really look forward to those restaurants and food vendors that want to participate as soon as we get this out on the street. So just briefly, I know it's been a long evening, and I don't want to make it any longer for you. Jory, if you could go to the next slide. So again, we are looking for proposals, or will be looking for proposals from a vendor. We're really looking for someone that can provide a kitchen incubator, similar to our innovation space, where we have FAU helping us build small businesses. We are looking for a kitchen incubator to come in and help build small food businesses within our cafe space. For the general public, the cafe space is located on the first floor of City Hall, right between the elevators where you see the pendant lights. We're looking for a vendor to come in, build that space out, and provide food service to all of the customers, the visitors, the employees of City Hall. So we're looking to really promote that as much as we can. Next slide, Yuri. The city will provide $20,000 towards the build out. Rather than the city building out the space, because whoever that vendor is will be able to come in with their own design. We're not sure what that would look like. We will be able to approve that through our building permits and reviews, but we really want to encourage all of our restaurants to participate. So we don't want to make it onerous to build that space out. We really want to encourage usage in that area. Our operating hours are expected to be 7 to 5, Monday through Friday. And on evenings such as this, we have that vendor to provide food service as well to the public while we were here at the commission meeting. The vendor will also be asked to provide food possibly for many of the events around Town Square as well. And we will provide an option for them to extend into the space in the Arts and Cultural Center if that's available. Next slide. This is where the commission gave us some direction at our last meeting. We're still looking for that, as I mentioned, that retail concept that will be available to our residents and businesses, our residents and visitors to City Hall. We're working with Rebecca. We will comply, as the commission has asked us to, with the Green Business Recognition Program. Commissioner Ramos, I did reach out to the people that you asked me to reach out to, just to make sure we incorporated that. The mayor, we did talk about green warehousing. We're still getting feedback from some of our restaurants. They don't want it to make it too onerous. Right. So we're working with, we actually reached out to some of our restaurants to ask them to give us some feedback to make it easy, but we do want to make it sustainable, green, and of course, easy for the restaurants to provide service and stay. Our goal is to make sure our small businesses grow, so we want to make sure they're viable. We talked about the diverse menu options. Mayor, you wanted to make sure we include a children's menu, so we've included that as well. And we will continue to work in partnership with to promote for the public this space and work with the vendor. So next slide, Yuri. So again, I just wanted to take this opportunity, and I know we don't get too many opportunities to share RFPs with you, at least twice, but I saw it as an opportunity to really promote the fact that we're going to go out on the street with this RFP and this opportunity to the general public and the retail restaurants and businesses that are very interested. We plan to advertise on February 11th. Proposals at this time, this is the proposed schedule. Proposals will be due on March 21st, 2022. We plan to have those evaluations completed and the recommendations come back to this commission by April 19th, 2022. And of course, the opening will depend on that vendor and what the vendor proposes back to us. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, David. No, this is very exciting because this is also includes the opportunity within our Arts and Cultural Center, correct?
Yes.
And then the only other thing that I know with some of our RFPs is that we have sometimes a workshop, a week or two after, and that we have the deadline for questions and comments so that staff is able to provide. Is that also included in this RFP?
That is correct. That is included as well.
David,
Sir.
Does this have any relationship with the Culture Center Cafe at all?
This vendor, although we've targeted this City Hall, we've also included an opportunity or option for us to direct the vendor or have the vendor provide service in that space at the Arts and Cultural Center. So that same vendor can not only serve City Hall, but can have maybe coffee shop or something in the Arts and Cultural Center.
But the incubator would be at City Hall.
The incubator concept says that the operator, whoever that incubator is, will manage all of those spaces. So they will manage a smoothie shop, they may manage a coffee, they may have sandwiches, but it's to invite small businesses in that may be just a small mom and pop coffee shop and have them part of the process. That's the goal. So now that small coffee shop can now provide service at City Hall and or at the Arts and Cultural Center. And it also allows us to have a variety of opportunities or a variety of food choices, because you may have, again, a smoothie coming on one day, or you may have sandwiches come on another day, or you may have something else, sushi on another day, maybe, I don't know. But it's really up to that operator to help manage the space and those food offerings in that space and those spaces.
Excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments,
Thank
may
you.
I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Item 10A, continued discussion for clarification to staff on language to be included in the resolution and on the plaque for the Progress Pride intersection. And if there's anyone here virtually that would like to speak on the item, please raise your hand.
I believe Gemma and Rand Hawk are online.
I do not see them. Oh, no, I see at the bottom. Hold on. Gemma? You're currently self-muted.
Yes, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to thank you so much for considering this tonight. We appreciate the opportunity after the last meeting to work with the mayor. Thank you very much, Mayor, the city attorney, and the state attorney's office to clarify the language for the resolution. The resolution is attached to the agenda, and I'm happy to discuss any questions or go through it, you know, as you all see fit, or if you have any questions for me.
And so I'll ask our city attorney, what changes have been made, or what is the language?
Mayor, the resolution itself is on the the second to last page of the agenda items. There's 4 items, I believe. If you open up the last item and go to the last 2 pages, it starts with the resolution, and then
Can I tell Yuri, can you open that up?
yeah, and then really the important part is the content on the final page, which is the language for the memorial intersection plaque.
So it says.
Scroll to the bottom of that document.
So Boynton Beach Memorial LGBTQ Pride intersection. I thought it was going to be called the Progress Pride intersection.
Yes, Mayor, I'm sorry, it's page 553 of 584 of the agenda as I have on the PDF, so it's further down. I can read it if you'd like.
I'll read it for the record.
Thank you.
So it says the section 1 for the resolution is Boynton Beach Progress Pride Memorial intersection. The 2021 Boynton Beach City Commissioners acknowledge the efforts of city staff, the Palm Beach County Human Rights Council, and the citizens of Boynton Beach for working to create the permanent Boynton Beach Progress Pride Memorial intersection. City Commissioners recount longtime resident Alan Hendricks for his, I would think we double check the grammar, for his public service to the city of Boynton Beach, and dedicate the Boynton Beach Progress Pride Memorial intersection to a series of votes taken by Boynton Beach City Commissioners since 2014 to provide equal rights, benefits, and protections to the LGBTQ community. And so let's make sure we get this, the grammar correct on the first line in the second paragraph.
Treat that as a Scrivener's error in the backup.
Okay. And I'll ask the commission if there's any other comments or questions. I'd like to thank our Public Arts Director, Glenn Weiss, for his comments about this, that there are other abilities to have different types of memorial installations. However, I think this, is technically, I consider it kind of a mural on the ground, and something that we as the city of Boynton Beach have for inclusion and unity. And so that is why I will be in favor of it. And so I'll ask people online if they'd like to raise their hand if they haven't done so already, or any of the people here in the audience that would like to speak. And if not, we'll have a motion by the commission.
No comments?
No, I'm not seeing any other comments.
All right, then I'll make the motion. A motion to approve item 10A.
Second.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Congratulations and thank you for your service, Alan. Next, we have item 11A. Mayor Grant has requested discussion regarding naming the urban orchard at Sarah Sims Park for Latasha Clemens. I received an email from Ms. Clemens, or now Chief Clemens, requesting that Fire Station 1 be named after her. She listed all the reasons of her contributions to the city, and I'm inclined to agree with her and to name the Fire Station 1, the Deputy Chief Latasha Clemens, Boynton Beach Fire Station. And with that, I would request that the commission make a motion to have it be brought in front of the city's Historic and Resources Preservation Board with her email that she sent to us.
Mayor?
Yes.
I think we really need to consider, I've been receiving calls about other firsts in our city. For example, Lamar Wright, the first Black city councilman, that we're not doing anything for him.
How long ago was that?
Huh?
How long ago was that?
It doesn't matter what the length of time, it was just recognition. What I don't remember putting a time limit on what we're recommending here.
No. I'm just asking, the question is that correct? This is the first time I'm hearing of it, because the aspect of Deputy Chief Clemens is something that has happened in the past 2 years.
All I'm saying is that we need to be careful about what we're doing here, because we have other, Boynton is a city of first. And I understand what we're trying to do in recognition. I have nothing against it as such, but I just think we need to be conscious of other people who are deserving recognition and for their accomplishment. And I just wanted to bring something up. For example, you didn't even know that. Lillian Otis was the first female city commissioner. I think that's for good consideration. You got Perry Patterson, who was the first Black fireman in the city of Boynton Beach. I mean, the list goes on, and I just want us to be mindful of that, that we have other people who have done and made great contributions to our city, and we're doing nothing for them. And we have I mean, I don't want to get into the details of it, but I thought that was a done deal in terms of us rewarding her financially. And we were talking about the garden, naming the garden, but now she is requesting what she wants. And I just want us to be mindful of the precedents that we're setting here, that people can request what they want, and we do that and not recognize across the board, even other races that have made contributions, Hispanics and right on down the line. So just,
I'm absolutely aware, and I wish my time as mayor I was able to do more recognitions of the city's history. The two names that we had was Tom Kaiser's USN Boynton Beach Veterans Memorial Park, and I think that is very fitting for his service that he has to the city of Boynton Beach. In addition, we had Lance Chaney Boulevard. That was after the request of his family. So those are the points that I have, is that, for me, I wanted to recognize the service of Mac McRae because, he served with me for a while. He has done more invocations for the city and the CRA. I'm sure he's done almost 100 of them, just similar to yourself, and have him have that recognition in our Heritage Park. So I am all for recognizing all these historic leaders in our city. And it's to the point where were we so many years ago that we didn't do this earlier? And so that's why I'm trying to say, hey, if we get the ball rolling and we get to recognize more people, I feel that that's something we should have done a long time ago, not till the very end, and not to see after something bad happened. We need to celebrate the good times when you have the good times. And the fact is that the financial compensation, I don't feel does enough justice for the hurt that has happened. But like I said, I'm here. So if the commission doesn't feel the way that I do, I'm kind of upset about that, because the recognitions of people's contributions to the city is something that we as the elected officials have the ability to do, to make that call. Because Edward Harmoning, I don't really know why is the park named after him. We know Sarah Sims and Carolyn Sims, and Harvey Oyer Boat Ramp Park. And so there's things where we do know why these city facilities are named. For example, Giselle Hester being I think the first mayor of African American heritage. Is that correct? And so I'm all for recognizing everybody that needs to be recognized. And so this is where I'd like to start, and I hopefully the next commission continues this type of recognition. And those are my comments, and hopefully the commission agrees with me. I do have Ramona Young with her hand raised, if the commission has any comments, or I'll go to public. Okay, Ms. Young?
Yes, Ramona Young, 101 South Federal Highway. I think this suggestion rights a wrong, and it is time that things that are done wrong be recognized, and also to take this step says there was an error, we own it, and now we're trying to do better by it. All those other people that Mr. Hay is talking about need to be recognized also. So I would suggest that there be a program that Mr. Hay and Mr. McRae start and pull together the history, so those of us that have come here and love it here and want to stay here have a better idea of the history that they know that we don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Pensurga.
Mayor, let me begin by saying that having gotten to know Chief Clemens in the time that I did, I think she's deserving of the honor. And what I don't know is what exactly is the threshold, because as Commissioner Hayes said, there are a lot of people who also need to be, recognized. What exactly is the threshold to have your name on a building? And so my recommendation for tonight would be that we look at what other governments, other cities do, the school district, what do they do to determine, what's the criteria to have a building named after a person? We don't really have to reinvent the wheel here. But I agree, Chief Clemens need to be honored. She has made significant contributions to the city, and she's obviously a child of the city. So I'd be interested in exploring that so we can get a clear sense of what the path would be.
I mean, I don't have that time, and so the point is that we, the threshold, kind of in the sense is that she was a city employee for the entire time she entered the drop, and excuse me, Laura, I didn't hear what you said. And that's kind of where, I know her, when we did have the day of service, buying the food and the drinks out of her own pocket, and, picking up the trash in the community whenever there was events going on. She was there, whether it was, on her day off or not, she was there. And so that's kind of where, my knowledge as the mayor for the past almost 6 years, I feel that she deserves this recognition. And I do believe that's the whole thing, is that it is this commission. So as you stated, we don't have to look elsewhere for what we determined, because, for example, with Kaiser Park, we saw, people said, hey, we really should name the park after him for all of his dedication to the city. Lance Chamey Boulevard, he passed away, almost 5-6 years ago, over 5-6 years ago. And his family says, you know what, we really need to have something that says everybody who goes by this street should know that he was here and he made a difference in the city of Boynton Beach, and we see a legacy from it. And for I lived in District 2 for over 5 years, and the legacy that she has for the community, I'm aware of it. And that's why I am in favor of this. And hopefully the commission feels the same way, that we have the ability for Historic Resources Preservation Board to take all the facts into case, make a recommendation, and then we have the ability, similar to the Progress Pride intersection, the same procedure, because exactly the same thing with Mr. Hendricks we're asking to do for Ms. Clemens.
Right, and Mayor, you just took the words out of my mouth, because that's what I was going to say. Just as we've just passed a resolution and a plaque to be installed, I believe we can take the same action in honoring Deputy Chief Clemens, and also sharing her contributions to the city, and place that on our fire station. I would have no issue with supporting that, and I'm happy to make the motion right now.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
That is me.
Thank you, Commissioner Pensurga. And is there any comments from the public? All right. And so I'm going to ask that you kind of limit to 3 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, we're good. Erwin, 1050 Northwest 4th. Just on the issue, Miss Tasha Clemens, she's a legend in Boynton. She was born here. She did a lot of stuff. For her to be the first Black female firefighter, in a industry or in a type of job that doesn't, is usually white men and stuff like that. We don't have a clue what she went through to even get to that position, and then to go through the ranks and then to become a deputy chief. I mean, that goes without saying. So I think the community would definitely back that up. Woodrow, hey, like, this is the first time you put some bass in your voice about something, and people been talking to you all night about moves, but you got a lot of bass in your voice about this, and it's just that's really that's just really weird, and just speaks to who you are. You're a really weak dude, man. And and they put the ball in your hands to start a motion about a move tonight, and you couldn't do that, but you're speaking up like a weak ass dude about this lady that deserves this move. So that's all I got to say about that. Appreciate it.
Dave, like you say, Mr. Hayes, you was passionate about what you just spoke about her not deserving that. You speak of the first fireman. It's the first of many. Don't mean it should be awarded. Who's the first female chief of this city, which was her. So here it is. You feel like she shouldn't be awarded 30-something years for district, in your district, serving this community. You speak on somebody being here first. How long you been a commissioner? Many years. Why didn't you bring this up about this dude those many years ago? Here it is, someone in this community, the board trying to grant this person the opportunity to have a legacy, and you ready to bat it down. You don't even want to hear about it. Like the last dog, man, he got a park awarded to him. He wasn't here 30-something years. I'm quite sure you didn't have an objection to that. Why do you have an objection to this today? So I say, man, you're a man of integrity, man. You got to stand on stuff, man.
He wasn't the commissioner at that time.
I didn't say he was a commissioner. He was in the chair. All those years, all this stuff going on, he didn't make a rejection to the different things being named, behind the other individual. Mr. Hayes, man, I just don't feel like you're really for this district. It don't, bro. It's no way I would object to that. I'd have been the first one to say, if I was in your position.
You finished?
Go ahead, speak.
Okay.
Tell me what you're gonna say.
If you listen to my opening, I said I was not against it, okay?
Yeah,
What I'm trying to do is bring the city awareness to other people in District 2 who are deserving, okay?
Who you feel like is
I
deserving?
just went through that list, but
Okay, but do they have the criteria that she has? Just because he's the first don't mean he's entitled to it.
we on the same page. There's not an argument here.
It's because you shouldn't object.
There's not an argument here.
Bring up somebody else that was the first person. So because they the first don't mean they had an impact on this community because they're the first.
But they did. They all did.
What did he? What name the things that he's done?
I'd like to get through this item, and if we have another conversation.
Only thing I'm saying, man, if you for the community, man, you got to be the front runner. You can't be I object this or no, I don't think that. If you for this district, like you say you got to show the community. Like you see, the community don't really feel like you're behind them. It's not just me, Mr. Hey. I have much respect for you prior to this day. I don't, I'm not never gonna disrespect you, but I don't really feel like you for this community.
Hi, Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach. We're talking about the fire chief?
Yes.
Is that the one with the painting?
Yes.
So in other words, the commission, right, that did this, and instead of going to court, you made a settlement with taxpayer money and insurance to ask forgiveness for doing it. And it's not the first time. And now you're going to decide how, when, and where that person should be whatever. I mean, it's a little hypocritical when you think about it. Well, would you pay $100,000 or $200,000 for taking her face off? I mean, I wonder how many city and municipalities could get away with something like that. And it's not the only time. The city has a history of doing stuff like that. And I get back to when you look at the parties involved, it's always the same people that I'm looking at, especially the city attorney for 30 years now? And how many bias, hate, internal crime and corruption things has he settled for the city? It's unthinkable. And I know, Mayor, you said, well, maybe, if you had another term, maybe you wouldn't be here, but you don't have another term. So can you imagine if somebody here gets to be mayor, he'll stay. And these things could keep happening. It's horrible. And how a city manager and a city attorney could be involved in bias, hate, and racist stuff and still stick around and get raises and then decide who gets a plaque and who gets this. And then the last thing I'll say is this dais is also comprised of people that really like to put out what they believe in. And it doesn't matter what anybody else believes in. And I'll use the example of me. I mean, come on, Mayor, you spent $1,700 for a menorah. You spent money for a Kwanzaa thing, and I offered to donate a nativity scene, and the city manager and the city lawyer turned me down. I mean, what kind of place is this? 76% of Boynton Beach, I think, is Christian. And you know, the police department, I said, what's going on? Well, they only have a menorah here. Why? Well, you know, the mayor. Well, how does that happen? And then you guys just get away with it. I don't get it. You keep making settlements. You keep doing bias, hate, and racist things.
Thank you.
And yet
for
you're
your
still,
comments.
thank you. I appreciate it, Mayor.
Hi, my name is Solanda Bird Davis. Well, on the behalf of Natosha Clemens, I got to meet her personally and seeing some of the things that she has done in the community and knowing her and her family, I feel like she's well deserving. So give her her flowers while she's here. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Monica Cleckley. Monica, you're currently self-muted. Yes.
I'm unmuted. Good evening. This is Monica Roundtree, live in the city of Boynton Beach. I'm sick with laryngitis, but I just had to speak up on behalf of former Battalion Chief Latasha Clemens. I think it's commendable that the city wanted to do something for her as far as the garden. However, I totally am in agreement with Latasha thinking or requesting that a station be named after her. Rightfully so, because she really was denied the opportunity to be the police chief of the city of Boynton Beach, and is now in a whole nother state doing the job that she was well groomed in the city of Boynton Beach to do, and was robbed of that opportunity, and then also grossly embarrassed by the whitewashing of her face on the mural. And so I think it's no further than right to make sure that we recompense our wrong. And Mr. Hay, I just want to say again, like Mr. Davis said, you know, this is not the time to bring up those other people when we're talking about Battalion Chief Latasha Clemens, one of our own. This is the time that you go ahead and show your support for Battalion Chief Clemens and our community. And if you want to make recompense or suggestions of someone else, you do that at another time. You've been mayor, vice mayor, whatever, all these roles with the city already. And if you felt that someone was well deserving of this title or a plaque or a building or whatever, that was your opportunity, not at this time when we're trying to honor Latasha Clemens. And I totally respect her because she's not fully sharing what she went through with her departure, but she still has been a woman of integrity, someone that we can look up to, someone that we can be very proud of in the city of Boynton Beach. So Mayor Grant, you did right on that. Commissioner Hay, I'm just not certain, but I totally am agreement 1,000% that the fire station, the one that she started out in her city, boots on the ground, never left, never went anywhere else, has never brought shame or discouragement or spotted anything with the city of Boynton Beach as it relates to being a firefighter, a female or a Black female in this community right from the hood. So we want to celebrate her. And if that's the way she feels, would make her feel good about the wrong that was done to her, then I say we support it. Thank you. I had to use my voice to talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm done. SJ. Oh, SJ gonna be going off. Oh, it's.
Thank you. Yes, you may begin.
I just wanted to speak on that as well. What I'm not understanding, Ty, is why would we need to see what other cities have done to make a decision in this city in honoring Latasha Clemens? And furthermore, why would her memorable moment be rejected again, taken from her?
Lori, we see you quoted what your memorable moment was about a $250 million development company. So why can't she have her memorable moment that was already taken from her? And yet again, you continue to want to take it from her? That makes no sense. And also saying this, let me just say once again, what your response was, Lori, if you could give advice to people and in this public health, to stay true to yourself, always be honest, and act with the highest integrity. Don't let your job define you, but you must be fully committed to achieve your highest capabilities. Does that not stand with all of you guys? Why now would you try to take this from her? Being that some of these careers are very male dominant. It's hard for a woman, and for her to have been serving for over 26 years, why would you take that from her and bring up other people that may have had good service, but this is not about them. This is her moment, a moment that was already stolen from her, where she was embarrassed amongst all of us, and you say because you paid out a settlement, so what? Because she got a settlement, she still can't be honored? That makes no sense. And if you felt like these previous people were so deserving, why weren't they chosen for a mural? Thank you.
Mayor, I'd have to ask you a question. Could I have the clerk read back the motion? Because I need to speak to the process that you're following.
As I mentioned, it was the similar process for the Progress Pride intersection, that it would hopefully go to the next Historic Resources Preservation Board meeting, so that we have the accountability, transparency for the city commission to review her accomplishments and contributions to the city of Boynton Beach, and that we get a recommendation, and hopefully we get it by March 1st, so that I have the opportunity to vote on it.
Mayor, if you're moving towards the naming of a building, the city commission has adopted a policy for naming city facilities. It's in code section 2-22. It was adopted by ordinance in 2006. It does set forth a procedure that can start with the city commission by recommending the naming of a building, but then there is a process for review and community input as well.
Right.
So
is the Historic Resources Preservation in compliance with the ordinance?
What the ordinance says, it says the procedure is the request for the naming of facility shall be initiated by request by the city manager to the city commission, or a request by any member of the city commission. The motion could address that request tonight. City staff, as designated by the city manager, will review the proposal for adherence to the stated criteria and authorization of the statements relative to contributions in the case, if there is such a case. And then there is a process. It does not, it says the advisory committee shall make the proposed naming and reviewing and take the public input. And then the advisory board makes the recommendation to the city commission for final decision.
Jim, could you clarify which advisory board, which are you referring to?
Is it
advisory board designated by the city manager?
So I'll ask Lori, is the Historic Resources Preservation Board that advisory board?
I think that's appropriate because, usually it's Rec and Parks for parks, but from a historic standpoint, yes, absolutely.
Well, hang on, it doesn't fit that criteria. It says this city staff as designated by the city manager. So the language of the ordinance contemplates that would be a committee of staff members that initiates the process.
So
the city manager decides who's in the committee. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Or it goes to, doesn't it go to where we've sent namings to the Recreation Advisory Board?
So yeah, so with Tom Kaiser USN, Park, it went to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. So you're saying, you're reading it now that it is an advisory board set by the city manager?
That's the starting point. And then there's nothing that prohibits the city commission from asking the historic board to do that. But those two recommendations have to merge at some point when they come back to the city commission for a final decision. The manager could take care of the administrative side of it, and the historic board will do as the commission directs by giving them that authority. Just you got to clear the hurdle under the ordinance as well.
Okay, so then the motion need to be amended to send it both to the Historic Resources Preservation Board and to an advisory board set by the city manager.
So I'll amend my motion to go both to the Historic Preservation Board and to an advisory board as set forth by the city manager. Is that the correct language?
And that is the motion is to name the fire station after the deputy chief.
Correct.
Commissioner, did you mention potentially other options? I thought I heard plaque or
It would
something,
be
but do you want them to look at options or only this option?
It would be a plaque that would be placed on the building named for Deputy Chief Latasha Clemens and outlining her accomplishments to the city.
So,
Excuse me.
yeah, no, I'm
Yeah, that's what I'm
confused
trying to
because I
get
thought it
clarity.
was the naming of the facility similar to the Carolyn Sims Center.
Right.
Where it is prominently displayed that it is similar to the Harvey Oyer Jr. Boat Ramp Park. But yeah, it's something where I don't think a plaque is enough.
Okay, so we want
Oh.
the entire facility to be renamed. Is that,
That is what
I had a second to my motion. If the seconder to the motion is agreement with that, then I will amend my motion.
Yes, I do second that motion. I just wanted some clarification. What exactly is it and who exactly is reviewing it?
Okay, we already clarified that. Are we on the same page now?
That'll do it.
Yeah, historic preservation.
the Dr. Yes, yeah.
That's what I was going to mention. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Hayden Adeyemo, you said you'd like to speak. You're unmuted.
Yes, hi. Again, my name is Dr. Stephanie Hayden Adeyemo, 2181 Southwest 15th Avenue, condo N102, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33426. Thank you again, Mayor, and those individuals that are on the platform and those that are in the room. Rightfully so, Deputy Clemens has been with the city a longevity of her career. Unfortunately, as the speaker spoke up and stated that she had to leave from a land to go to an unknown land to be recognized. And unfortunately, in our city where she was bred, she had to run away to go find a sojourner area. And the least we can do is name a building since the city, and I'm going to say the city because the employees and the staff for the city erased her. And a building is made out of concrete and it can be demolished and it could be erected again, but you can't erect someone's dignity. And that's what was done to her, to the point that she has to seek sojournment in another unknown area rather than being received within her city, where she gave her youth, her young adult, her middle-agedness, and now in her latter years, where she was given a slap in the face by being erased. Not even her likeness was not there. It was shaded out to become someone else. And as a woman, and as a proud Jamaican woman, and as a United States citizen of this country, it is a slap in the face when you are erased. Not only that, current history, her story, current present tense, now, in the present tense, she's being erased then. And for someone to say, we need to go back and look in the bucket to see who else we can consider. The highest thing that you can do is honor her in her present tense, not future, not say you want to come back again and let's vote of it. Just now, because the young lady came up, it pricked some of your spirits there that, oh, we misspoke, we didn't get clarity. And it goes right back to the person there that makes the decision, which is the city manager. So again, the attorney stated, All it takes is a recommendation for you, the commission, to start the process. So let's go ahead and start the process since it's already here. A plant, what is the urban orchid that can be cut down?
The time limit was 3 minutes, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Hi, Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. I want to look back at the last thing you all just approved.
We haven't
If you're-
approved. Are you talking about?
The thing for Alan. Did that language go to this advisory committee from Lori?
No.
No, it went to the Historic Preservation Board. So isn't this the same thing?
No, it's distinguishable because the policy addresses specifically the naming of city facilities.
Okay,
It
not,
doesn't deal with memorial plaques or things of
Okay.
that nature.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan.
I believe that is the last comment that we have. And no one else has their hand raised. And so we have a motion, a second. Staff is clear on the motion. Is that correct? Thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Thank
Mayor?
you for everyone who made comments.
Mayor, as a point of clarification, will this be able to come back before us by the March 1st meeting?
I hope so. I know that the historic resources.
They meet late in the month, don't they?
Yeah.
February. So if they meet,
Yeah.
it just depends on what information. We'll try to pull together
Yeah.
information to help, for
And
backup to help them.
Well, it
They can
seems
do
like,
it in one meeting.
it seems like a lot of the information that you may need was provided by her in the
Right.
email that was sent to us.
Yeah, and we have information from Human Resources on her
Sure.
retirement and everything else. We'll include all that.
Okay.
And so, and then next thing that I have requested, I think it was October that I requested this discussion, creating a citizens engagement committee for the police department. And Chief, I had a conversation with you earlier this week. We didn't necessarily see eye to eye. The main reason why I'm having this discussion is because, I'm not always the mayor. Sometimes I'm a citizen here. I'm an attorney. And so I have issues, I've had interactions with the police department, and sometimes the customer service isn't 100%. And I don't think it's internal affairs that we need to go to when we feel like we've been wronged. And that having a community engagement committee allows for the public audience, where you as the chief gets to hear the comments from the public for things that they would like better from the customer service. At the previous conference I was at, I was speaking with the Delray Beach police officer, and he told me about the police advisory board in Delray Beach, where the chief updates them on the crime statistics, overdose report, internal affairs report on a quarterly basis, if there's any news. In addition, they have something called a bias policing administrator review of traffic stops and field interview reports. So I feel that the conversation between the community and the police department needs to be in the sunshine. It needs to have the accountability. It needs to, with the minutes and things being recorded. And so, for example, the things regarding not all of our body cameras that we have on the road patrol, but it seems that not all of our officers that are interacting with the public have body cameras. And that's something that I think the public should help weigh on with the city commission, is saying, do we spend the money for having all of our officers with body cameras, or which ones do not have one, like our neighborhood officer patrol? Or do we need to spend the money for dash cameras in all of our vehicles? And what does that cost? The aspect of bias policing regarding traffic stops. I know that I've spoken to some of our officers, and we had one regarding tinted windows, but based upon the people we were pulling over, it created a bias towards a certain category of people. And then the other thing is that the city's history for the police department logo, I believe, is over 100 years old. And I kind of want to get a fresh start and have that be one of the tasks of the Citizen Engagement Committee. One of the requirements that I would want for this advisory board is that they have the police academy training. It is a rigorous training, 9 weeks I saw. I requested some information from Officer Schreck to get some more detail because I believe it's going to start soon. And I think that, as we talked about, we did not do a good job advertising it to the whole city. It is there on the website, but it's kind of not there, part of community events on the front page, somewhere further back in the website. And that's kind of my mentality, is that I know that the Coalition of Clergy has had task force meetings with both the city manager and yourself. And that has, I don't know what that has done, because there's no records of that is given to us like all of the other advisory boards by the clerk department. And so that's where I'm asking the commission that we look into having a citizens engagement committee, that we recognize all the good things that the police department does. I know that we used to have quarterly awards and the announcements of our new officers. I think having conversations with the community, they want to be more involved with the police department, because as they mentioned, they used to know all the names of the police officers in the beat. And, I'm not saying that we haven't done our job trying to do that. It's just, we need to do more. And that's kind of where I'm at. And hopefully it persuades the commission to say that, I agree that if you'd like to have a task force to deal with higher level things, absolutely. But having the quarterly crime statistics update for the public, and the internal affairs update for the public in the sunshine, I think is something that our city could use for the future. And whether the commission has the requirement for the police academy or something similar for training, because I know 9 weeks is pretty rigorous, for all those Wednesdays. So I'm going to open it up to the commission, then I'll open it up to the audience and people virtually, and then I'll have your comments. Yes.
Mayor, I like the idea. You did reference Delray. I don't know how many cities in Palm Beach County has something like that, but I would request from staff if you could bring back some information as to what it is that they're doing, so we can look at models for how to go about doing this. But I think we are on the right track with this.
Yes.
I would agree with that. I think it would be very helpful. It's more eyes on the ground. And I think we need that. We need that relationship to increase there between the police and the community. And this is another way that we could accomplish that. So I think it would be helpful to you. I think from an observation standpoint, not from a policy standpoint, is what I would recommend. So I think we need to pursue it. We could look at other cities, but I think as far as Boynton is concerned, I think that would be, in my opinion, part of the healing process, is to get the community to help out with eyes on, eyes and boots on the ground for us. We have more input from them.
Yeah, I think the big word is accountability. And that's something that the advisory board, I feel, will have for the public. And I do encourage you to have a task force, if that's what you feel is needed for the community to deal with other high level things. But it's something where the crime statistics in July does not do the city justice. And I know you released the monthly crime statistics, but it's kind of like there's a narrative behind that we're missing. And so if there's no one else from the audience, or if they'd like to let the chief speak.
Mayor.
Yes. Sorry, Commissioner
I never got the opportunity to speak.
My apologies.
No worries. My comment on this item at this point is, it's sad and it's unfortunate that it took this to happen for us to push this initiative, as I believe that this is something that's been merited for quite a while and has been being asked by members of the public for quite a while. That being said, I will still take the fact that we're willing to move forward on this. I think one of the main things that stands out to me in this request and in the hours of comments that we've heard from members of the public over the last few weeks is that there's a disconnect in terms of when individuals feel that they have a grievance or they have a situation that they don't feel like they can even go to the authorities where they're supposed to be heard or be taken seriously. And I specifically referenced the mother who spoke about her, I believe he was 16, her 16-year-old son who was being pursued by the officer that's in question at this point right now, but that she never reported that and never felt that her voice would be heard or anything serious would have been done in order to rectify that situation. And perhaps had there been a place or an outlet that could allow for that individual or those individuals to be able to speak up, certain things wouldn't have happened and we wouldn't be where we are now. So I say all of that simply to say that I do support this initiative of starting this engagement committee or whatever title we ultimately choose to give it. And I hope that it is an invitation to members of the public to step up and share and discuss when things happen so that we can continue to build the bridges that need to be built in order for our communities to get what we deserve from those who are tasked to protect and serve us. And at the same time, we have an accountability piece that allows for those officers who are doing the right thing to be able to be honored for those right things that they're doing, and those that do not need to be behind the badge to not be there, because we know our public servants and our law enforcement officers, they put their lives at risk every day, and the actions of one or a few should not be reflective of the entire force. And so it's difficult to decipher who's actually doing their job and who actually wears the badge to do the job the right way when we can't do that in a public forum or in a public manner. So I just want to, again, reiterate that I am in support of this Citizens Engagement Committee, and I hope that it will be one more step in moving us in the right direction of bridging communications and bridging us working together as a community and coming together as one to be a better Boynton Beach.
Thank you. And so, do we want, yes, Commissioner?
Mayor, I
Pritchard?
just have a question for you to get some clarification. This advisory board, would it be serving under the commission? Would it be serving under the police chief?
It would be
the proposal.
It would be serving under the commission because the police chief answers to the city manager, whereas this advisory board would be making recommendations to the city commission, so that it is from the citizens to the elected officials.
Understood. Just wanted to have that clarity.
Mayor, I do want to clarify that I believe something that needs to be very expressly stated is that this engagement committee should not be an advisory board, so that they are not subject to sunshine and they can talk to each other, they can talk to members of the public, and they don't have to be privy to some of the hindrances that are typically put on other advisory boards that serve under sunshine policies.
Would it not increase accountability to have it on record on the public?
It will be on record. There will be minutes kept, but I wouldn't want for this board to not be able to do their job because they have to be stuck or beholden to sunshine state standards.
The difference is a suggestion versus a recommendation.
Correct.
And so in order for a city of an entity to make recommendations, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they would need to be an advisory board.
I don't believe so. Feel free to
If they
correct me.
make recommendations, they are an advisory board and they must meet in the sunshine.
So we can't have it both ways. And so, from my knowledge of the Florida statutes.
So is it possible that this board can still meet, can still hear from members of the public and conduct in a manner that does not have to be in an advisory board capacity so that they're not beholden to the sunshine restrictions that other boards would have to be? Because the reason I am pushing for this is I feel that if you have a board that's meant to be able to hear from the members of the public, meant to be able to openly discuss and engage concerns that are being heard by the members of the public, why would we restrict their ability to do that?
It is mainly so that there's no collusion from those board members in making recommendations to the city commission.
So I just, let's continue this forward a little bit more. They would be reviewing concerns by the members of the public. They would be reviewing or looking at crime statistics, and they would suggest, or whatever word, to the commission. They're not voting on anything. It wouldn't be a majority 5-4 or whatever number of individuals that are on this board. So I'm not sure why there would be collusion, why they would have to be beholden to sunshine.
So, for example, regarding cameras,
Mm-hmm.
I've from my knowledge, our violent crimes task force does not have body cameras. Our SWAT team does not have body cameras. And so in order to make a recommendation, they would need to have that aspect, they would need to be advisory board members, because the Florida statute states that people who are appointed by the city commission that make recommendations to the city commission have to be held to a higher standard than a task force.
So let's think outside the box. Let's allow for these individuals to be volunteer members that self-select. It's not appointed by us. So that way it really can be by the public and for the public. And they can have the opportunity to elect or select, not elect, but select a person, whether that be their chair or whomever, to speak on their behalf to represent what the group says or where the group stands on certain issues or agenda items that come before them. I don't want to have a back and forth on this because I feel like we're going back and forth, but I just feel like we can't. I don't know, maybe I'm not saying it in a way that makes sense because I feel like no one's up here is agreeing with me, but I don't feel like we should have a board that operates in the sunshine state or in the sunshine process, because I think it actually limits them from being able to do, like, having just open and accessible conversation and dialogue, rather than feeling like they can't talk to each other on or off the dais. And if they do, they're potentially going to be in trouble. They could get prosecuted. They can go to jail. I mean, all those things are, I think, hindrances for why we want to even do this citizen engagement board. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're thinking, but do you hear my logic?
No, not at all.
You don't hear it. Okay.
And so if I could just retort real quick, is that I was on an advisory board. I believe I'm the only one sitting here that was on an advisory board.
No, you weren't.
Yeah. And so you remember your time there, is that it didn't really detract from having the conversations, because, we can have the board meet more than quarterly if you feel like it needs to be met more than quarterly basis. My whole thing is that the Florida statute provides accountability and transparency for an advisory board. And that is what I want to bring to Boynton Beach: accountability and transparency for our citizens to make recommendations to the future city commission. Because it's not going to be, they're not making recommendations to me. I'm not going to be here. You're not going to be here. And so that's kind of where my mentality is that having accountability and transparency that the Florida statutes provide for advisory boards makes the most sense to me, which you have the ability to have not agree.
So I would like to hear from the city attorney if there is a middle ground between what I'm proposing and what seems to be the mayor's perspective.
Yes, there may be, and it would go in the direction that you were talking about, which would be essentially an independent committee forms itself. All you do or the manager does is direct staff in the police department to cooperate with them in engaging with discussion and information that is otherwise public. And then you could have somebody on that independent committee appoint a liaison to the city manager or the city commission and do it that way. But to the mayor and to Commissioner Penserga's point, what you begin to lose is you begin to lose transparency because the rest of the public doesn't get to see how the sausage is made.
And why would that be when they're
The
meeting?
independent committee has under no obligation to open up their meetings to the public or to even reveal their cross conversations about what they do. They end up, here's the risk. I don't say they end up, but the risk is they could end up acting like a star chamber.
What does that mean? I don't understand the
A
reference.
committee that, an organization that meets outside of public view privately and basically weeds out justice to people.
Okay, so I thank you for taking it that direction because all good deeds sometimes go punished. And so I can see that where starting a committee like that with good intentions could then end up potentially going the wrong way with individuals wanting to do what they want to do in years after the initial objective of the board was created. So again, I'm fine with it being an advisory board and operating under sunshine. I think my objective in really pushing for keeping it not so restrictive was so that members can be able to speak and speak publicly and not feel that they would have any form of retaliation come at them for saying something that may or may not offend individuals who are uniformed personnel. I think that's been the fear that most people have, which is what prevents them from being able to come forward when something happens. And that's the objective of creating this engagement board. So whatever we can do to make sure that individuals of the public would be able to go in front of this board and feel comfortable and feel able to say whatever they want to say, whether it's offensive or not. That's the right that we have as people who live in America with our freedom of speech. So whatever we need to do to protect that, that's what I would want to see in the creation of this engagement board. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
That was going to be my common ground, or middle of the road, is to make it a committee. But I'm glad to hear what you just said, Jim. The Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee is just that. We're a committee. We wanted to be a committee to avoid what you were just saying. I think I understand what Commissioner Romulus is getting at. But we are a committee, and therefore we're not subject to, we keep minutes, but it's not scrutinized by the city or anything else. We do work with the city. We do work with other organizations as a committee. But you do lose something, and I hadn't thought of that, Jim. You do lose something with that. We just happen to have a group of good people working on that committee that we don't jump all over the place. We work as a team, and we talk to the city manager and others about what we want to do, and we work together to get it accomplished. But we're not subjected to the restriction. I think that Commissioner Ramos is talking about. We can talk to whomever we want to, each other, about the issues, and we're not violating anything. So I don't know. It's a tough call. You can't have it both ways, like you said, Mayor. But by the same token, we don't want to tie their hands, because we really want them to speak freely and give the chief good information as far as what's going on, and not have to worry about getting themselves in a violation of state statute or something like that. So I don't know, it's just.
So the commission, do we want to allow the chief to speak and then open it up to public comments?
If the chief has
been
something
waiting.
to contribute.
Michael Gregory, Police Chief. I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on this topic and state my position for the record. That is, I'm an advocate for community engagement, police department and transparency, building bridges with the community, increasing dialogue with the entire community. That's where I stand. That's what I'm supportive of. So contrary to your opening introduction about that we saw it differently, I think we see it very much similarly. All of the things you talked about, reviewing crime statistics, reviewing closed internal affairs cases, reviewing police department policy, hiring policy, I think all of that should be in the public's eye. And I'm supportive of that. That's why I had a number of those policies added to our website for the public to see, and anyone else who's interested can go to our website and see that information. Our engagement on social media to push out information, what's going on in the police department, what's happening, what we're doing. Sadly, obviously, you know, we're engaged with the Heart of Boynton. We attend or participate in those meetings regularly. We participate with the Coalition of Clergy. We were having our town hall meetings until COVID struck, and we had to put a cease on that for a while, as well as our quarterly award ceremonies came to a halt because of COVID, but no other reason. The only two areas that we had, I see it a little differently and probably lean more towards Commissioner Ramos's and Commissioner Hayes' view, is that I don't want to see something that creates obstacles for community engagement and community conversation and building of a relationship with the police department. I think we've sat here for since through January's commission meetings until today, and we've heard a lot of concern in this community about the relationship with the police department for decades, and that there is a lack of trust. There is a lack of communication, and I want to reverse that. I want to increase dialogue, increase engagement, increase transparency, and anything that would hinder that or create obstacles to that are things that I want to try to work our way through to find less of it. Having it where for someone to go to be on the advisory board, as was suggested, that they go to the Community Policing Academy, sounds nice and well and good. I've got experience with that environment in Fort Lauderdale, but for whatever reason, availability of time, character of the community, our Community Policing Academy in Fort Lauderdale was much more diverse in the racial makeup of that academy, of each of the academies. Here, I don't see that. Like I said, it may be because the seniors have more time to come and participate for 9 weeks straight to go through that. It may be because the folks are working 2 jobs and they can't take time off to sit on sit in a community policing academy. So we don't see the mixture and diversity and the demographic of our participants. So I wouldn't want to create that as the hurdle to participate on an advisory board because we don't see the diversity there. I think the people in this room and the rest of our community in Boynton Beach should all have equal opportunities to engage with the police department and not have the door closed on them because they didn't have 9 weeks to spend in a community police academy. I think there are other ways to indoctrinate them into the police department and provide a shorter version of an orientation that will give them some foundation of policy and state law to let them participate in the program. But I'm looking at finding ways I would encourage all of us to find ways to make it inclusive and open to more people to talk to officers in this department. There's a lot of good police officers, a lot of them that I hired in the last 3.5 years that I've been here, and others that were here when I met them, that do good work every single day. They need to meet these folks, and these folks need to meet them to see the good work that's being done on a daily basis. And when there's a problem, they need to see and be engaged with us to know, how do we deal with these problems today? Not how it was dealt with 20 years ago or 10 years ago or 5 years ago, but how do we deal with problems that come up with community engagement or with policy violations? How is that handled today? And having that exposure to a larger group of the community that have the flexibility of meeting with 3 people who came one night and meeting with 50 people that came another night, and we don't have to worry about a quorum and voting and who's paying for the minutes and who's paying for this. I think removing those types of obstacles that create hurdles to transparency, create hurdles to engagement, and create hurdles to community building and trust is what the goal is that I'm trying to accomplish, to try to reverse the trend of what we've been hearing every Tuesday night since January.
Thank you, Chief. That being said, I will stand firm in my position.
And that was the point that I had that was different. I agree with you that we are for the community engagement. That's why we're calling it the community engagement. And if you feel like we have the ability for an orientation, I feel like that's something that, you know, before they can sit on the advisory board, that's something I feel is something. But I do want to have it so that it's not just somebody that doesn't hear, you know, exactly what a police officer does. Because as the mayor, I've been able to do ride-alongs, you know, during the day and at night, and you know, have the opportunity to speak with officers and get some comments that were not on the record. And so that's where my position for the advisory board is that we, you know, I'd like to have the structure that an advisory board provides to this next city commission, because the point is that I'm not going to be here in April when this advisory board begins, hopefully. But I'd like to put things in place so that when I leave, the next commission is getting the ideas from the community, because my time here as mayor, we never really had that. And I felt that that is something that the police department did a great job, where we had our quarterly awards, the coffee with the cop, the ice cream special event that we did this past summer. I think we need to do more of those, and having the ability of to make these announcements. For example, you know, I only learned after our newest officer, Elliot, you know, came along. And so, you know, would I have wanted the opportunity to be there with him at Common Grounds? Absolutely. But I didn't get enough time to know that. And I think that that's kind of where it is that we want to have a more neutral conversation with the officers and the citizens. And I think with the structure of an advisory board that provides somewhat of a neutrality, because I do feel that it would be not necessarily here in the dais in the city hall that we're doing it, because the police station has that huge community room that would probably lend itself well to this type of meeting that can have the hundreds of people or the 10 people or so. And so that's kind of where I think it's easier for us to move forward as a commission with the advisory board, because there's a lot of structures that are already in place. And there's the aspect of the advisory board, appointed advisory board members from speaking with each other and not making, discussing recommendations out of the sunshine, I don't think is a good idea. Because, for example, the mental health committee plans events. And that is something where you need to speak about items that, of the committee outside of meetings. Whereas this, I don't feel like the advisory board members should be able to have conversations about what they're hearing or what they're discussing to each other outside of the sunshine. And that's kind of what we deal here, is that we're not able to discuss what we are going on in the meeting. And that's kind of where I don't know how every of the commissioners feel until we have that conversation today. And so, I'm very pleased with the previous item regarding Deputy Chief Latasha Clemens. And I'm going to let Commissioner Pensurga speak, and then if the commission allows, I'll open up to public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need some clarity so I can understand what exactly is being proposed, because I am hearing two different things. On one hand, I am hearing advisory board structure, having minutes, and then Chief, you proposed something that's more flexible, doesn't require the sunshine application of the law, doesn't require meeting minutes. It would be more inclusive and it could be more flexible about the number of people that would come. There's no quorum requirement. I just want to make sure I understood that we are talking about two different things, right?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Pincirga, let me, I'm going to answer your question, but before I answer your question, let me just ask the city attorney a question. Can we, as the commission, since we are commissioning this committee, place stipulations in place for what this committee can and cannot do?
Whenever you create a committee or a board, you do need to define what their power and authority is. That should be very specific in how you structure it.
So we don't have to make it an advisory board to dictate what they do. It can still be a committee that we dictate what they do.
That's true.
Okay, so that's it. That's what I want. I would want to see this as a committee. I would want to give it all the powers that they have to be able to review concerns by the members of the public, closed IA investigations, different things that are relevant to the purview of this board. And I would want where we're able to have them report to the commission on a monthly basis, or whatever the specific time frame would be, but I think monthly would be an adequate amount of time once they've been able to meet and convene and be given their orientation after they've been initially structured, and have that continue henceforth, no matter who's up here, because it is a committee that we are commissioning that would work for us, unlike the mental health committee that was structured outside of the purview of the commission. They choose what they want to do. They choose when they come before us. They choose when they want to ask us for funds so that they can do an event. We, as the commission, are commissioning this committee. Therefore, we can stipulate what we want and the expectations that we're looking for from them. I hear your concerns about the transparency and all that, Mayor. But again, I think transparency will still be available for this committee because we can get minutes from their meeting, correct? Yes?
Yes, sure.
Okay, we can stipulate that they give us monthly updates from their meetings, correct?
Yes, you're treating them as fact finders for you as opposed to making recommendations. I mean, that's where we draw the line between what's sunshine and not in many cases, but you're describing something that's a bit of a hybrid, and so there may be some challenge in drafting it.
Right, and so the only concern that I have from what you mentioned earlier, Jim, was simply that it can be, to use for lack of a better word, it can be hijacked if it's not properly directed. So let's make sure we direct it. That's all I'm going to say on that. Thank you.
Can I follow up with a question on that?
I mean, I'm kind of waiting for a public audience to speak, but if you don't mind.
That's fine.
All right. So we have Ramona Young, who's been on, raising her hand virtually. Ramona?
Yes. I just wanted to know if you could briefly outline what would be involved in police academy training, so that people that would apply would kind of know what they were going through before they have a dictate from the committee.
So you're not necessarily training, but orientation is what the chief has stated. We do have a Citizens Police Academy that's 9 weeks. However, and he believes an orientation of maybe 2 hours to 4 hours would be sufficient for this committees to make findings of fact.
So it would be the criteria that the police are under? The guidelines?
Not necessarily just that, but it's more of a understanding of the different types of police departments that are, How does it word?
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
It would be an orientation, basically, to the police department and all the things that they do, how each department operates, who the order of command. I would imagine it would be something like that. So the academy is 9 weeks. I would propose that it would be more of a 1-day retreat type thing where we kind of try to truncate the 9 weeks into a 1 day. So whoever decides to sit on this advisory committee would have a 1-day retreat that would maybe be hosted at our intercoastal park or something where we provide lunch to you all, and it would be a whole orientation of everything that happens within our police department, how things work, some of the more key policies that tend to have to be interpreted and things like that, so that members of this committee, when they sit on the board, they at least have an initial base of knowledge to start with prior to starting to look at internal affairs investigations results and hear comments from members of the public. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McNolly?
Hi, Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach, Florida. So a lot of your audience is telling me, be careful, don't talk, you talk too much. I guess people don't like what I say, but I don't really care. Here's the deal, okay? Florida state law establishes already the fact that anybody, me, I don't need to be part of this committee. If I want to see all the closed internal affairs complaints of Boynton Beach Police, it's Florida state law. What I want to know is why does this chief's records department gives everybody such a difficult time with what is Florida law? No, oh no, you can't have Captain Johnson's internal affairs file. Everything takes a month, 2 months. They don't respond. And here's what's happening. You're leaving, Mayor, but remember one thing. You all created this chief. You created him. And he's not transparent. And he's highly supported by this city attorney and that city manager. And if you look at the records of police, what's the detective of the police, 18 years with heroin in a bar, but not that long ago? You had another one you put in the school, tested positive for drugs. Then you get into domestic violence things where the city manager and attorney, you have to settle all these cases between officers and officers. Everything gets covered up. And then the big problem is you take now this gentleman running for mayor, you look on his political thing, it says, supported by the first responders. That's the police. You know how much they want this guy to be mayor? You know why? Because this gentleman is going to keep covering for them. And what you need here is not what he's talking about, because they sent me an application. I would never work with that police department because they want to bring you in and say, this is what you do, this is what you don't. No, no, no. You need a commission here, what's known as a police oversight board. They have subpoena power, and they're able to get all the facts. Once they get all the facts as a review board, they can give it to the mayor and the commissioners, and you decide what to do with it. But you can't have somebody like this commissioner say, oh, they can do this, they can do that, or this lawyer, you could do. It's not how it works. You want it to work the right way? They have to give everything that the citizen oversight board has. But you don't. He doesn't decide who's going to be in the committee. Who wants to go to that school? When you're trying to make it a better police department, you're going to say, well, you got to work with the chief that's got all the problems. How does that work? I don't get it. How does that work? And why on all your political signs do you say that you're the only one that the police support? That's correct, because if anybody else gets elected mayor.
Thank you, Ernest.
You're welcome.
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
there's a request to speak in the questions section.
From yes, Dr. Hayden Adiyamo, you're unmuted if you'd like to speak.
Yes, good evening again. It's 47 past the hour. 2181 Southwest 15th Avenue, condo N102, Boynton Beach, Florida 33426. Just cavalierly, when I was waiting for the 40 minutes or 50 minutes or so, there was a mention of the rogue board by the attorney possibly, and or vigilanteism that you may have, or as in the case of Trayvon Martin, you may have a person that would like to be a police officer that may sit on these items. I would ask the city, as the staff, as some of the commissioners have recommended, that the staff does go out with the help of the attorney to see what are some boards and setups quasi that
Your
they
microphone
have,
cut off.
because it's, again, the individuals that would make up these boards. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Where do you want me to begin again before I started speaking? Okay,
Just
again,
Just continue.
my
It
name
was
is Dr. Stephanie Hayden Adiemo.
no. You don't get to
Excuse
start from
me?
you continue. It cut off for a second. My apologies.
Yeah, you said I cut out.
For a
Right, so I
second.
ask you, what did you hear last? Yeah, what did you hear last?
You last were talking about, what was you talking? Quasi.
All right, anywho, let me wrap and land the plane, because it seems like you're getting perturbed by speakers. In this situation, I would make the recommendation as a citizen and as an advisory board member. Like you said, we would have Sunshine State standards, Sunshine State laws that would be predicated on an advisory board. I would ask the staff and the attorney to go and look at other cities that have similar issues and challenges like the city of Boynton Beach, right? Delray might not be like us. I understand you were looking at Delray and you heard the way they set up theirs, but Delray might not be our city, right? That could be like a sister city that reflects what we look like. But other cities that have oversight and then citizen watch boards, et cetera, like that. But again, the makeup of that committee or oversight, et cetera, could have rogue individuals on it. And if the purpose of that is for you to hear from others that are laymen, that are in the police and interact with the police on a daily basis, that is not particularly, they didn't go to the police academy, but you would want, as Ms. Romulus said, for them to at least get a 411 on what the police do, et cetera. The recommendation from that CAB or whatever you want to call it, engagement committee. Can I please finish, please, before you
No,
interrupt me?
your time is up. Thank you. We heard from the public, we heard from the chief, and what I'd like to say is that I prefer to have the advisory board. I understand that something is better than nothing. I feel that the fact finding to the city commission is not as good as recommendations, but I know that I need 3 people here to feel the same way. And that is where my position is that the citizens should be reporting to the city commission of their recommendations of their interactions with the police department and the future of what the police department should go, rather than what our current status quo is, the annual budget hearings.
Well, I think we have a consensus that we're no longer going to be okay with the annual recommendations or just that. But either way, what I'll do is I'd like to make a motion to proceed with the Citizen Engagement Committee. I would ask that staff talk to each of the commission members and ask us some of the parameters that we would want to see for this committee. and bring that back at our next commission meeting for us to take a vote on the full setup of what that committee would look like. Is that something that the board would be in agreement for us to do?
I like the process.
So yeah, I'm okay with the conversation moving forward. I can get the bylaws of a, police advisory board to the attorney, and hopefully they can share that with the commission. And Jim, if you have any examples, I do hear some of the audience for an oversight board. This is not an oversight board. This is to be proactive, to make recommendations, not on police conduct for internal affairs, but to figure out what went wrong and to figure out the future for the city. So I believe the motion that you state, if you don't mind restating it.
The motion is that if we have a consensus tonight, which it seems like we do, to ask staff to bring back at our next commission meeting information from other municipalities that are reflective of our municipality, what they're doing, what their engagement boards or some variation of that looks like. And also to talk to each of the members of this commission to ask us what we would like to see for set as the parameters of this committee, bring all that back before us at our next commission meeting for us to vote to move forward with that.
And I second that.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe the commission has finished discussions. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Does the commission want to take a 5-minute break?
Nope. Wrap it up.
All right. So I'm going to just turn my camera off so I can stand up a little bit, sit in for a while. Our next is a legal proposed ordinance 22-004. Jim?
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Part 2 City of Boynton Beach Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 27 entitled Advisory Boards and Committees. Article 2 entitled Boynton Beach Art Advisory Board, Section 2724 entitled Purpose and Duties, amending Section 2727 entitled Art Advisory Boards Guidelines and Recommendations, amending Part 3 Land Development Regulations, amending Chapter 1 entitled General Administration, Article 2 entitled Definitions, amending Chapter 4 entitled Site Development Standards, creating Article Roman numeral 14 entitled Mural Standards, providing for codification, for conflicts, for severability, and providing an effective date.
And do we have a presentation? Okay. Glenn, if you don't. So I guess the basic is what is the procedure for a mural to come into the city? Because I know that certain commercial buildings have had murals painted. Is this only for city properties or is this for commercial properties as well?
It's on any building.
Okay.
Any building or property, and any new proposal comes before the Art Advisory Board for review and approval.
Okay.
If I may say one thing, so there is a second part to this, which will come to you at the second reading, which is the policies and procedures and guideline amendments. That's where you'll see all the things about how we get murals, both in the private sector and from the public sector. So this is just the legal situation that when you redid the sign ordinance, you took out the whole mural section. So now we have a mural section back in the ordinance. Sorry.
Although the ordinance is in the font used by the city attorney's office, the style comes from Glenn. Appreciate the input.
All right. Is there any comments regarding the ordinance 2204 from the commission? Is there any from the audience?
Yes, thank you. Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. I have argued against this during the arts thing they had a few months ago. I think we need to stay focused on what our art is for our city. We are kinetic. We are the oldest kinetic city in what, the country, in the world. We have the largest international kinetic event in the world. And this dilutes from it. And I also think other cities are doing it. Why are we jumping on the bandwagon? I think it just makes us look like we're following after someone else instead of being leaders. We're leaders, we're not followers. Why are we tacking on and taking on and diluting our exquisite kinetic art with murals? And they're not unique. And I think unfortunately, a lot of them end up just looking cheap and tacky and low rent is, I guess, the best way to put it. And if they were beautiful, like the one that used to be on the real estate agency that was on the corner of US 1 and Ocean, that was an exquisite piece of art. And I think no one would disagree with that. It was beautiful. But you end up with too much. It just looks like, I don't know. When I sat on the arts board, I argued against the Taco Bell one. I think that looks cheap. And I think it makes our city look bad. And if we're going to have, murals, then they need to be stunning pieces of art, like some of the pieces you see in West Palm that are absolutely jaw-droppingly beautiful, not some tacky little thing, which is what we end up with, like and I eat at the Taco Bell regularly, well, not regularly, but, often enough. And I think it's horrible. And I look at it and cringe every time that I was sitting on the arts board when that went through, because it looks horrible. And I think it just looks bad. And I don't think we should be following other cities. I think we need to be leaders. So I don't want the mural projects, or I want them very strictly, heavily regulated. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Hi, Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach, Unit 407. So I filed some Oprahs for art that certain political and commissioners want to have around the city. And I noticed that when I asked for the receipts, I got that, $12,000 for paint. Okay, $12,000 for paint. And then I said, well, how about the money to the staff and the traffic studies to see if the intersection, you do away with a handicap, you do away with the crosswalk. And the city attorney and manager said, well, we're not giving you any information about that. I said, well, wait a minute. How did you take an intersection, approve $12,000 for paint, you're calling it art, you're covering up a crosswalk, you're covering up a handicap, and then it's supported by a commissioner who is saying, well, I want to make it like Delray Beach, I want to, and wants the same pattern everywhere. So what I'm saying is, how do you get these things approved without the public knowing? In other words, I'll be honest with you. You see that intersection at Ocean and First, painting that way? And somehow you won't tell me in the Oprah what was the meeting and who approved it. All you give me is a receipt that the city recreation lady ordered an art company to come in and paid them $10,000 or $12,000 to paint that intersection. So I asked for, wait a minute, where was the meeting? Where was the public talking about doing that to an intersection? Where's the traffic study? I asked for the police.
The meeting, I believe, was in April or May of 2021.
Well, how come you didn't give it to me in the Oprah?
I'm just
Come
telling
on,
you
Mayor.
now. I'm just telling you now.
I like when you smile, because when you smile, when you know that they're covering stuff up, that's what makes me laugh with you.
Mr. McNolly, enough.
No, I'm sorry for interrupting. Could you please continue?
I don't care. You keep telling me to be quiet because you're out of here in a month anyway.
The insinuation that
Good
we're
riddance.
hiding or doing something behind closed doors.
Excuse
Where
me?
do you get that?
How do I get what? How do I get what? You asked me a question. How do I get what? I filed an Oprah asking for the meeting, the approval, the public input on that intersection, and all you gave me was a receipt for $10,000 or $12,000 for a painting company, and it turns out that it's Mr. Ty Gonzaga, who's behind it. And yet the mayor and this, nobody here will say that, give me any emails, any approvals or anything. So my question is, how does this city commissioner get whatever he wants, wherever he wants and get the money? And you won't tell me.
Thank you.
And it's the same for all the art, by the way.
Thank you. For your
The art
comments.
is starting to be
Excuse
very.
me, your time is up. I appreciate your comments.
And I appreciate you
Mayor,
being nice to me.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, just for the sake of clarification, Mr. McNulty, you can take your seat. This commission does everything in the sunshine and does everything in front of a public audience. The vote that was taken, you can go on YouTube, you can go anywhere you want to go to find it. You can have a seat. I don't need to rebut you on anything here. So you can, all of it is public record. All of it is available. You can simply search it. In addition to that, no one commissioner, no one mayor can make any decision unanimously on this board. Every single person, or at least a 3-member majority, has to approve it. So that mural that's painted on Ocean and First was approved unanimously by this board, not by any one person. So I want to make sure it's clear, because I take offense to this language that's continuing to be stated by Mr. McNulty over and over and over again, that there's some collusion or there's some behind the scenes action that's happening, that we're doing stuff outside of the public's eye. That insinuation breeds the distrust that members of the public continue to have about public servants who sit up here each and every single day, who sit here till 11 o'clock at night when I could be home with my kids. I'm here. I'm doing the work. So do not accuse me of doing something uncouth or untoward that I'm not. I will not take that, and I will not stand for that. And the fact that he's not even here in this room says a lot. So I'm tired, very tired of Mr. McNulty's continuous accusations of myself and my colleagues up here saying that we're doing things that are illegal, which we can't do. If we did, we would be in handcuffs and going to jail. So we're not doing those things. Let me make sure that that's clear for the record. Thank you very much.
And I guess, a thought came to my mind regarding the Boynton Beach Art District. Would they need approval for all of their murals that are on the garage doors now?
They would, yes.
And so I guess that's something where I'm not necessarily entirely okay with that aspect, where we have an art district that all of a sudden we're going to say, well, if you want to make any changes to the art district, you have to get pre-approval from the Arts Commission. And I would want to know if the commission is willing to designate certain art districts on private property that are exempt from the mural ordinance, and if that is a possibility.
Could I
Yeah.
speak to that? It might be possible in some ways to do something in the guidelines itself, in terms of what kinds of things are reviewed and how they're reviewed, in terms of what the art board does in terms of taking action.
Because I have seen some of the murals that are on the city. I remember the big thing years ago was the garbage cans, which anything to make garbage look better, I'm in favor for. And I was talking with the previous public arts director, all of those posts for the solar panels, to see if we can't change some color, put some color to them, or murals, undersea murals kind of things, rather than just the cement color. So, I'm definitely in favor of trying to expand the mural program, because I do feel it adds value. I understand that other cities are doing it and have done it, but that's also because this city has done it in the past, and we had it codified in our sign ordinance, but now we have to change that. But no, I think the only caveat that I would have is that if there's an area that wants to be an art district, that they're not necessarily subject to the approval of the Arts Commission, that, because I believe the art district never got any sort of permission for any of their murals, unless I'm mistaken.
The way that I understand it has operated in the past, yes, there's been never any approval for the murals in the arts district.
And so that's my only thinking is that, you know, we definitely want to expand art districts. I do feel like they add value to the city. So if we can find a way through the ordinance to not require certain art districts to have this mural ordinance that has to be pre-approved.
Mayor.
The only thing, there might be, I'm just thinking there might be a way to think about that through the guidelines that says something like if there is a curator in place for a particular arts district, there still has to be some way that, because if some of the things that are in this ordinance, I'm sure, you know, we want to make sure that it meets community standards, even if it's in an arts district, so.
All right, so I'll definitely speak to the director of the Boynton Beach Art District to hopefully weigh in. And so, you know, I'll pass for the first reading with some reservations, and we'll go from there.
Mayor, brief question for Mr. Weiss here. Is the process the same for a special district of sort? In other words, would the process of getting art in the art district be hampered by this ordinance, or would it not? Would it slow it down? Would it not slow it down?
This ordinance, this says that anyone that wants to paint a mural in the city of Boynton Beach needs to present that to the arts board and get their pre-approval before the painting. That's so. And if in the arts district people have just been approved to say go paint what you want on this mural because we trust you as an artist, then that would be problematic and returns in terms of this ordinance.
Now, the art in the art district, do we know, Mayor, if that's governed by anybody or literally anyone can do anything anywhere in that area? Because I understand the need for community standards, right, but I also don't want to slow down this organic growth of art, right? So is there a middle ground here?
So
Mayor,
yes.
is it possible to perhaps do, just like we're doing with our permit system, where we've made it more electronic, is it possible to do or implement something similar for this process, where if individuals want to paint a mural, that they would perhaps upload their artwork and get a kind of quicker turnaround than having to do an entire prolonged, extended process? I don't know. I feel like that might be a middle ground that might help remove some of the government red tape and bureaucracy of this process.
That is possible, but I think you have a very efficient arts board, and I think you're talking about a 3-week turnaround at the most. Okay. In terms of approval. Okay. So, and we have had situations like the mural here right by the fire station, where it was painted without permission ahead of time, but the arts board responded very quickly, and there was a couple of changes made, and it was approved. Okay. So even if someone violates the law, it's not going to be like code enforcement's going to go over and say, now paint it out and start all over. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that being said, you know, I'm just a little leery, Mayor, of carving out certain areas and saying you have free reign to do what you want. If we're going to implement this ordinance, then it needs to be implemented across the board, or don't implement it at all. That's my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, my thing is that it provides the art advisory board a lot of authority to make judgment calls, whether they like the art or not.
I hear you.
And
if I may,
yeah, and so I'm going to let the vice mayor speak. And so I know that we need to have something in place.
Can I get a little reference? Where did this ordinance come from? Who proposed this?
So when the sign, basically from the information that I got today, was that when the sign ordinance changed, they took out murals as part of this. That was in the sign ordinance that I guess didn't require too much oversight.
I'm saying, is this even necessary?
There was
Yes.
a desire, I think, to have a mural program. Our old sign code treated murals like signs. So as we went through and brought our sign code into the 21st century, murals were extracted and this ordinance and process was developed also to allow for, I think, the processing of a mural program that Commissioner Penserga had brought up some time back. So it accomplishes kind of two birds there with one stone. But we don't want murals treated as signs. That, I think that was a big issue. So this just provides an opportunity for some input by our advisory
So-
Arts Commission.
So to the mayor's point, then how do we not give this unilateral power to the arts board where they get to choose and dictate what is art and what's not and what they approve and what they don't approve? Is that what we're saying with passing this ordinance?
No, just so you're aware, until you changed the sign ordinance last month, this was in fact the way it was before.
Oh, was it, Glenn? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. But we
In
treated
the
it as
murals
signs,
ordinance,
though,
it
right?
says if it is determined to be a mural, but then it would be approved and it would be reviewed by the arts board. So it has been like this.
So nothing's changing. We're just,
This is just that they didn't want it, they want to make it very clear that it's either a sign or a work of art. If it's a work of art, it goes to the arts board. If it's a
Right.
sign, it goes to community development.
well, that clarifies it for me.
Motion to approve.
That clarifies it for me. Can you lead with that next time, please? Jesus. Okay, second.
All right.
Hey, Glenn. It's not your fault.
Yes, then my question is that what if the mural is not not facing a road?
This is any publicly accessible, what do we say here?
So like, let's say someone paints a mural on their house, do they need to get the Arts Commission approval?
Oh, Jim wants to talk about that. That's a totally different issue.
See, that was my
And if
question
they
here.
do get the Arts Commission approval, can they?
My understanding is that by the state legislature's action last year is that we do not have control over if people want to paint a mural on their private house.
Right.
Somebody wants to paint whatever they want. If it's not,
So the definition of a mural, as you are saying, is a painting on the side of a wall or a building or
right,
sign or
it would be a commercial building or a multifamily building.
commercial
or
building.
Industrial, but it would not be a single family house or a duplex. Those are not right. We are not.
So if we were going to put a painting or mural on panels at an amphitheater, would that need to go through the art?
Yes, sir. I would say so. Yes.
Why? Would that have to go through? Because, see, my concern is this, that are we saying that they have the power to say, well, no, I don't like that, put something else up? Where do we draw the line here as far as to
Well, that's
their power in terms of accepting or rejecting a mural or painting or?
But so just so you're aware, that is the way the city operates now. In other words, if the city is going to do art in any facility of its own, then the arts board is authorized to review and approve that work. So so that is the way it works. But I think you have a really excellent arts board in terms of their generosity of spirit and their thinking. And I mean, of course, it may not happen forever, but you have an excellent one right now in terms of their review of work. And it is, the guidelines are stipulated. They just can't go off into la la land to make determinations. There are, evaluations in terms of what they evaluate the skills of the artist and the work on. The guidelines were passed a long time ago in 2006 or 7. I'd love to see them updated a little bit more, but. I can't guarantee anything, but that is the way things work now in the city.
So, question for Andrew, would that jeopardize what we're trying to do in the amphitheater?
Depends, I think it's already done. It would be something that we'd have to go back. It would be something like the art district. If that mural was already put up before we codified the language, yeah, we may have to go back and get it approved.
But Vice Mayor Hay, the artists that we talked about for the amphitheater, I took those artists to the arts boards, and they were like, "Look, these guys are really talented." And so my goal is to take back the final proposal to them, and I'm sure that they will endorse it.
Okay.
I'm
glad to hear that.
Yes.
But what concerns me, they could have rejected it.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And for what reason? I mean, we won't go there, but that's my concern here is that something as simple as what was selected, someone on that board, the majority could say, we don't want this, we want something else.
Glenn, is there appeals process to this? Could it be appealed if someone decided to put a mural in and they didn't go with it? Is there an appeals process, or would there be
I don't know, yes.
No, there's not.
What the appeal.
That could be something that could be considered.
This is how the commission created the advisory board.
Right.
To have those authorities and that review power, and authority that was created by a city commission to allow them to do that. So you would have to amend the ordinance probably and change that.
I would definitely want an appeal because they don't know the objective of why a particular design was selected. So why should they have the power to turn it down and put something up that may not be compatible with what the whole overall theme is? That's where I am. So is it possible to have?
The way to deal with that is to provide that exemptions for what gets reviewed by the art advisory board, so that the buck doesn't stop with them, it stops somewhere else, perhaps with the commission, if that's what the process was to select the design. But to Lori's point, the whole point of creating the Art in Public Places Art Advisory Board was to pick people that you viewed as skilled in making those kinds of decisions based upon their careers and their activities, and the buck stops with them. I mean, I think amongst all of us sitting up here, we would probably all disagree on whether something is a piece of art or not a piece of art, whether we like it or don't like it, or what color it should be. Somebody's got to decide to bring it to an end.
So I know that we need to move forward because we do need a mural ordinance. Because otherwise that means anybody can do a mural in the meantime, and there's nothing we can do about it. I'd like to move forward. And I'm going to hopefully get comments from the art district director, Mr. Rolando Barrera, if you could reach out to him and see if he has any comments, because I don't know too many art districts in the city of Boynton Beach or murals painted on commercial buildings without prior approval from the Arts Commission. So, basically I'm not an artist, but I do enjoy art. So I'll try to hopefully make any changes necessary at the second reading to help promote art in Boynton Beach.
Yes, sir.
I believe we do have a first and a second.
I made the motion.
So if there's no further comments, may I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Katz is absent, Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Commissioner Pincirga.
Yes.
Vote is 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And please stop in and see the Black Creativity Show at the Arts and Culture Center.
Absolutely.
All the best artists from Palm Beach County.
No, it is very nice. Ordinance 22-005.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 26 entitled Water, Sewer, and City Utilities by amending Article 1 entitled In General to create Section 26-6 entitled Conditions for Utility Service Penalties, establishing requirements for utility service penalties for noncompliance and appeals, amending Article 4 entitled Sewers, 26-57 entitled Connections Required, to amend the time period to connect to sewer, providing for severability, conflict, codification, and an effective date.
And so, Andrew, briefly, or Jim?
Sure.
please.
The principal driving force for this ordinance is to make certain that individuals who have access to sewer systems created by the city, built by the city, and are still on septic tanks will be compelled to connect to the sewer system. And there's a linkage, once this ordinance goes into effect, between water service and sewer service. So if you have water from the city and you can connect to a sewer, you have to come off your septic tank and connect. Because if you think about it, it's the city water that's going into your house, your facility, and ultimately getting flushed into either a septic tank or the city sewer system, the latter being the safer way and the environmentally correct way to do it, as opposed to maintaining these septic tanks, which are a hazard to the community.
So I really appreciate this ordinance. And the only thing is the costs for the connection. Do we have anything in place for that as part of this ordinance?
Well, the costs to connect to sewer are always the responsibility of the property owner to do the lateral.
I understand that. And so the question is let's say they don't want to do it. What are the costs?
Well, the ultimate cost is they don't get water.
And so then it's kind of, they're saying, well, I don't have the money to connect. What is it? And, I know that we have a lot of funding available for connections. And so I just want to make sure that anybody that is forced to connect goes into any sort of grant funding that is available through community benefits. And so I don't necessarily know that these needs to be part of the ordinance, but this is something. And then also that the utility is able to create a payment plan. And if they're unable to front the cost.
There are procedures for payment plans. There's also a procedure in this ordinance for an appeal. So
I think the time we give them probably, it could be even up to a year, Jim. I mean, I know, well, as we've worked with some, it's a longer period of time, right? I mean, we don't say, 40 days, you owe us $5,000, do we? I don't think it's that fast.
It's over 20 grand.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where, I'd want to make sure that it's something that is reasonable, but that's up to the next commission, I would say. So
you did say, Jim, that there is an appeal process?
there's an appeal process, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I may have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, let me check online. Seeing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Hay,
Aye.
Mayor Cass is absent. Commissioner Romulus,
Yes.
Commissioner Pincirga,
Yes.
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
vote is 4-0.
Thank you. And so I want to thank the audience for waiting. Now we're at the future agenda item. And so this is where the commission is able to create a consensus for future agenda items. And so one of the ones is that definitely at least at the next meeting, we have a town hall discussion regarding police activity, specifically the incident that happened on December 26, 2021. And that all that information is made an announcement at that meeting. Second,
The second thing is I'd like to have that discussion regarding the JKM lawsuit. I see that the city has requested a trial date with the new Judge Hafeli. The issue is that this commission is unlikely to be the one that deals with the results of that trial. And for me, I also heard information that the developer has listed the property for sale. I was always in the position that this commission would come to a new arrangement so that we can move forward with the residential aspect and garage on the southern parcel, and that we work with the developer for a new developer for the northern parcel. And, you know, I guess hopefully you'll have it, you know, just give us an announcement of when the trial will be, if we have that before the next meeting. And, you know, give it hopefully the opportunity to the next commission, if they so choose, to see if they want to work out an agreement, because otherwise a judge may determine if the city wins or loses. And the last, pursuant to my conversation with Mr. and Mr. Davis, you know, the fact is that, you know, the city manager and city attorney have dedicated a lot of their life to the city, and the new city commission, I feel, should have the opportunity to see what is best out there. And so I'm requesting that this commission provide them that opportunity with the ability to look for for an RFP for a headhunter for the city attorney and the city manager, because we can't just fire them immediately. It's not something that I'm looking to do, but making sure that the next commission has the best information to make that decision, because I don't feel like it's something that we should make, you know, immediately. And so that is what I'll ask the commission, if they have any comments regarding an RFP for headhunters for a city attorney position and city manager that would come back in April.
Mayor, I don't think you need an RFP. We just typically do quotes, and the search would probably fall under what we've paid in the past has been about sometimes 25,000 for like a police and fire chief. So it would maybe 30.
Which then on microphones. So Yuri, are we still live?
Yeah, we're back.
And so that's what I'll ask the city commission to have it on future agenda for April, so that the next commission has that ability to see if they want to move forward with a new direction for the city.
Mayor,
Yes.
you just blew past several things, so let's back up a second, please.
Okay.
I would be in favor of having a workshop prior to our commission meeting on Tuesday, the 15th, rather than having another meeting that would have to be held on the 22nd again, especially since it would be sooner and it would allow for members of the public who've been waiting and asking questions to get a resolution sooner. So if the commission would agree with that, I would be fine with having a 4:30 workshop to speak with the public and have that town hall to address questions that have been asked and provide answers as much as we can within parameters that we can, and then have our meeting at 5:30.
The issue that I have is that I don't want to cut the town hall short, and that this was something that the city manager and chief have already planned for. So
So that's something that was already scheduled?
yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's not something that the commission is,
No,
so you guys were already scheduling to do that?
Yes, the chief
Okay.
had February 22nd at the Carolyn Sim Center
Okay.
or PD Community Room. Chief, I just don't know what time. I texted him. I don't know if did you have a time? 6 o'clock? 6 p.m. We'll confirm location. But yeah, we just didn't know if you wanted us to try to maybe do something sooner. then the 22nd, but he already had that planned.
So, you know,
I'm fine with that. So then what is the discussion item then? If this was already scheduled?
so it's the announcement of that for the public so that they know, because we wanted to make sure that the public have the ability to attend.
So let's announce it. Tuesday, February 22nd, 6 PM, Carolyn Sen Center.
We're looking at that or the PD community room because there's a P&D meeting in here that night.
Right.
So we can't do it here.
No, I understand that, but I would say for the sake of accessibility, the Carolyn Simpson Center might be the best location rather than having people have to go all the way across 95 and go to the community center and all that stuff. And again, for the sake of proximity and ease, the community center or the Carolyn Simpson Center, in my opinion, would be the best location.
May I ask for clarification? What are you announcing? What kind of meeting is going to occur? What's the agenda look like? And if you think about, there are many questions asked tonight. Every single one of them a good question that must be answered at some point. If we don't have a conclusion and information from the Florida Highway Patrol investigation, you're going to put yourselves in a position of just hearing the questions and saying we can't answer it right now. It's like you're setting yourself up for failure.
I want to make it very clear that this is not a forum that would be a commission meeting setting. It would be an opportunity for the city manager and the police chief to answer questions within their purview, as was done by the memorandum that Lori put out earlier this week or whenever that was. I'm sorry, I've lost track of time. But I think we've said it to the public and we've said it multiple times. There are questions that we will not be able to answer because yes, it is an active investigation, but those that can be answered will be answered. And if the meeting ends sooner than later because there are questions that we just can't answer, then the transparency of being able to say that, I think, is part of the resolution that some of the members of the public are looking for. It may not necessarily give them the resolution that they want, but at least there's an open forum that allows for the dialogue to happen, where it's not in this commission setting where we just have to sit here and not engage because it's not the forum to do that. So does that answer the question?
And then will that foreclose the same questions being asked at the following commission meeting?
It probably
Will public
won't.
audience be the same as it was tonight?
It probably will still be, but it's meant to be a town hall. It's meant to be an open forum. So
I mean, I think I could speak on behalf of the city manager. I know I speak for everybody in the city attorney's office and probably for all of staff. We're really sorry that we have to wait for an investigation. But I know in the city attorney's office, we're not sorry at all that we have a city manager that honors the rule of law and is following the legal standards for allowing an investigation to be concluded in a timely fashion, hopefully, with the end result being something that the commission, city staff, and of course the public is satisfied with as being a fair investigation with the proper outcome. So,
you know, for me, it's the educational aspect with Marcy's Law to discuss the current lawsuit between the city of Tallahassee and the Police Benevolent Association to get a little bit more information about what is currently going on in our judicial system regarding Marcy's Law. I think that is something that, you know,
Mayor, it'll be helpful to have that discussion, but it won't end the debate between the two sides where people say it applies and the other side says it doesn't.
We're here for the education because the community wants to have more information about what is going on. And that is why our city manager and you provided the statement. And it's kind of like you know, the aspect of body cameras, you know, are we able to release the body cameras or is it still part of the investigation and we're not able to release them? Is it part of, okay, well, what was the policing practices in 2021, you know, for the road patrol and other things like that? What is the training that our officers have received? That it is general information that we can provide, not necessarily to the answers to the questions, but the ability to educate our public so that they understand where we are in this situation and what can we do so that this situation doesn't happen again. And that's, so those would be the two main things, is the Marcy's Law and the training that the officers go through to be on road patrol.
That's why I asked what the agenda would be, so there would be some structure to it and we would be able to prepare for that.
And then I'll ask the audience if there's any other items on the agenda that they would like to have.
Mayor,
Yes.
I do have one item I'd like to add to the agenda.
Oh,
Let me-
let's finish one item at a time.
Let me,
Yes.
I want to ask a few more questions about this meeting. I know I plan to be there,
Mm-hmm.
and if any of the other commissioners plan to be there, we really should not give an opinion or try to say anything, because would that not be a violation of the Sunshine Law?
That is if we're having the conversation, the city manager and the city attorney, the
But you
chief.
two guys will be the talkers.
Commissioner, vice mayors, mayor, if more than one member of the commission plans on being at that meeting, we are going to post it as a public meeting.
And
We are not going to put you in a position of violating the Sunshine Law.
and that's what the workshop means, is that it is a public meeting.
So is that what we're saying? It's going to be a public meeting?
Correct. And that's the ability, to have it sooner. We may not have the amount of time and information that the community wants. And so,
Mayor,
yes.
what I do want to add in this scenario is that, again, as the commission, we cannot take action. So this is a meeting that should be led and fronted by our city manager and our police chief, so that they can answer in their capacity within their purview to be able to do that. So that being said, I don't necessarily plan on being there on the 22nd. I will watch if it's publicly broadcasted, but I know that I have no answers or responses that would merit what members of the public may be asking. So I don't necessarily have a plan or an agenda to be there, but I think this is an opportunity for members of the public to be able to ask questions to our city manager and to our police chief, and be able to get at least some semblance of an answer to their questions, even if it's not a fully answerable question. And it might just be, okay, we're in an active investigation, we can't answer that, but this is what we can tell you about XYZ. So that's the approach that I'm planning on taking, where this is not a meeting per se for us to be there, and because we do that here. For the last 3 weeks, we've done that here. So what is the point? So I think this meeting, this town hall really needs to be an opportunity for the public to engage with our police chief, with our city manager, and be able to ask questions and perhaps get some semblance of answers for those questions that they've been asking, and at least get clarity for what comes next, even if it's a rough idea of what comes next.
I mean, I plan on being there, so.
That's fine.
And that's where, just make it a public meeting. I don't plan on speaking. So, but that's kind of where, we as the elected officials have the responsibility to get answers for the public. And I think that's
Hence why we're scheduling this town hall.
and so I'll ask anyone in the audience or online if they have any comments regarding the workshop town hall. And if not,
So
Mayor
just-
Grant, there was one question.
yes, from Monica Cleckley, to respond to your question, is that I understand, yes, the Davis family did ask for a meeting earlier than the 22nd. However, I feel that if we provide I guess it's 3 weeks as of today, the city manager, the city attorney, and the chief are able to come up with information and education to hopefully answer some of the questions that they can answer, and expand on where we are currently with the police department's training initiatives, and where the state is with Marcy's Law.
To the Davis family specifically?
No, the question was to have the Davis family asked for a meeting earlier than the 22nd. So if the Davis family wants to have a meeting privately with the city manager and the chief, that is something that.
We can do
um,
next week.
they can
Absolutely.
Do next week if that's something that they're looking
Happy
for.
to.
And I also believe that we need to have the other one for the community as well to hopefully come out with more ideas and information. Okay. And then Commissioner Pincer, yes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My request would be, with the support of all of you, of course, for staff to begin researching what it would take to implement dash cams on all police vehicles. And if there is a reason, some technical reason why they aren't there or should not be there because the body cam's double, whatever the reason may be, if they could present that to us. But otherwise, I would love to see what it would cost, what it would take, what the procedure would be to implement dash cams all throughout all of our patrol vehicles.
That is underway. Thank you. We will
Thank you.
gather that for you.
Thank you.
And so then my three requests is one for the future agenda item to have a discussion for the next commission regarding the term headhunter for the city manager and the city attorney, so that the next commission has the ability to move forward with what they feel is best and try to get the best information.
Mayor?
Yes.
Confused.
I don't understand what it is that you're asking.
Okay,
Hold on, wait, let me finish. I don't understand what you're asking in terms of asking us to hire a headhunter that then the next city commission would then make a decision based off of. Why are we doing that? Why don't we just let the new commission, if they so choose, do that? Because it seems that this board has made the decision that we're not going to move forward with removing the city attorney and the city manager. So what is the purpose of putting up the pretense that we're going to hire a headhunting firm to do the job to then pass it on to the next commission? Let the next commission just do that if that's what they want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. If you feel that is where you want to say that the next commission looks for the requests for the headhunting firms, I was putting it as my position saying, hey, let's see if they have that as an opportunity, availability, because it's not something that when I first got elected, I knew it was an option. And so that's something where I was having it as a conversation. And if there is not consensus to have that on the future agenda, and it won't be on the future agenda. But my consensus was to have the request for quotes for headhunters presented in April for the next commission.
I would say let the next board decide if they want to move forward in that direction. And I would also say that I venture to say that I believe every single person who's worth their salt that's running for office right now is probably watching this meeting and is paying attention. So if they want to move forward with this initiative, I trust me, they will. I don't think it has to be us that starts that process for them.
Okay.
I agree with Commissioner Ramos.
All right. And the other thing that I have is the JKM lawsuit is if you can do a public update under legal for the 15th, are we done with discovery now?
We are not done with discovery. Some of it was suspended when the judge recused himself.
Okay, so.
But I could give you a public update at
Okay,
at the commission
yeah,
meeting
and
about where it is.
I won't ask you to see about trying to come up with a settlement because I don't feel that this commission wants to. So I think that is it. And if anyone else has any other comments.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? All right, meeting is adjourned.